Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana, karibu. Welcome to this awesome fine edition we are about to have. Kama kawa, nilikuambia hii mwaka itakuwa imejaa vitu, sarakasi, bwembe na vituko. Nothing is demeaning. Hakuna kitu inashukashuka, kila kitu inapanda. As far as Kenya is concerned, every day there is content after content. I thank you so much for always tuning in at this hour to be part of this awesome conversation that we normally have in Apotimu hii masaa. Karibu sana to Africa 24. Here we keep and give you good conversations every single night inapotimu midaa hii ya saa 4. Karibu sana, juza wawili watatu kwa kulike, subscribe na kwa kushare hii video to as many of you as you can. Asanti sana for making this your number one local channel. Nakwambia, hey, you guys have just been amazing. Tumeona upendo wenyu by the many who keep on subscribing each and every single day. Thank you very, very much. We have another great one. We have another interesting one just about to happen right now. Wadau, kimeumana. Things are becoming hot. Things and temperatures zimepanda. Watu wamekasirika huku nje. The president's speech seems to have rubbed many. I told you yesterday that this is going to get hot, and it is already hot. As I told you yesterday, this was what we discussed, war on judges, and as I guaranteed you, this was something that was bound to raise eyebrows. Na sasa imeraise, and today ndo ingine kali, we are talking about Ruto above law. Is Ruto operating above the law? That's what we are discussing tonight. Is even above law to start with, but anyway, karibu sana, jiunge nami, nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Welcome to this awesome conversation we are about to have. Raila Odinga is firing, gun blazing. Miguna ametokeza tena. Justice Koome amejitokeza. Theory, the Law Society of Kenya chairperson amejitokeza. People have come out to fight the statements from one William Ruto. Yeah, yesterday he spoke, thought maybe he's just speaking freely, and he was asking the people to support, that the people should say things should move on. Kumbe, he was rubbing bad shoulders. He was rubbing bad people, and people today decided to respond. Ameambio, bro, manze, you are not above the law. William Ruto, you're not above the law. You are not above the courts. You must operate in the precincts of our justice system. You must operate according to our laws. He has been told, you know what, you are not above any law. You cannot say you will defy the laws of the land. You cannot defy the laws that govern our country. All right. Mother Koome has responded. Raila Odinga has responded. Miguna has responded. I'll be showing you all the responses that have come from all these leaders. It is getting hot. It is the 3rd day of the year, and I am telling you already, ni kugwang kumoto. Ni kumoto tu sana, and it's about to get even hotter. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Nijuze unatazama ukiwa wapi. Karibu sana. Let me know where this is finding you from. Watu wa USA, karibuni sana kwa hii show. Watu wa wapi? Watu wa United Kingdom, watu wa United Arabs, watu wa DRC Congo, watu wa Nairobi, watu wa Kisumu Pacho, watu wote ambao wananitazama, karibuni sana. Welcome to this show. We are about to have a very hot debate here at Africa 24. Raila Odinga has told William Ruto, you are a product of the courts. You cannot defy these courts. Wewe umetoka kwa hizi koti. The courts gave you the ability to rule. After jamaa aliitwa Chebukati gave him the victory, the courts upheld that victory. So he cannot come back again and defy the same court. So it's about to become interesting. And I'll be telling you of another interesting senator who yesterday told Ruto, you know what? We vunja sheria, hakuna mtu atakuuliza, hakuna mahali utapelekwa. I think I should begin with that one. Karongo Athangwa, this is what he said yesterday.
Kuwa nikizunguka hapa na pale, nimekutana na watu wa Nyandarua na wengi wamenituma Mheshimiwa Rais, wakaniambia ukirudi kule Kiambu, ambia rais mwenye alikuweko mulituletea hapa 2013 na 2017 na tukamchagua. Rudi kwako Kiambu, umwambie apatie Rais William Ruto nafasi na yeye atufanyie kazi. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, sababu nasikia hapa hata Nyoro amesema yule anasponsor makesi ni rais aliyekuwa hapo ambaye ni mpigaji kura katika kaunti yangu. Sasa ajue tuko na rais ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto, ambaye tuliamuka asubuhi na mapema tukamchagua aendeleshe Kenya yetu mbele, si ndio? Na sasa vile niliambiwa hivyo na watu wa Nyandarua, nikaketi chini, Mheshimiwa Rais, nikajiuliza, wakati koti ambaye anataka kutumia ilitoa sheria ati yeye aachishe ma-CAS kazi sababu hiyo kiti sio constitutional, yeye hakufuata sheria ya koti hiyo. Wale waliendelea kukaa kazini na yeye hakupelekwa mahali. Mheshimiwa Rais, hatukwambie uvuje sheria, lakini jua pia wewe hautapelekwa mahali. Ilifika watu wa Korogosho, Mheshimiwa Rais, koti ikaamua wasitolewe pale, lakini yeye akawatoa na hakupelekwa mahali. Mheshimiwa Rais, hatukuambie uvuje hiyo, lakini pia wewe hautapelekwa mahali. Mheshimiwa Rais, wanataka kutumia koti ndio usijenge manyumba. Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa, mimi nakuomba tafadhali, hawa mahasla wanangoja kazi. Wewe wacha tujenge kazi, amini manyumba, na sababu wewe hautapelekwa mahali. Ya mwisho kabisa, hii barabara ya Ihithe na Donyonjeru, tumekuja hapa na Senator Medhu sababu mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa barabara. Rais alinipatia hiyo kazi. Rais amesema atajenga. Waziri our deputy president amesema atajenga. Wabunge wa hapa wote wamekubaliana itajengwa. Mimi kama mwenyekiti nimekubalia. Mwenyekiti wa environment amekubalia. Alafu mtu mmoja ameenda kotini na anaenda kwa NEMA ati hiyo barabara isijengwe. Mheshimiwa, nakwambia sisemi uvunje sheria, lakini jenga na hutapelekwa mahali.
Now that was Karongo Wadhangwa who was saying, you know what, prezo we vunja sheria, hautapelekwa mahali. Haribu kila kitu, fanya vile unataka, jenga mabarabara, jenga manyumba, hautapelekwa mahali. Anasema that the people have instructed me to ask Uhuru Kenyatta to give Ruto time to lead this country. When Uhuru was the president, he defied different court orders and he was taken nowhere. I am not asking Ruto to defy the court orders, but he also will not be taken anywhere. Karongo Athangwa. And of course, William Ruto took cue from that. And this is what he had to say, that it's time we have a conversation. And the conversation we are about to have is what? Hizi koti zimekuwa zikikanyanga projects zangu.
Itabidi sasa tuwe na mjadala na watu ambao wanapeleka makesi kotini kuzuia maendeleo katika taifa letu la Kenya. Itabidi tuulizane maswali. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Yes, itabidi tuulizane maswali. Haiwezekani ya kwamba Kenya, maendeleo ambayo tumekuwa tukingojea miaka nyingi, mipango ambayo iko katika katiba ya Kenya, mipango imepitishwa katika bunge la Kenya, mipango ambayo wananchi wa Kenya wamepigia kura katika manifesto ya chama wamechagua, ati watu wachache, wawili watatu, wameenda kotini, wakahongana kotini, mpango hiyo ikasimamishwa. Barabara ikasimamishwa, universal health coverage inasimamishwa, mambo ya housing inasimamishwa. lazima tuulizane, lazima tuwe na mjadala. We must ask ourselves, ama namna gani? Yes, lazima tuulizane maswali. Na ndio mimi nataka niseme, we are a democracy. We respect, we will protect the independence of the judiciary. What we will not allow is judicial tyranny and judicial impunity. That we will not allow. That will not happen.
Allow judicial tyranny and judicial impunity. That will not be allowed. That will not happen. Karongwa Dhangwa, of course, alisaik prezo akamwambia, you know what? Wewe vunja sheria. No one will ask you. And today Raila Odinga came out and told him, you know, you are a product of this court. You cannot defile orders. You cannot live above the Constitution. You cannot live above the law. You must act within the precincts of our Constitution. You know, the Constitution has separated powers clearly. We have the executive, the judiciary, and of course the legislature. Some have said the legislature, which is parliament and senate, has been held captive by this regime. Now, others are even arguing that William Ruto is now reaching his hand to control the judges, to control the judiciary. You know, he's reaching far so that he becomes overall. And kusema, in all the three arms of government, he has found a way to control parliament and senate. Now he's trying so hard to find a way to control the judiciary. Of course, this is a country where the judiciary has sometimes have made Kenyans very proud. We have had some earth-shaking rulings. For example, you remember the BBI, it is the same courts that told it is null and void and constitutional. Yeah, you remember the 50 CSs that Ruto tried to appoint? It is the courts that told William Ruto the appointments were null and void and constitutional. You remember the housing levy? It is the courts that told, you know what, Mr. President, that law, that levy you're about to impose on Kenyans, it is null and void and constitutional because of failing to follow the due process. So Kenya is not just a state that lives in utopia, it's a state that operates and lives under the rule of law. We are governed by the laws that are enshrined in our constitution. And one of the laws is that we have clear separation of powers. We have the judiciary, we have the legislature, we have the executive, and the judiciary operates on its own independently without any undue influence from anyone. So William Ruto yesterday was telling the courts, you have stopped many projects, you have stopped many programs, and I think it's time I live and defy the law of the land. Yeah, he was saying yesterday, and of course, this is what appeared in the newspapers today, that I will defy the corrupt courts. I will defy, I will live above these courts. I will not operate in any way through these courts. So Ruto is seemingly appearing to say he will be above the law. He will rule above the law. He will rule above the constitution and above any judgment that will be sent his way. Ladies and gentlemen, Raila Odinga, of course, in a quick rejoinder, this is what he told him. You know what? You were elected, of course, and Chebukati told us that you had won, and he quality tells him that Ruto's career or political career has been saved by this judiciary. It is ridiculous to now hear the most prominent political beneficiary of judicial decisions in Kenya's history accuse the institution of sabotaging him. That is Raila Odinga in a quick rejoinder. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the conversation we are about to have. I'll be telling you what Miguna Miguna said. Actually, this is what Miguna Miguna told the president. You know what? Stop threatening the judiciary. Remember that without the judiciary, you wouldn't be president. You can't pretend to protect the independence of the judiciary through threats. That is Miguna Miguna and many. I'll be playing many clips, including what Chief Justice Mother Koome had to say in as far as judicial independence, the judiciary's independence is concerned. Of course, I'm joined, of course, with other able panelists to discuss this and many more. I'll be playing clips to explain all we are discussing, but it is becoming hot. If you wish to join us here on stage, I'll be sending you the link, or rather the link is there on the comment section. Let us discuss. What do you make of Ruto's threats to the to the judges, to the courts? What are you making out of it? Is it justified? Is it justified? We saw one Uhuru Kenyatta defying court orders. Is that what William Ruto is suggesting that he will be doing? We saw him saying, you have stopped so many things. You guys, you are rogue. Hmm? He called the judiciary rogue. He called it that some people are going to the courts just to stop everything. You remember people went to court to stop food program in Nairobi. People went to court to stop BBI. People have gone to court to stop the housing bill. The financial bill has been taken to court. Yeah. And the courts have worked, or rather have dealt with issues independently without any undue biasness, rather. And at times it has supported, at times it has rebuked, at times it has opposed, at times it has sent the government back to the drawing board. But Ruto seems to be saying, I might rule above the law. I might operate above the law, because this court seems to be rejecting my decision, seems to be opposing my pet projects. so as to disrespect the courts. This is what he's saying, that I will defy corrupt courts. Are our courts corrupt? Are our judges corrupt? Of course, just the other day we saw Justice Shitembwe dethroned from being a judge. From where I sit, what do you think? What do you think? Others are saying William Ruto never supported this constitution. In any case, he led the no team. He is a man who never supported this constitution. So how can he even believe in it? How can he even operate in manner suggestive that he supports it? All right. Interesting conversation we are about to have. But before even I bring all the panelists that I have with me today, allow me to play you some few clips, even as we put this show running. Asante sana. This is Africa 24. Consider subscribing, and thank you very much for the humongous support we are receiving from you wonderful people. And this is how we kickstart our show. Welcome to this conversation.
President William Ruto has come under heavy attack over yesterday's threat to deal with what he called rogue judicial officers. Chief Justice Martha Koome, as well as Azimio leader Raila Odinga, blasted Ruto over his remarks, terming the sustained assault on the courts as a path to anarchy. The CJ, in a hard-hitting statement, defended the judiciary, calling on the president to respect the rule of law and constitutionality. Raila, on the other hand, castigated the president for overstepping his mandate and told Kenyans to remain vigilant against sliding into the dark days. KTN's Imanuto opens our bulletin with that story.
We will protect the independence of the judiciary. What we will not allow is judicial tyranny and judicial impunity.
Just a day after launching a scathing attack on judiciary, calling some judges corrupt, Chief Justice Martha Koome has come out guns blazing, firing salvos at the head of state for what she called setting the stage for anarchy in the country. In a statement sent to newsrooms Wednesday evening, Koome said, and I quote, "Declarations of corruption in public events and activities without corresponding procedural reporting mechanisms exposes an institution such as the judiciary to public suspicion and distrust." She adds that, quote, This trend, if let to continue, will break down the governance structures set up by the Constitution, exposing Kenya to anarchism as opposed to democratic reverence and the rule of law. Koome adds that attacking judges and judicial officers who made a decision in the public undermine all the values of our constitutional order. Koome then directed President Ruto to seek redress at the appellate court if he is dissatisfied by the decision of the lower courts. The CJ adds, and I quote, "When state or public officers threaten to defy court orders, the rule of law is imperiled." And on corruption allegations, Koome advised that any concerns regarding misconduct or corrupt acts should be channeled to the Judicial Service Commission. The statement by the Chief Justice was also echoed by the Law Society of Kenya, which has organized peaceful protests against the attacks on the judiciary.
We call upon all our members of the Law Society of Kenya, starting next week, to don purple ribbons throughout the week and join in peaceful protest countrywide.
It is imperative that as the head of state, he must comply with the Constitution where he has evidence of corruption within the judiciary. We are reminded of a saying in the African setup that before a hyena eats its children, it always accuses them of smelling like goats.
The condemnation from the bench and the bar was also supported by the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, which called on Kenyans to stand up for the Constitution and the independence of the judiciary. The outrage from the judiciary also received the support of the opposition, as the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga also joined in the fray.
Having captured Parliament, Ruto now wants to intimidate, subdue, and capture the judiciary. We want the judges not to hear cases against his policies, dismiss such cases, or always rule in his favor.
Odinga cautioned the head of state against taking the country back to the dark days when judges were persecuted for handing the executive unsavory orders.
Kenyans know we have seen days when judges got transferred, sacked, or even got poisoned for delivering rulings that did not favor the state. Ruto wants to return us to that era of terror.
Others who have blasted President Ruto over his remarks are senior counsels Bar, who said the statement must be condemned by all law-abiding citizens. Emmanuel Toh, KTN News, Nairobi.
And President William Ruto's had his...
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the president has been told, you cannot operate above the law. This is a man who has come out to say, I respect the courts. But where? Justice said he has the sword. He was given the sword. He was given the mantle to lead the country. He said the sword was not to slash skuma wiki. Haikuwa ya kukatakata skuma and all. Ilikuwa ya kufieka watu. Now, amekuja akisema, I will not listen to you judges anymore. Nimewasikiza for quite some time, and the best you're doing ni kusimamisha tu miradi yangu, right? And of course, Raila Odinga had issued a report, or rather a statement. I'll be playing it just now. Equally, I'll be playing a I'll be showing you what on Twitter, or former Twitter, now X, Miguna Miguna has been saying. Of course, kuna watu wamesupport, others like Ahmed Nasir, what he's saying. Anamwambia, Ruto, as much as I would support you defying these rogue judges, the best way to do it is to buy your way to justice. I'll be showing you that and more. But zaidi yote jiunge nami kwa this conversation we are about to have. Allow me to still make you understand what we are discussing by bringing you to board on this clip I'm about to play.
Now, President William Ruto's declaration of defiance of court's decisions unmasks a history of a checkered relations between the president and the principle of the rule of law. Well, the president's political career is dotted with instances of blowing hot and cold on the rule of law and authority of law courts, with Ruto either praising or condemning the judiciary, depending entirely on how favorable or unfavorable the court decisions appear to him. Well, Brenda Wanga walks down Ruto's history of a love and hate relationship with the judiciary and the principles of the rule of law.
When President William Ruto was sworn into power, two instruments were handed to him, the Constitution and the ceremonial sword. Critics are making hay of the fact that the new president did not lift the Constitution as symbolism require and instead held aloft what critics now call his tool of preference, the sword.
Kwa sababu si mnajua nilipatiwa panga pale, nilipatiwa sword kubwa hivi. Kwani mnafikiri hiyo sword ni ya kukata mboga? Si ya kufyeka wakora hawa? Ndawafyeka kabisa.
From public threats to use authority of the sword, President Ruto's impatience with court decisions and due process has been escalating in the past few days, and the president is now seemingly pointing his sword in the direction of the judiciary.
What we will not allow is judicial tyranny and judicial impunity. That we will not allow. That will not happen.
Ruto's latest attack on the judiciary on the basis of corruption allegations going against the tone assumed when he took over power in 2022. During his inauguration, the president was all about advancing the judiciary's independence.
My administration will respect judicial decisions while we cement the place of Kenya as a country anchored on democracy and the rule of law.
And even before that, when the Supreme Court determined him the winner of the contested presidential poll, President Ruto was singing the judiciary's praises.
And I thank the judiciary in general and the Supreme Court in particular for staying strong as the shining beacon of constitutionalism and the rule of law, even in the most daunting of circumstances. And you know what I mean.
Indeed, to show his commitment to the judiciary, the president's earliest duties when he assumed office was to swear in judges whose appointment had been pending for months and increasing funding to the judiciary. The relationship between the two arms of government then appeared rosy.
That we intend to empower the judiciary and the criminal justice system as required by the Constitution, as well as respect the decisions and orders of the courts as they relate to the executive. Expect no more or no less.
But that relationship has since soured with each court's decision that goes against the president's wishes and desires, right from the challenge to the Finance Act 2023 that led to its temporary suspensions, to the suspensions of his key projects, the housing and healthcare programs. The president has become increasingly impatient with the judiciary. However, it isn't the first time that the president has blown hot and cold with the judiciary. Even before his election, the president's thoughts on the judiciary have swayed depending on whether decisions go his way or against him. He praised the judiciary when the Building Bridges initiative was thrown out by the courts, but was highly critical then with the former president Uhuru Kenyatta when their election was nullified in 2017.
Na tunataka Maraga atusikie vizuri. Kwa sababu he has had his day. Ours is coming. And by the way, that is not a threat. He has had his day. He has done his game. Our day is coming.
That disdain for the courts, when they don't favor him, extended even outside the boundaries of the country. Ruto was equally critical of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, when he and former President Uhuru Kenyatta were charged there. Now, with him at the helm of the country's leadership, critics argue that the trend of attacking the judiciary and defying court orders amounts to the sharpest decline on official accountability and regard to the rule of law since the advent of democratic rule in 1992. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
A president who once said, you know what, Maraga, after the nullification, you have had your way. Now we'll have our say. He came out guns blazing then, right? When BBI ilianguka, he was the first one to give a presser. celebrating the judges, celebrating the courts for upholding the destruction of BBI. Now he knows that the housing bill is a matter in court. Actually, tomorrow, I think the courts will decide if the 10 days that are on 10th, if that stay order will continue. And then before the end of this month, it will give a final ruling on the same. That is the Court of Appeal. So as to know kama hii housing bill itaendelea ama haitaendelea. So the president seriously is under threat by the courts, and he feels that, I cannot really take this one. I cannot really take this one lying low, and I must use the sword. I must fieka the mikoras in courts. Now listen to what Raila Odinga had to say in response to all this.
Raila Odinga has told off President William Ruto over his tirade against the judiciary, saying the head of state is trying to return the country to the dark days of dictatorship. Raila says the judiciary must stand firm and refuse to be intimidated by the president. The opposition leader accused the president of trying to compromise the judiciary after having compromised parliament. Francis Mtalaki has more from Mombasa.
Day after President William Ruto took on the judiciary, saying beneficiaries of graft had teamed up with corrupt judicial officers to deny Kenyans development in the affordable housing project and implementation of the universal health coverage project, opposition leader Raila Odinga told of President William Ruto, saying he has crossed the line and his remarks against the judiciary were meant to intimidate judicial officers and show disregard for the rule of law.
Ruto's threats against the judiciary pass as those of a leader who is ever getting frustrated with the reality of imminent abject failure. Certainly, the threats that Kenya Kwanza regime continues to huff and puff about must be seen in their correct context as a scapegoating and diversionary tactic from the pressing social and economic pressures that the regime has subjected the people to.
Raila saying the attack by the president was an attempt to compromise another arm of government and a path to returning the country to autocratic rule.
Mr. Ruto has captured parliament and bills now come straight from State House and get ratified by the lawmakers.
Speaking in Mombasa, the opposition leader reminded President Ruto that the Azimio coalition did not agree with the Supreme Court's ruling that upheld his presidential win, but respected the decision, adding that President Ruto's political journey has benefited from various interventions by the judiciary.
Ruto's entire political career has been saved by the judiciary. When he was charged with the fraud and stealing of Kenya pipeline land, it is the judiciary that saved him. When he was sued to stop his presidential bid with President Uhuru Kenyatta on account of commission of crimes against humanity, it is the judiciary that saved him.
While admitting that there are corrupt elements in the judiciary, Raila differed with President Ruto's attempt to paint the judiciary as the most corrupt arm of government. The opposition leader saying the collapse of high-profile cases and scandals in government was an indicator of corruption within the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Our judiciary is imperfect. It has corrupt elements. But Ruto cannot convince us that the judiciary is more corrupt than the executive branch of the government, which he leads. Corruption resides in the executive.
Odinga wants judicial officers and judges to stand firm, saying they are the only hope left to save the country from sliding back to the dark days. Francis Mtalaki, Citizen TV, Mombasa.
Oh, sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to get hot in here. Lakini kujiunga nasi kwa studio si ngumu. Kupitia link ambayo nimekutumia hapo kwa Mtembei TV, Africa 24, Jex Digital, Leo TV, Leo Nyabaya, True TV, and many channels ambazo unaona hiyo message. Hiyo ndio link unatumia, unajikuta umeingia kwa studio. Unafanya vipi? Unaguza tu hiyo link, inakupeleka direct kwa StreamYard. Hapo StreamYard unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, unaandika jina, alafu unajikuta umekuwa kwa hii show. Karibuni sana wadau wa ndugu watazamaji. Welcome to this conversation we are about to have just about now. What do you make of William Ruto's sentiments yesterday? He is ready to defy the courts. He is ready to operate above the courts. What do you make of it? Imezidi kuwa moto na kunakaa kuwaka. It's not easy. It is not about to be easy. 2024, as I promised you, itakuwa moto hata zaidi. Welcome sana Bwana Alex. Welcome sana Mr. G. Welcome Mr. Captain. Na wewe ambaye unajiunga na sisi, karibu sana to this great conversation we are about to have. I want to begin with Mr. Alex. What do you make of the president saying, mimi nitaoperate above our majaji? Wamekuwa wakinisimamishia miradi, lakini sasa this miradi must happen. It must go on. I cannot be stopped any further. What do you make of this, Alex? But zaidi ya yote, Happy New Year to you, my brother.
You know, for the first time, I agree with William Samoei Ruto. These issues of the courts stopping things like feeding children, like everything BBI, it's beyond. I cannot tell you that I'm so pissed off with the courts. Why did we even stop the BBI? Why are we stopping the children feeding program? Why are we stopping so many other things that the manifesto of the president is supposed to work? For the first time, I agree with William Samoei Ruto. Because, look, the courts cannot keep on denying the president to do his manifesto. That was his manifesto. He campaigned for it. Those who vote for it, bought it. And we cannot allow the courts all the time to keep on just kila kitu wanakataa. So when William Samoei Ruto says that, I agree with him. We are not going to allow the courts all the time to stop things that are supposed to help common mwananchi. But the courts also, I agree with the courts when it refused the housing levy. That one was okay. But when the courts keep on kila kitu, wanaanza kusumbua watu. You see, during Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta time, walisumbua huyo jamaa bwana, mpaka hakuna manifesto yake hata moja ilifanya kazi. What I'm saying is this: the courts have become rogue. Let them go to the nearest cell and jump.
Okay.
We are not going to allow the courts to be sasa hao ndio wana stop kila kitu. Kila kitu. Ukiangalia school feeding program ya watoto wachanga wana stop. Ukiangalia tena program zingine za president anataka kufanya
I can hear you. Anaitwa bwana Alex. Alex seems to be agreeing with the president. What is your take? Do you agree with the president that easy courts zimekuwa too much? They are stopping everything. So how will he even operate? Atafanya aje kazi? Kama miradi yoyote ambayo anataka kufanya, kama kazi yoyote ambayo anataka kufanya, watu wanakimbia kotini. I'll be playing what Jeremiah Kioni said. I'll be playing what Wamoshomba said. I'm telling you, this has raised a conversation. And actually, William Ruto said, it's time we have this conversation. So it is already playing according to what he wanted. Well, it's interesting. Karibu sana wewe ambao unatazama. I see Cornelo Chuka Kondani, Mr. G, Mr. Captain, and of course Alex. Now, Mr. Captain, what is it?
Thank you, Jex. And I see Alex, maybe this 2024 is not going well with him, because I'm seeing he is having some dents on some of the parts of the body. Okay, anyway, Alex is saying that he's agreeing with the president. So the other day we were complaining about the courts. In fact, they were the ones complaining about the courts that the ruling that was made that William Ruto won the elections. We were here discussing and they were denying that William Ruto won. They were saying that he did not win. So is it that another chance now? Alex is telling us that even when they declared Ruto to have won, shows that the courts are doing correct thing. I don't know where he has gone. Maybe we'll answer some other time later. But it is not. Nobody is above the law. We cannot allow that. I always give an example of Henry Rotich, who was clear the other day about Kimorer. And we didn't hear the president complaining that Henry Rotich was not supposed to be cleared. Why is it that when other things like health, universal health and housing levy being stopped, and it will be hard next week anyway, the president complains? Why is it so? That is my question to Alex.
Okay. Mr. G, what do you make of the president complaining that the courts have turned out long? Of course, this is a discussion we had yesterday, and as I promised, and ladies and gentlemen, kindly mwashe sasa leo camera, because I don't want to really project many photos. If you can have your cameras on, it will be very good. I see my sister Angela today is in the house, and many of you joining us. Karibuni sana. Leo ni ile siku nakwambia ni kumoto tu sana. Ni kumoto sana. Okay? Mr. G, okay. What do you make of the president saying, I'll defy the court?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jex. First of all, I greet you guys. Jex, I see Mr. Leo is around, Mr. Captain, Honorable Alex is around. Allah, the name Allah. The other guy umefunika sijamuona, but I greet you guys. And, our guy, this is Coronel. This is Coronel and our guys on the comment section. On my side, yeah, thank you. Okay, on my side, I don't agree with Ruto. In what he's talking about. In fact, okay, to me, on my side, see tunapenda Supreme Court, those judges. I don't like those judges because walikuwa bias from our case. Walikuwa bias. Na wakutaka kusikiza hata kesi yetu. In fact, walituita hot air, siji wide goons, siji what. They never even listen to what you are trying to explain. So those guys, mimi hata I cannot defend them. But on the issue ambao Alex ameongelea, this issue of children, feeding children. Okay, sijaisikia vizuri. I think maybe kama unaweza kuwa na hiyo clip play so that I can see and I can able to understand what really happened. Because of me, I believe that no one can go to court without any reason. Mtu anaenda kotini ikiwa kuna reason. Kama sisi tunaenda kotini. Sisi tunaenda kotini tukijua.
Someone went to the courts, kukataa hiyo story ya feeding program. But go ahead, I'll get to the clip, but go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to understand really what happened kwa sababu sijaiona hiyo clip na sijajua what really happened. But on the issue of court, nilikuwa nasema no one just goes to court kama hakuna anything behind it. Always kwa anaenda kwa court, kwa anaenda ku defend something ama kuna kitu ambayo imemkasirisha, that's why he's going to court to stop. But our courts are so corrupt. That is the problem. Our courts are also so corrupt. Sometimes wanapeana judgment ambayo si ya ukweli. Maybe wacha nistopia hapo kwanza nisikie that clip. Ndio nitaweza kuendelea.
All right. Angela, vipi habari ya leo?
Poa sana Jax, unanisikia?
Kabisa. Habari ya masiku, mwaka mpya wako uko vipi?
Mwaka mpya tuko poa.
Endelea.
Mi nashukuru Mungu niko mzima, Mungu amenifukisha nikiwaona nafurahia, isipokuwa ni Sakayo wetu tu yamekuwa kichwa ngumu zaidi ya kila kitu.
Okay. So wewe unakubaliana na venye anasema I think yeye hataki sasa kufuata sheria, hataki kufuata uamuzi wa mahakama. Unakubaliana na yeye?
Mimi sikubaliani na yeye. Anakosa mwelekeo. Amekosa hekima, amekosa maarifa ndani mwake. Anatumia kifua. Na unajua hata inafaa like wananchi wakilia, anafaa kuwasikiza na akumbuke ya kwamba hao ndio walifanya akawa jinsi alivyo. So, iwapo atatumia kifua pia na sisi tunalia, Mungu atatumia tu njia yote ile kumshusha yale madaraka yake. 2027 si mbali. Yeye wacha amee pembe, amee kifua, amekosa mwelekeo. So sometimes nakaa chini najiuliza, who normally advises Ruto? Nakaa chini najiuliza nikiona akona kina Musalia na kina Wetangula, kina Nahumicha, and so on, nakaa najiuliza, are they reasoning or they just wake up and say something yenye wametaka kusema? Hadi nashindwa, hadi kuna mtu alisema ati we are back in Moi eras. Moi eras was somehow good. Wakati wa Moi ungesikia mafuta ilipanda lakini ilishukishwa saa 7 ya mchana, kila mtu ameshukisha mafuta. Kama wananchi wangejua sana, lakini yake imesidi. If anafika to a next and anasema koti iko chini yake, yeye ako juu, then what do you expect next in this Kenya of ours? That's why the other day I told you that tutaamka tu kesho unasikia wa China wamenunua Kenya mzima, mnafaa kuhama and you have nowhere to go. Jo anatumia kifua. Haongozi. So hata nimesikia the other day nilikuwa naona kuna mashirika fulani tu zilikuwa zimepatana. I think wakawa wanaongea kuhusu uongozi wake, but as much as atatumia kifua, but watamulalia tu kabisa one on one, hata faulu na kifua yake.
Okay. So wewe unakubaliana na koti iendelee kusimamisha miradi?
Iendelee kusimamisha miradi kabisa. In fact the other day kuna ule jamaa alikuwa ameongoza hiyo maandamano, ni mtu najua tu kabisa. Huyo mtu nikawa namwambia, unakumbuka uliandika jina langu na kitambulisho yangu, pesa zikakuja za kujenga vibanda za wafanyabiashara wadogo wadogo, ukakulia jina langu, pesa zikaletwa mkagawana. Tena bado umechukua vijana umewapeleka kujenga nyumba, tena ukulie kwa hao majina yao, ndio maana unaongoza maandamano. Akanyamaza, hata hakunijibu. Akaniambia wewe naye umetokea wapi? Nikamwambia mimi nimekuona kwa TV ukisema ati hao vijana utapeleka wapi? Wakati mwingine, wakati wa uhuru wakaleta pesa za wafanyabiashara, mkatugonga, mkatuandika majina zaidi ya 200 people wafanyabiashara wadogo wadogo, pesa zikakuja mkameza. Tena sasa nikamwambia wewe umebahatika sana.
Okay. Shikilia tu hapo Anji, leo tuko wengi, wacha nipe watu dakika kidogo. Nije kwako bwana Konelo Chuka. Matamshi ya rais yanakaa yamekera kila mtu, hadi Miguna hadi wa Mushomba. I'll be playing all those clips just now and equally reflecting the statements. Una make what kulingana na vile rais anashambuliwa left, right and center, na alisema tu mimi sitakubali tena kukaziwa kufanya kazi na courts. What do you make of that?
Sasa habari zenyu, nimefurahi sana kuona kila mtu. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you sir.
Mimi nimefurahia na matamshi ya rais sana, yananipendeza kwa sababu court yetu ya Kenya ni bure, parliament ni bure, government ni bure, wananchi, mama mboga, sijui bodaboda nini, bure. Kila mtu ni bure hapa Kenya. So hii ni njia ya kutuonyesha nchi inaenda kwa mtaro. Tuiokote kwa mtaro, because kama government yenyewe, rais mwenyewe anaweza tamka kitu kama hiyo, kitu ambaye mtu hafai kutamka, rais mwenyewe wa nchi. aliwekwa hapo na kotini, sisi wananchi, koti ndiyo ilimweka hapo, asisahau hiyo. Leo anakuja anasema the same court iko corrupt, hata sikia maneno ya court atafanya. Inamaanisha pia sisi turudi wenye tulikuwa kitambo, tuseme kama court ilikuweka hapo na uheshimu court, hata sisi pia ni mtaro kama wewe, you know. So Kenya inanifurahisha sana, parliament imekuwa bogus, government bogus. Mimi sijawahi support judiciary hata kidogo. Hata right now we have issues with land, we have issues with wizi, we have issues with property. Court inafanyaga tu vitu zake. Magistrates wanaiba venye wanataka, lawyers wana corrupt, wanakunyang'anya venye wanataka, usipoclaim your own properties wanachukua. So nchi iko sawa, rais ako sawa, kila kitu iko sawa. Ile matamshi ambaye rais mwenye amekalia kiti ya uongozi anazungumza, inakuonyesha nchi iko kwa mashakani. Aliojiwa akasema Uganda, relationship yetu na Uganda iko sawa, iko intact. Right now tumeona Uganda wamekimbia watu wa kwanza kwenda kotini kuripoti mambo na oil. Inakuonyesha yenye rais anakuambia usiamini, ni midomo tu. So mwenye anafuata mambo ya rais I think ajui. Judiciary Koome, saizi ndio Koome anajua ile sura ambaye hajaiona, na bado watatuangwa zile pesa za kuunda kotini, mshahara zao, wale majaji zote ziwekwa chini ya carpet. But as per now iko sawa.
All right. Okay, Geoffrey Omariba, vipi kaka? Karibu sana kwa show, natumai mzima. Maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe unakubaliana na majaji ama unakubaliana na rais? Geoffrey,
majaji wako sawa kabisa. Habari yenu?
Salama sana. Sijui kwa nini hujawasha kamera, lakini endelea.
Nasema majaji wako sawa. Sana sana hii kitu ya au si tunataka kitu kabisa. Na pia lazima heshimu sheria.
But bwana Geoffrey, kila mtu anakimbia kotini, anasimamisha mipango yote, atafanya kazi aje bana we? Geoffrey,
hata pia wewe sana tunaumia. Yes.
Huyu jamaa ongea na nguvu bana. Kwani atakula?
Geoffrey, ongeza ka sauti kidogo, mimi nakusikia lakini kwa umbali. Ongeza sauti kidogo. Watu wakikimbia kotini na kila kitu, rais atafanya aje kazi?
Amekunywa dawa ni
sauti nini? Geoffrey, sauti vipi kaka? Geoffrey? All right, as I'm working on Geoffrey's end. Yes?
Hello?
Yes, nakusikia. All right. Bwana leo
kitu anaongea.
Najaribu kuona vile nitamsaidia pande hii ya studio. Bwana leo
Alex, leo uko na ukali, kwani uko na kesi kotini na bado majaji wanakupatia mention na hawajakupatia hearing?
Wamelipea zote.
Wewe ni kama uko na kesi, umepewa mention, sasa unatafuta hearing. Anyway, happy new year. I can see
jamaa anaongea point nzuri, lakini
anatulimit.
Lakini nitajaribu kusema vile amesema.
Nguvu tumsikize kwa sababu tuko kwa debate.
Haya, bwana leo maoni yako ni yapi?
Allow me wish you happy new year na ni wasalimie hapo Jex, namuona Mr. G, captain mwenyewe, ala huyu najua ni Angela, namuona dada Stella pale, Ashley pia leo amepatikana, na Geoffrey Omariba, Cornelo Chuka, long time hii mwaka.
Happy new year.
Happy new year, hii mwaka inaonekana ni mzuri. Ingawaje watu
Na watu
wametuwekea
wawashe kamera ni
watu
waone
wameweka
wadau.
kamera inakaa ni kama ni audio bwana. Hizi sura zenu inafaa tuzione. Ni mwaka mpya.
Wacha tuone sura wadau.
Good.
Okay.
I like it.
Very good.
Anyway,
Sasa mnatuonanga kila siku hapa Nyabaya na hata Mungu tupea sikukuu.
sikukuu ndio kusema nini?
Wacha tuendelee na show. Let's because most of us are seriously waiting to hear what you have to say. Let's continue with the debate.
This is what I have to say.
What's happening on leo?
This is what I have to say, Mr. Jex. I have to say that for the sake and for the record and for people to learn some lessons, President William Ruto is a product of judiciary. And number two, it's time for judiciary to learn. They are the ones who made William Ruto the president. Now it is their turn to realize that Kenyans were right.
Sorry.
Kenyan,
I was muting Captain Kakumute Pole.
Okay, Kenyans were right when they were trying to convince the Supreme Court that William Ruto is not the right person in that office. But they defied that and they made him president. And now it is their time to experience. It is called choices have consequences. So it is their time now to feel. And it is good they are being served right. They're the ones who made him president. Now he's now dealing with them. And if it were my wish, I would tell William Ruto, don't stop there. There's a lot of corruption. Can you clear all these magistrates, send the DCI, send the SST and all these agencies until they toe your line? They have to learn and they need to know people. Then number two, I also want to say that one is because of judiciary. But in reality, when we were told that, I liked this man called Wajakoya because he really told us that when he is made president, he will first of all suspend the constitution. That is what is needed in this country. But William Ruto did not say so. But right now he's suspending the constitution. What he did yesterday is driving this country into anarchy, and he really discredited the judiciary. So we, the common mwananchi, I don't think we'll find it. That one I know is Stella. I don't think we'll find it easy to go to these courts. If the head of state have told you is a court in the Bandia, and it is not the first time. In the BBI report, if you remember, the BBI proposed something called ombudsman, and William Ruto challenged it and said that why would we have ombudsman to check on the judiciary, which is independent? But he confirmed to us that really we needed this ombudsman because however much we say judiciary is independent, it is not independent. So we have a long way to go as a country. And what we just need to tell Kenyans is that they lower the expectations. The judiciary has been confirmed ineffective. So I'll wait to hear from Stella. They are the ones who work, that is their office. So I want to see what happens. So allow me, maybe I can see Alexa is raising the hand as I leave. Just allow me to give you this voice note of William Ruto, and it will tell you that these things are bound to happen, and it will also tell you that he speaks from both mouths. So just allow me give you that.
The recommendation that has been made to have an ombudsman appointed by the executive into the judiciary, in my respectful submission, is a derogation from the independence of the judiciary. And we must be careful. We must be careful about the independence of institutions. We are coming from a history where judges received telephone calls, where courts were held at night. We do not want to go there.
All right.
So we don't want to go there, but now he's driving us there. Thank you.
Mr. Alex, you're raising your hand before I come to Ashley.
I agree with the president because the courts have become rogue. If you look at what they are doing right now, everything they are disagreeing. If Kenya, everything we disagree, Mr. Jakes, where are we going to go? I'm saying I'm agreeing with the president. I have never agreed with William Samoei Ruto. But for this time, I'm agreeing with him. The way the courts are working, everything they disagree. Unapata kuwa katika katiba Kenya hawa watu wanafanya nini? Kila kitu wanakataa. Kila kitu wanakataa. Ukiangalia katiba BBI wanakataa. Ukiangalia katika vitu zingine wanakataa. Sasa hawa watu wanatusaidia nini? No, I don't agree with the judiciary. The judiciary.
Stella, unmute.
The judiciary.
Stella, mute. Stella, mute.
Not me.
Actually, what do you make of what the president was saying? Stella, I'm trying to mute you because your end has serious echo. Ashley?
Naona captain anaweka mkono juu. Lakini yeye ni
nitakuja kwake tu saa hizi, na kwanza kila mtu apate fursa ya kuongea. Ashley, what do you mean? Captain, ngoja tu kidogo.
Nani anakuita anaitwa nani?
Mzalendo.
Anakuita captain.
Ashley, what do you make of what William Ruto seems to say? I'll defy the court orders. I will do now what I want to do because these courts are stopping everything I want or I intend to do.
I'll start by saying Happy New Year, everybody. And then
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Thank you. In our courts, there is no special preference given to anyone. Under our law, we are all equal.
Huyo ni nani anaongea kwanza?
Ni Ashley. Ni Ashley.
Ashley, okay. Ashley, thank you.
Under our law, we are all equal. So when he says they are stopping everything I want, then he wants to be treated special. Because when he goes to court, he's just like every other Kenyan that goes to court. And the thing is that he has a special, you know, like there are people who are given, like teachers are expected to be morally upright. You know, there are people in society that pastors are expected to live to a certain standard more than other people. The president is supposed to give us confidence in the institutions that we have. When it is the president that is making us not confident in the institutions that we have a real problem. And I think he should be impeached. Because if they've gone to court, if he wants to disobey
you say the president should be impeached?
Okay, write your notes. Let me finish, please. So if he wants to disobey as a Kenyan, then what he's telling Raila too, he can disobey that they passed that Ruto was elected president. Now, if tomorrow we come and do a coup and he's removed, he cannot go and say it was the people's mandate. Because under the law that he's supposed to be you can't have it both ways. You either respect the law, whether it is wrong or right, and wait at that such a time when what you want can go through, or go back and look at what you want. Is it just? Is it legal? Because most of the things someone is talking about BBI, it was unconstitutional on so many grounds. Alex knows better. even when you go to do a referendum, you have to bring each bill separate. You can't couple them. You can't put them all in one basket. He knows better than that. He knows. So when it was unconstitutional. If they went and they want all those things that they wanted in the BBI.
Ashley, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you dropped and came back, but anyway, go ahead.
If Ruto wants to disobey the court, then even if someone wants to go and remove him, he cannot claim that he was constitutionally elected. So he has to decide if Kenya will live by the rule of law, including himself, or we will live outside the law where we do what we want, what we feel is right, and what we feel is just. Because how many cases has the DPP dropped? Why hasn't he complained about all this money that has disappeared from the government? Jakes, you have asked if they are stopping everything he wants to do. Those are not basics. People have said they are hungry. Money has been stolen. Nobody has prosecuted people from COVID millionaires. If those are the cases that were being dropped and he was mad, everybody would support him. His policies, the things that he wants, are not what the majority wants. And if we would call someone like Okiya Omtata here, he would explain to us how they are not constitutional. All he needs to do, work within the confines of the law and the Constitution, and I don't think the courts would have any ground to stop him. But he wants to operate outside of the Constitution that he was elected within. He says he wants, and he's legally mandated by the Constitution to be the president because, according to him, he had the majority. So if he wants to quote the Constitution, it's just like he's doing the Bible. He wants to quote the Bible, but he doesn't live by the law and the word of the Bible. So he can't be half-half. He can't be lukewarm. If he goes against the law, then we can also go and remove him against the law, and he cannot come and claim that he was constitutionally elected, because once he throws it out, we are going to do the same too. Yeah.
Alex, what is it?
So before Alex, maybe I just want to add on what Ashley is saying. Ruto thinks that the Kenyan Constitution is a Bible where you can just choose it. You know, the Bible, God gives you a will to choose to obey or not to obey, with the promise that if you don't obey, there is a punishment in life after death. But the Constitution is not a Bible whereby you are allowed to choose whether you want to obey or not to obey. It is obvious, and it is in black and white. You have to obey. Talking of that the projects are being stopped, no project is being stopped unless it is illegal. You cannot steal people's money. This is an example. I'm not saying you've stolen people's money. You cannot steal people's money to build a school. That is illegal. Whether that school is important or not important, as long as you've not followed the right procedure, it has to be stopped. There's this issue of the school feeding. I think we'll get an opportunity to talk about it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Alex, what were you saying?
I had a question to Alex.
Just one moment, Captain. Alex.
Oh, now.
Yes, I can hand out the question.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Captain, your question.
Alex is agreeing with the president, and my question to Alex was that, Alex, are you okay with housing levy and universal health care? Because you are agreeing with Ruto.
Keep the universal healthcare. The problem is this thing that has been devolved.
Leo, allow them to respond. I'll give you some time, Bona Leo. Yes, Alex.
Okay. Let me nimelewa kidogo.
And I can see that, and I'm actually worried about that. But anyway, yeah.
Dex.
Now I'll give you some time kidogo kunywe kahawa na ulambe asali. then I'll have
Hapana,
you.
sikunywi kahawa. Nataka niwaambie
Because
leo ukweli. Hapana,
mm-hmm.
sikunywi
But I
kahawa.
wish you was really sober to do that. Mm-hmm.
No, sikunywi kahawa.
Okay, so what were you saying?
So kitu nilikuwa nasema ni hii. Unajua huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto anasema ukweli saa hii na ukweli wake.
Wow. Now, guys, allow me. I know you know Alex to be very sober and to be very
Ukweli wake
positive in debate.
anasema kuwa Wakenya sisi hatusemi ukweli. Koti zimeharibu vitu zetu. Unaangalia koti kila kitu wanaharibu kila kitu.
Alex is not sober bwana.
Nimeridhika na hiyo jibu. Nimeridhika.
They normally say that just one moment, guys. You should understand. They normally say that at times a man who is tipsy kidogo can say ukweli kiasi, but I'll be coming to him in a while. So allow us to flow. So don't mind him. We know him to be a sound debater. So akukosangi those moments. All right. Okay. So let's go on. I want to bring in an advocate of the courts and Bwana Stella, Madam Stella Soli. What do you make of what President Ruto is saying? Of course, he took a cue from what Gatangwa advised him yesterday. Gatangwa, the senator of Kiambu, told him Uhuru defied court orders na hakuna mahali alipelekwa. Pia wewe ukidefy court orders hakuna pahali utapelekwa. And everyone now seems to be fighting William Ruto. But what is the truth that happens in the court? Do we have a fair justice system? Stella? Stella, are you there?
To me, I can't hear.
We can hear you now. If you wash your mic.
Unanisikia?
Go ahead.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New
Yes.
Okay.
When Stella is speaking, all of us should mute. She normally has a problem. Only her should be.
I'm on the road. Let me. Hello.
Stella, you are okay. When you are speaking, we should all mute because when we mute, we'll hear you. Just proceed.
Yeah. Happy New Year, everyone. So I know it's kind of disappointing 2024 with the opening remarks of our president. I think it's very exhausting, especially for us in the judiciary, because you see, when we are compromised, we are unable to perform our duties. But we have gallant soldiers in our court, in our judicial system, who are bold enough to tell the president you're doing wrong. And he has to accept. So I heard someone saying that the court is trying to sabotage of what the president is implementing. Do know that the court and also the people who are filing those matters, they've gone through the due diligence, but the government itself and also the advisors of the president did not go in a proper legal structure. In quotes, we say it as a legal framework. The things for the housing fund and the NHIF, everybody knows, yes, this thing was touched through our throat. It never went to a legal process. It doesn't have a legal framework. And also, even you saw the orders that the public participation never was not conducted on doing such things. It is saddening to see even today that there was a clip which was shown at Mtembei TV where there was a woman who was fighting in the hospital because of a kin who has been paying his NHIF dues but cannot access health, what do you call health, whatever. Now, if Ruto is saying that he's trying to stop NHIF, the thing is, this SHIF which he brought, or SHA, this thing is not even, it has not even transitioned. If you see, even people are complaining to date, they cannot even access hospitals because NHIF has been made to be appealed. So we don't know where this money has gone to. So things like health services, it's more important than this housing fund. These people are fighting in and out. So when he's saying that the court is trying to interfere for him not to, to transition NHIF to SHIF, no one, none of the Kenyans were ready for this. It is something which he woke up in the morning and dashed it to our throat. There was no legal framework. Yes. There was no proper structure. No one even understand how the handbook of SHIF, the way it is operating. Yeah. Kumicha was saying that, it will go and pay for those people who cannot afford what, because we do not understand the clear indication. We also, even I tried to go through some court documents, and I would see the guys at the civil society when they explained and they said to the court that this thing, it is not viable for a common wananchi. They have to go back to NHIF. They see those structures. If they need to improve, they need to give some what do you call, some kind of a survey to know how someone in Mamamboga, how he can afford health sector. They can go to insurance, how they can improve the health sector. They need even to go even to those hospitals who are privately owned to understand how this thing can work. But when the president is fighting, saying, "Mtanijua haujui," you're threatening the judicial system, which this judicial system created you, which you really need to respect like any other person. A president is just a name, but you took that oath. The time you were given the sword, and you were given the oath and the constitution, which you need to also respect that constitution. This is not a household thing which you're going to joke about. Someone has to put the president in order. As they say, if the king is going to be naked, there's something wrong with that kingdom. So that's what I can say.
I'll be coming to you now with more questions. Well, today we are a full house, but we still have more room. So to join us, kupitia link ambayo iko hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo ndio link unajiunga nayo nasi kwa studio, inakutuma StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard, washa kamera, washa mic, alafu andika jina, una click enter, unajikuta uko kwa show. Na wale pia mko kwa show, tafadhali try to have your cameras on, because this show is being watched by so many. I wish you can see the numbers in all our platforms. Bwana Eli, good to see you after a very long time. Happy New Year, my brother.
Good to see you, Jack.
Yeah, karibu sana kwa show. I'll be coming to you just now, but I just felt, let me acknowledge you by salamu. Penya Gaka vipi? Bwana Pena, you there?
Yeah, salam.
Yeah. What do you make of the president and the remarks that has come? Because everyone seems to be angry by the remarks and the sentiments made yesterday by the president. Of course, we tackled that quite a bit, Jana. But what do you make of the response from Raila Odinga, Miguna Miguna, Martha Koome, from Gadoni wa Moshomba, from Jeremiah Kiyote? I'll be playing all those sentiments just now. But what do you make of their responses? They are saying that this is the making of a dictator. This is how they begin.
That is a true picture of democracy, kwa sababu kila mtu lazima azungumze yale ambayo anafikiria. The president said exactly what some of us have been saying before. When they realized, when Asmio realized that the parliament wouldn't be doing their job, they went to the courts. And of course, the courts in Kenya have been corrupt for a long time. It is not now that when we remember when they ruled for Ruto, then the Asmio brigade was attacking the court. Nobody said anything then. But now that Ruto has said anything, now all the new people have woke up to the arguments of what they are talking about. But the courts, to be honest, I mean, some of us have been arguing a lot about what Justice Odinga was ruling, but Odinga was ruling against the government of the day. But he was using the book. He was using the Constitution, so that we can support him even if he's ruling against what some of us believed in. Like in Sasa, Ruto just expressed the views of a lot of us, because the courts have been used to he ran the elections for. He won the elections for promising that he would build houses, he would do this, he would do that. He won the election. But now they have gone to court so that they can stop that. And he was just expressing himself. And everybody, Miguna, everybody, that's the beauty of democracy. You have to stand what everybody has to say. They have a right, and I could tell you that right to the end of anybody saying what they have to say, even if it's Ruto. James, I told you I grew up in the court system, and you cannot always agree. Be very proud of what the court says. What the court says today, it can change it. You can go to another different jurisdiction, and they rule otherwise against what you ruled before. So the court is not uniform. Any uniform court is the military court or a dictatorship court. So that we have to be very proud of what the court of Kenya is doing. But those judges that are corrupt, they will have to be dealt with. You too. Yeah,
All right. All right. Bwana Eli, what do you make of the president? Is he now turning rogue? He has accused the courts of being corrupt. But many are saying that this is a man who has been built by this court. He was handed power by the court. He cannot now come back and say these courts are corrupt. Yet they are the ones that built him. What do you make of his sentiments? Is he a man who wants to operate above the law?
Thanks, Jax, and thanks to everyone there. Number one, I don't recognize the regime, so I'm actually people like Ashley, who previously, like yourself, Jax, were supporting and still supporting this Kenya Kwanza. You were fans of this regime during the pre-election time, and you knew what you were doing, you corrupt the system was going to be. Not to say that Raila's side was less corrupt, but we know how elections were manipulated, and here he is now talking about a judiciary system that manipulated the elections results. So I'm happy to cry. In fact, I'm very happy he's talking the way he's talking, because what he's just confirming is what Kenyans already know, that you see, Ashley ameshakimbia hapo because she knows exactly.
No, she's coming back. She's coming back.
Honestly, and then they come here telling us, as if now they've become, I don't know what. These people are the ones who are torturing us with senseless talk about Ruto this, Ruto that, how it changed the country. I don't even feel sorry for them at all. In fact, the more Ruto instills fear for me, and I'm not saying this because I'm abroad, because I come to Kenya often, but the more I think it wakes Kenyans that there are a bunch of politicians that are just there to screw us all. So let's learn the hard way. The World Bank is behind Ruto, the IMF, all the international Bretton Woods organizations. They're the ones who are behind all these housing policies. We know this. They're the ones who are telling him about taxation policies. We know this. He's as conservative as most of the Western cartels that are driving this force about instead of borrowing or instilling discipline into paying back loans from Africa, we need to start thinking about punishing people by raising taxes. I think that doesn't make sense at all. The man stands there in front of people, and people, in fact, you could see from, I hardly watch Ruto, by the way, but this statement when he made it, is it yesterday or 2 days ago, people were hardly clapping. I mean, there was a slow clap. You could see that they were very, very upset by his ignoramus attitude, But I still thank what he said, because it just confirms what Kenyans pretend not to know, that the judiciary is very corrupt. Ruto himself has a major stake as one of the biggest insurance investors. So when we start thinking about healthcare and all manner of insurance, Ruto is involved in that as a private investor. So there's nothing shocking there. I would like to say that what we're doing here is we're expressing our democratic right. Yes, Penny Nyagaka is right. I don't have to condemn him because he's a Ruto supporter. That democratic right is now the final frontier, where if Ruto touches that, then Kenyans know what to do. I actually don't feel sorry for those young fellows in Nyeri and all the other prisons that have been locked up by the Ruto regime through Rigathi Gachagua. That's none of my business, because these are the same people who decided that a leadership such as this should take over the reins of power. So thanks very much, and those are my views.
I'll be coming to you with more questions to Kowengi. That's why I'm not asking many. Let me come to you, Cornelo Chuka. I see Leo has been excited by those remarks. Cornelo Chuka, vipi?
I wanted our friend before aende, because yeye ndio najua yeye ndo anaweza jibu hii swali. Napendaga swali kama hizo kuuliza watu ambao wako very sharp. How did the president came to know out that courts ziko corrupt? Mtu alijuaje courts ziko corrupt kama si yeye mwenyewe hajaipatiana ongo? So our brother jibu hiyo swali. Alijuaje courts ziko corrupt, na sasa yeye amesema hatafuata kanuni za hiyo koti.
Sasa hiyo yeye amesema kwanza hata hakubaliani na hii yeye hakubali hii ni serikali, so I don't know if he's able to answer, but you can answer as well, Bwana Eli. How do you think Ruto knows that the courts are corrupt?
As I said to you, I came here to laugh, but I'll keep the laughter on pause, because I'm actually enjoying the drama of what's going on. But in terms of whether or not Ruto knows that the judicial officers are corrupt, honestly, that's a comical question, because you know yourself how many cases that Ruto has bowled over because of the corruption between himself, the judicial officers, the executive, or the police prosecution system that's took to court in the first place. How much Ruto has conspired, even during the post-election violence, with the likes of, I'm sorry to mention this, but I will, private entities like CJKoome and other organizations deducted his role in the election violence, his mobile phone, diaries, all the things that we know about the post-election violence, and how the judicial system at the time they fought very hard to prevent any justice for the victims of the election violence. This is one guy who cannot sit down and say that he doesn't know anything about corruption. If I start talking about the land cases and even the soft conviction that he was given, the guy that he stole land from, that's just a dot, just a dot in how much this guy has affected the country. And by the way, this is not to say that Ruto is the only special character in terms of corruption or theft in the country. Those guys are there in in the so-called opposition, you know, they actually sit as shareholders, you know, in boardrooms, you know, both sides of the politics of Kenya. So one thing we must accept if we're really having a serious debate, even though I came here to read, is that what Ruto mentioned about, you know, the judiciary. I mean, Uhuru did the same. You know, he called them, I think, the last time, his first term, something about those 4 or 5 people, and he called them some expletive. They all know that corruption is deep in the Kenyan judicial offices. Yeah? And you guys, all of you seated there, you know. So it's not something new, something we all know. It's going to take a very difficult length of time to change, but it needs to change. Me, I can't see any meaningful change in Kenya for the next at least 20 years. It's not happening unless we have some form of velvet revolution. I don't see anything happening. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, beautiful sentiments, ladies and gentlemen. We are discussing the issue William Ruto raised jana, where he said we must have a conversation on how courts have been ruling, especially stopping most of his pet projects. And that's why we are having this debate, because today many responded to that. Many leaders came out gun blazing, telling Ruto, we cannot allow you, we won't allow you to defy court orders. We won't allow you to live above the law, neither will we allow you to operate above the Constitution. Of course, Martha Koome issued a statement. I'll be highlighting what she said, as well as what Raila Odinga said, what Miguna Miguna had to say, what Theuri, the Law Society chairperson, had to say, including as well what Gathonwa Mushomba, what Jeremiah Kioni, all these lawyers, what they had to say, the reaction therein to what the president had said. Mr. G, from where you sit, some of these of these rulings from court, some have been termed as you know, they have been cited in other courts. They have made precedents, you know, that in Kenya a presidential election was nullified. So we have seen the courts really coming out to showcase that it is truly a citadel of justice. There Kenyans can get their justice. Other institutions have failed. We have seen the parliament failing. We have seen the Senate failing. Our religious sectors have not really been anything to smile about. So it is only the court that remains. If William Ruto get hold of it, will we even have a country remaining? Mr. G? Well,
sorry.
Yeah, Mr. G, silale bwana, endelea.
No, today I will take a break bwana mapema. Today I will take a break mapema.
Yeah,
but before I come before I come to your question. Yeah, before I come to your question, I had a question to Colonel, but I wanted to know first before I ask the question if he's the one for the airport. I'm a CA. Ametoka, Colonel ametoka. I had a question to him.
He's still there, but go ahead.
Oh, I had wacha tungoje kama atakuja nitamuuliza, but today I wanted to take a break kidogo.
But go ahead, go to my question, then finish with Ochuka.
Okay, let me first speak something that Ashley alisema before I come to your question. Ashley alisema kuwa this president need to be impeached, but I can tell Ashley kuwa impeachment will not work at the moment, kwa sababu the guy ashanunua, amechukua parliament yote ameweka kwa mfuko. So there's nothing that can be done in the parliament, and if it is impeachment inafaa ifanyike kwa parliament. So parliament cannot impeach this guy. Huyu mtu amechukua wabunge wote ameweka kwa mfuko. Amechukua and everything. Sahi amechukua everything is work, and he's the person who controls anything. Akitaka anything ifanyike, yeye ndo anasema. Akitaka anything ifanyike, yeye ndo anatumana mpaka kwa parliament. Parliament cannot make a decision. Sahi they cannot make a law. They cannot do anything. He has to control. He has to say something. Nao wafuate. Wasipofuatwa, unaona wameitwa tena pale, wameitwa State House. Wanaonywa. So what I can just say ni kuwa on the issue of impeachment, hiyo tusahau. The only thing that can work at the moment sahi ni revolution. We need to talk about revolution. Now revolution inafaa iwe somebody who is tough. Baba is tough, but Baba haizi fanya that revolution at the moment, kwa sababu Baba ni mtu ambaye hapendi kuona kukiwa na fujo kiasi, but revolution itakuwa na fujo, and that is something that can work for us kutoa huyu mtu. But tukisema mambo ya impeachment will not work. So to your question, Jex, ulikuwa unauliza nini?
No, that's the problem.
There's something there's something alikuwa ananiuliza, nilikuwa nimepotea, nimerudi.
Haya, sawa basi. Sasa wacha tuanze basi. Muulize ndio nikuulize.
Niulize.
Okay, Colonel, are you the one from the airport? From the airport?
Hiyo sitajibu hiyo, nitanyamaza. But
okay. Sasa ukinyamaza basi hakuna haja kuuliza. Nilikuwa nataka niulize swali kwa sababu ya hiyo. Okay, if you cannot answer, wacha tuachie hapo.
Hao ni mababu yangu. So ni mababu yangu ndo walikuwa huko. So siwezi nataka kuingilia sana.
Okay, sawa.
Okay, nimezaliwa na hiyo jina.
Na ule wa Air Force aliwawa.
Okay, my question to you, Mr. G, was this. We have seen the president complain of the courts, but before he complained of the courts, many have cited that parliament has been held captive. Our religious institutions have been held captive. The only place that mwananchi angekimbilia na apate solace na apate justice kidogo imebaki kuwa kotini. Now, the president seems to be unhappy with the courts. If he has his way with the courts and refuse to obey court orders, where will mwananchi run to? Will he now become totally...
Wacha nikurekebishe kidogo.
Okay.
Before government ingie, the first thing government iliweka kwa mfuko ni koti. Government iliweka koti kwa mfuko. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza. Secondly, government ikaendea parliament. After parliament, this government ikajaribu kumanipulate system za Wakenya, za wafanyikazi, system ambazo juhudi za kuajiri mtu kazi. This government. So whatever it is doing now, si kitu geni. Hakuna venye nitasema Jex ni mtu corrupt. Na nikuje onea niseme huku kwa Jex, kuna leo sijui na nani leo na Stella, because kuna watu corrupt in between kwa Jex hapa, nitakataa. It means anajua, ashaitumia na ishaimsaidia, ashaiwa bribe ikafanyika venye anataka. Na hata akasema kwanza Ruto is the first president in Kenya mwenye amepea judiciary pesa mingi kuliko president wa wengine. Sio kama mko na habari kama hiyo. Hata Uhuru alikuja akakataka pesa yao kidogo. So it tells you that aliweka kwa mfuko kitambo. The problem is ameiweka kwa mfuko na saizi inamea pembe. Na inamuuma that judiciary inaanza kutoa pembe on the right na left. Sasa anataka ikate hizo pembe mapema ndio apate muda ya kufanya vitu anataka. So usiseme ati judiciary ndio ilibaki. It was the first thing iliweka kwa mfuko. Vitu ngapi judiciary imefanya mpaka inasema mambo na opposition ni hot air. Mambo na shamba ngapi? Au kama unazashika watu 300 unawaweka kwa police station ati kwa court. Wote unawashika na mashtaka moja. Unashika hata mtu pengine alikuwa anapita kwa barabara, umeweka na wao wote. Hizi koti zetu ni bure tu.
Bwana Leo, what do you make of, are our courts independent or are they corrupt?
As far as the independence of the courts are concerned, I always believe that we don't have independent courts. They are independent in papers, but when it comes to deliberating on their roles, they are not independent. And these are some of the things that are always said by people who've been involved. If you want to know about how corrupt courts are, then you need to listen to this man called Abdullahi Abdi Nasir, senior counsel. So he used to be accused to be a beneficiary of the corrupt system in court. And right now he's the one who is really shouting out and telling us some of the things that happen behind the scenes in these courts. And he will tell you that most lawyers and advocates like Stella here, they'll tell you that nowadays they don't get clients simply because anybody can go to court and convince a judge. They don't convince a judge on the court maybe during the proceedings that you see, but they tell you, why do you need to pay a lawyer or an advocate if you can buy a judge? So that is what people do. So there are specific lawyers or specific advocates that have an ear of the magistrate. They'll go and tell the magistrate or the judge that, you see, I have this amount. So that is final. That's how cases are won in this country. So the courts are not independent. And Kenyans have really been complaining of it. And the people who've been experiencing this are the poor. You have your case then because you don't have money to go and bribe these judges. So you end up not getting justice. So it is good that the president is confirming the same. He is confirming that Kenyans, you people have really been speaking the truth. He is confirming to the Azimio people that you people, you really got some rogue court. He is confirming that. And all in all, I don't expect to see the judiciary crying or the judiciary maybe lamenting and complaining, because this is their product. They need to own up and say, this is our kid. We birthed it and we raised it. Now it is big enough. It is now swallowing us. They had an opportunity to stop it, but they did not stop it. So we as Kenyans will just celebrate. We have nothing to lose, actually. At the end of the day, we are used to suffering. So we'll have to celebrate so that next time they learn.
Mr. Geoffrey or Omariba, let me ask you this. Do you see William Ruto surviving without the courts? How will he even operate? If he chooses not to obey any court order, if he chooses to operate, how will he survive the wrath of people who as well will also choose not to obey court orders or obey or follow the Constitution? How will he survive? Mr. Geoffrey?
Yes, I'm getting you. From my side, I can say that Ruto is not going to survive because this same court which elected him as the president, it is the same court which is blocking those projects which he has set. And for this housing levy, it will not succeed. Even as we are suffering here, we have no food to eat. Children are crying, parents are crying. Even the investors are running away from the country, and I'm seeing this country sinking. So Ruto is not going to survive anymore.
So you're saying Ruto won't survive anymore because even as per you, the country is sinking. There's a lot of funny things that is happening under his watch. Wow, interesting remarks. Penyagaka, how will Ruto move from here? Because either way, we must find a way to move forward. Will he? If he defies court orders, what will happen when mwananchi mwenyewe pia aanze kudefy court orders?
No, Jakes, he just spoke. He does not defy any court order. He just spoke what a lot of people in Kenya, Vile Nyabaya amesema, they are questioning what kind of court do we have. We just had a judge get fired the other day. Even if he was taped, I don't know whether it was legal or not. But if you hear what he was conversing with the other judges and who he gave the money, it's questionable. But whether ni mwambie huyu ambaye amesungumza before me, Ruto will not go anywhere until 2032, because as of right now, there is nothing, as Mio is saying, as to how it has to be voted in 2027. They are only complaining about Ruto this, Ruto that, but the Kenyan people are very smart. They cannot just give you a vote because you just say that Jakes is wrong or Nyabaya is wrong. No, tell us what you are going to do. So he has not defied any court order, and I don't think that it would be proper for him to, defy any court order. But you will have to go up. And if Mother Koome says that is out there, it is hard there. And we will support that fully, even if we support the Uda government. But if you keep appealing until you get to Mother Koome and Mother Koome says that's not there, let us accept that is out there. Lakini, with all the plans that we ran for, the elections and Uda won, if they are trying to implement it, these gentlemen are going to court instead of telling us what to do. That's what a democracy does. A democracy, for writers information, is to have to sit out for the next 5 years. Other countries are 2 years, 3 years, but in Kenya it's 5 years. And like I said yesterday, from 2025 to 2026, everybody will have to love us in Kenya so that we can win the elections. And all the cost of living will have to come down. Because anywhere in the world, when there is a change of a regime, it is very difficult for that regime to even win any election. Anyway, it's not only unique to Kenya, it's everywhere in the world. That is exactly why Uda refused that we go to a referendum. No, they will lose hands down. They go walk in there knowing that they're going to lose. So,
all right. Now, Kenya Rebel, is this a statement from William Ruto signifying a man out to defy the rule of the land, a man ready to operate as he feels, as he thinks?
Hi, am I audible?
Very.
I'm happy with what's happening, whether it's Ruto or whoever is talking, whether it's the courts, because this is part of the growing pains. That shows that we are actually growing, because during Moi days, the courts will not pronounce it, or they will not offer their opinion on anything about their conflicts with the president. I just wanted to correct a few things. Not correct, but address. When Leo says Ruto is a product of the courts. Ruto is not a product of the courts. Because the courts don't declare anyone president. It's the IEBC that declares who the president is. The case was taken to the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land. And the Supreme Court only had to adjudicate on the matter based on the rule of law. Evidence. When you go to court, what matters is evidence. Now, my friend Eli, who I haven't seen for a while, I'm glad to see him, he's telling us that the election was kind of rigged, or whatever the case is. When we go to a court of law, you have to produce the evidence. You just don't say it because you feel it's rigged or because you lost. Provide the evidence. Okay? Azimio provided the evidence, and it wasn't sufficient. Actually, it was ridiculous. That's why they called it hot air, because they were asked several questions. Can you tell us, where do you see, what part of which server are you claiming that the elections were rigged in, where it was tampered with? And in fact, the server is not even the issue. The election was to declared at the polling station. Okay? So when Leo says that the Ruto is a product of the Supreme Court, that's ridiculous. The Supreme Court has nothing to do with who becomes the president. They just adjudicate on the matter that's brought before them. And they did so, in my opinion, rightfully so. I think in 2022, Ruto won fair and square. Now, I didn't vote for Ruto. I didn't vote for Raila. I think they're both colonial puppets. And also one thing, this whole idea of saying, I had also earlier, wacha nigwaruze kidogo, my brother, I haven't seen him for a while, so mpaka nigwaruze. saying that, you know, he doesn't feel sorry for those youth that were complaining or whatever, that Gachagua arrested or whatever the case is, because they chose this government. No, they have the democratic right to choose who they saw, they deemed as a better candidate. They were presented with Ruto and Raila Odinga, and among others, Wajakoya and so forth, and they chose Ruto. Now, does that mean that they should agree with Ruto in everything that Ruto does? No. So don't say that, oh, this is what you deserve because this is who you elected. That's not fair. Just because you elect somebody or you voted for somebody or you campaign for someone doesn't mean that you have to support them in everything that they do. So we should stop this mlimpigia Ruto, so feel bad for this, feel guilty about it because you know ametupeleka hapa sijui ati Ruto. Everyone has a right. In their eyes, they use their judgment and they saw that Ruto was better option than Raila Odinga and his financier Uhuru Kenyatta. So let's not whatever. But anyway, to answer your question, Jakes, I'm just going to say that to me, I think it's a good thing. That means that even though yes, there are corrupt judges in the judiciary arm of government, but there's steps. We've taken a lot of steps, and if the president is complaining about the judiciary stopping his agenda, that means that there's some level of independence in the judiciary. It's not where we would like it to be, but it's a huge step. And it started with Maraga, who I think is a national hero, who stopped that drunkard from railroading us. And it's the same thing is happening with Ruto. So I'm happy with the courts. I'm happy with the courts. And the more Ruto complains, that's a good sign. That shows that there's independence, some level of independence in the judiciary. Thank you.
All right. Now, Madam Stella, let me ask you this even before I come to Ashley. Madam Stella, let me ask you, with what Miguna is saying like this, that stop threatening the judiciary. From where you sit, the sentiments that came from William Ruto, were they really a threat to judiciary? Were they sentiments that may make judges feel threatened, especially when they are making rulings that may not seem popular with the government or from where Ruto is? Stella? Stella, are you still on the road? All right, before Stella comes back, Ashley, same question. Is this a threat to the judiciary? Now, if it's a threat, how do the judges really perform from here, and how do they make it that they don't rub the government the wrong way?
I don't think that they should worry about rubbing the government the wrong way. They should just do their job. However, Kenyans should, whether the judges, however the judges rule, I think us as Kenyans, we have a responsibility. Because if this is Ruto's almost 1.5 years, and this is how he's talking, can you imagine in the 4th year how emboldened he will be? You know, so I see danger ahead. And because he has deep roots, I think as Kenyans, we have power. You know, and we need to look for a way to get him out. And I think we don't have to, someone said that we need to do forceful. It doesn't have to be, we can learn from other countries that have done it successfully without bloodshed, without violence, without force. If I've had the teachers say that they will not go back to work, you know, you have to accept. You were not made a slave. When the slaves were being taken, you are left and you're a free man. How can you allow someone to make you a slave? If you're a teacher, how can you work 2 years for 20,000 when someone like Sudi did not go to high school and he's earning ridiculous amounts of money? If all the teachers would team up and say, we are not going, they're saying they're not going to school, whether the parents bring their children or not. I like that. And I hope they keep their word. Let them stay home as many as possible, if not 100%. They say we are not coming to school. We are not coming to teach. You have to give us contracts. You have to do what we want, because like people, they are going out there, money, there's money, but it is being put in the wrong places. If just a sitting in parliament, they make that 20,000, yet they want to pay a teacher who actually does something that is tangible, that you can see. So you have to make Ruto listen. These conferences, these complaining we do here on Mutembei and other shows, and telling Ruto should understand, Ruto doesn't understand. Ruto understands. You just put a clip here when he was talking about how we should, when he was talking during BBI, how they should obey, how they should not go outside, how they should welcome people's opinions. So how come suddenly he has amnesia? How come suddenly he doesn't understand? And when we say he doesn't understand how to rule, then we are excusing him. And he does understand. But he's choosing, maybe in his house, his word is the law. He's forgetting Kenya is not the world. We are not his property. We have put him here to govern under the law. He doesn't want to obey the law. We can stay home. Yes, the other day I came here to put ourselves on lockdown. So let us sacrifice, instead of sacrificing life, let's stay home and give those who don't have food. Let us, if you have to go 3 days without food, I'm telling you, stay home for two weeks, even a month, even 2 months, he will have to bow down. He will have to do something and have some irreducible minimums that he has to abide. Even he can stay in power, but the people will show him they are not paying the finance. If that finance bill, that's what I'm saying. Even though the courts decide that he can have the housing levy is goes through the courts because he can buy them. Now he has threatened them. You remember what he did to his this guy called Kenei, who was his bodyguard? He disappeared. So they can fear and pass it, or they can be paid and pass it. But as Kenyans, as the majority is Kenyan and we are at home, you can decide we are going to stay at home. We will not go to work as teachers. We will not go to work as taxpayers until you remove that housing levy. I think if people do that, that is the only way we win this time, if we are not going to take it out through a coup. That is my suggestion.
Stella, what I'm hearing from Ashley, she's almost calling people to to protest and to practice their rights in a way that has now been seen before. And William Ruto as well is seemingly threatening the judges. How do we even operate in such a country? The president doesn't want to obey the law. The citizens want to defy him. How do we balance all this? Stella, I can hear you.
There's one thing about.
Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Jakes, you can
I
hear
can
me?
hear you, Stella. I can hear you. Go ahead.
You see someone like, yeah, that's what I was saying. You see someone like Ruto, you cannot wake up and decide that you're going to threaten the courts, because these courts are the ones it's the one which molded you to be. So you have to respect it. So if you had an issue with those corrupt judicial officer, you name them, you say it is judge this, judge A, judge B, so that we can understand where the judicial officers are corrupt. But you can't say the entire judiciary is corrupt. So that means he's afraid of something. And remember, when these people went to take this, they faulted the government. It's because the government decided to run the like a kangaroo. I mean, like a jungle, where he thinks like they don't have their rights. He's forgetting when he took an oath, and he mentioned that he's going to respect the Constitution, either in ill or will. But now the problem is someone who is advising Ruto, and the person who I'm going to fault is the AG. If there was one matter which had gone to court, which was faulted, and I think it was about some housing levy or this thing for the CAS, where it was known that the CAS office it's illegal. I don't understand why he's not understanding that this thing is illegal. So that means he's afraid of something. And he has to understand the judiciary does not take, they don't take puppet instructions, because the judges who are there, when they went through the JSC, they were vetted. They were told when they can understand the laws of the land, and those of the land, if it can be respected. And if someone faults the laws of the land, what happens? Are you prosecuted, jail, or anything? But if Ruto was defaulting the court, he can go and appeal. And I don't understand why he's not going to appeal. You come and discuss this thing when you have either won or lost through the appeal. But do not discuss this thing in public if these matters are going through the court process. So that means he wants to sabotage and instill fear, not only to the judiciary, but to the people of Kenya, who made him to be the president. And if he feels that he cannot perform, he gives it to the deputy president, or he kick rocks, we go back again and we do our referendum again. That's simple.
All right. That's simple. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to what some leaders had to say.
President William Ruto over attempting to weaken the judiciary so as to lay grounds for passing legislation that would see him extend the presidential term limit. Equally, the Law Society of Kenya has urged the president to table evidence of the corrupt judicial officers and desist from making roadside declarations that undermine the independence of the judiciary. And as NTV's Sydney Chazima now reports, the LSK has now planned countrywide protests starting next week, aiming to protect the independence of the judiciary.
It is now evident that the claims made by President William Ruto that there allegedly exists some corrupt elements in the judiciary who are hell-bent on crippling government projects through endless litigation have not gone down well with practitioners of the law and the political class as well. The Law Society of Kenya has already issued a call for mass action to its members starting next week.
The Law Society would be organizing a countrywide peaceful demonstrations where we will read and affirm the oath that each and every one of the advocates of the High Court of Kenya took to protect the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, and the Constitution that we have.
The president was on record claiming that the Kenya Kwanza administration's flagship projects were facing unending litigation, going as far as stating examples of the Housing Levy Fund and the newly introduced Social Health Insurance Fund. According to Ruto, the numerous court cases have sabotage written all over them.
That decisions that have been given by the judiciary have been procured through corruption. Yet he is a beneficiary of a decision that has been made by the judiciary. It basically is an oxymoron. It is something that is not making sense.
But amidst the claims by the president, the political class opines that there is more than what meets the eye. Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni claims that the president has set his sights on a bigger picture that may include amending the constitution to increase or scrap the presidential term limit.
His intention is to demean the judiciaries in the eyes of the public for the reasons that he has something he wants to achieve, which is unconstitutional, and he does not want the judiciary to raise a finger.
I am completely shocked that what I had my president say yesterday came from him. You know why? Because I campaigned with my president. And everywhere he went, he pledged to obey the courts of law.
Practitioners of the law want the president to follow due process in dealing with the alleged corrupt elements in the judiciary.
If he has evidence that they are rogue judicial officers, and we are not saying that they are not, but we are saying that if he has evidence, then that evidence ought to be presented to the Judicial Service Commission so that it can be processed and dealt with as prescribed under the Constitution.
In his end of the year 2023 speech, President Ruto hit at the opposition, accusing it of forum shopping for favorable judges who would rule against government programs. Kioni didn't object.
We will not keep quiet. And he is not going to intimidate us by saying that we are sabotaging him. Where we think we need to go to court, we will go to court directly or through other people who can be able to meet to help us with the costs, because the costs are also very high.
The president's remarks came on the eve of the hearing of the Housing Levy Fund case at the Court of Appeal. But Githunguri MP Gathoni Wamuchomba not only wants the Housing Levy Fund scrapped, but also the Finance Act of 2023.
We must repeal the Finance Act, and we must repeal the issue of house levy. And if really the president wants to collect money to do his things, to pay his debts, let him come clear and tell us, nataka munisaidie tulipe madeni. Lakini asituambie ni maneno ya nyumba.
If he doesn't want this to happen, let him go through public participation. And when Kenyans say, hii ni mzuri lakini hatuitaki saa hii, wachana naye. Then he'll be able to do the things Kenyans want him to do now and the things they can afford to do now.
With the executive turning the heat on the judiciary, the public has now been urged to furnish the Judicial Service Commission with reports and evidence of corrupt judges and judicial officers, with the JSC promising to take swift and stern action against them. Sydney Chazima.
All right. You have had Wamuchomba. You have had Jeremiah Kioni, and I'll be playing many more. This is a war that is not going anywhere anytime soon. Let me begin with you, Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel, this was the argument of the president. For example, on the housing levy, it went to Parliament. Parliament debated it, went through all the stages, and it was passed. He signed it into law. Already that is the procedure laid under the Constitution. He went ahead and said, these are what is in his manifesto. These are his agenda. This is what the people of Kenya voted for. So his argument is this: I went to the people, they agreed with me, they gave me the mandate to be the president. I went through Parliament, the Parliament passed the bills, including the hospital, the health bill and every other bill. It has gone through all forms of public participation as per him. But someone, after it has become law, someone goes to the courts, and the court seems to stop, despite all the processes being followed duly. So he's asking, so how else am I supposed to go about it? Because I have gone through the people, I've gone through Parliament, I have made the laws, I have personally signed them into laws after they have gone through all the rightful channels. So what else do you want me to do if not to defy the courts? From where you see, do you agree with his sentiments? Is he someone out there to sabotage his programs and his desire to do many of his pet projects?
No, Jake. Even the finance bill was illegal because the process was not followed. The process in the parliament, in the parliamentary system, was not followed because they didn't define what a budget was. Okay, as it is defined in the Constitution, where you have to have the expenditure estimates and the estimates for what do you call it? The money that you receive per year that the country makes in a year. What do you call it? Somebody help me.
Budget estimates, what?
No. Ile pesa in the year, revenue estimates. Okay. Revenue. You have to have the revenue estimates and the expenditure estimates that you want to spend. You have that is defined in order to make it a budget, which is usually an appropriation bill. Okay, but that's what Okiom Tata was arguing, that when the process was being done, these guys They told us the budget estimate, but they didn't give us the revenue estimates. Revenue estimates is based on the previous year's revenue that was collected the previous year, but they didn't give us that. That alone is enough to actually disqualify the whole process, because it does not qualify it to be defined as finance bill, as a budget. Okay, so you can't go on with the process, among others. Okay, then comes the finance, the Affordable Act. Okay, it's discriminatory in its nature, which again violates what's in the Constitution. I think was it Article 38 or 36? I don't know. Don't quote me on that. That's one of the charges of the people who took the case to the courts. Okay, Mtata and the gang. Okay, this is not Azimio. Okay, Mtata all did this. Okay, so while the president might say and try to be tricky and tell us Kenyans that, you know what, nilipeleka kwa bunge ikaipitisha, because half of the MPs are illiterate anyway. I mean, what do you expect from Salafi and Oscar Sudi? Not to pick on them, but and as much as I'm a big fan of them, but these people can barely. I mean, you heard what Itumbu said today. It was so stupid. But anyway, I'm just saying, half of the parliament, not even half, 80% of these parliamentarians are illiterate. Okay, so if the president brings in a bill, they sign it and they pass it. Both of Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, of course, the Azimio will, some of them who have some sense will reject it. Okay, but they don't understand the process. So the president says, will tell us, hey, it's bunge ilipitisha. So what's the problem? But if you get to the nitty-gritty of what is defined in the actual bill that is passed, which is unconstitutional, that is what Okiya Mtata is challenging in the court. And that's what is bringing back this, and is frustrating the president. The president is like, you know what? They're trying to sabotage my policies and whatever, but the things that is passing that the parliament actually signed on are unconstitutional. And that's why we have to get a clear understanding of the role of these three arms of government. Okay? The parliament can actually pass something that's illegal, that's unconstitutional. It has to, somebody in the parliament or outside the parliament who's paying attention can take it to the courts, the judiciary arm of government, and have it struck down, not passed as law, because that is the arm of the government that deals with disputes as it relates to the constitution. Okay, that's why I get so frustrated with people like my friend Leo Nyabaya when he says judiciary is a product. I mean, Nani is Ruto is a product of the judiciary. Judiciary has nothing to do with the declaring the presidency. Okay, they were not doing Ruto a favor by declaring him a president. They only ruled by the evidence.
Them upholding the election, you want to say has got nothing. So what if they didn't uphold the elections? Would he be president, or people would have done something otherwise? Can you just?
Okay, let me help you. Thank you. That's a good point. Anyway, even though you are showing your ignorance, upholding a case does not mean that they're not doing Ruto a favor. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Okay, if you go to a court right now, okay, this is what happened.
And was IEBC doing him a favor?
Nyabai, listen, please. If you want to learn, please listen. Can you listen? Thank you. IEBC, as per the Constitution, is the institution that is given, tasked with the sole mandate of actually making sure this election process is done according to the law, which means transparency and all that good stuff. Okay. And that is the body that will declare who won the election. Okay? So they declared Ruto as the winner of the 2022 elections. Then the conman Raila Odinga and his psychopathic followers, they were not happy about that. I knew you had to go there.
I knew you had to go there.
But actually,
No, let me finish. No, let me finish so you can get the point. No.
This thing was disputed.
Respect my time. Leo.
Okay,
let me
finish up.
Okay, the IEBC, that's the body that conducts the election and declares the winner. They declare the winner. Raila Odinga felt that this process was not transparent and they broke the law because they were saying they were rigging. And he followed the right channel. He went to the judiciary for this so that they can actually adjudicate on the matter. He was asked, obviously, if you go to court, and I'm sure you've gone to court in your can you please, Nani, please, Jakes, so I can finish. They looked at
we can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm about to finish. I'll be brief. So they put in a petition. They put in a petition and they were told they brought in their evidence. Okay, because if you go to a court of law, what matters is evidence. Kupiga makelele kwa barabara will not help you. Go with the evidence. They looked at it. Justice Wanjala, Smoky Wanjala, asked them, "Can you show us where exactly were they stealing this thing?" Because help me understand. The presidential election was to determine at the polling station, not the server. And if you think it's the server, which server do you actually think that something will happen here? Because once it is at Minio, the Azimio agency will sign, the Minio IDC member will sign, and the Kenya Kwanza will sign, and it's transmitted in the portal, so you can see it for everyone. Okay? So they looked at it and say, these guys had no case. And they say it is hot air. So they upheld the decision that they say there's nothing wrong here. I think
you're not interested in those long stories, Kenya Rebel. You should just
okay then.
Ruto is also
I'm trying to help you.
And why is Ruto not taking evidence to court to prove that what he's doing is illegal and is within the law? Why is he also making noise in the funeral?
He's in court right now.
In the funeral?
He is in court right now. Leo,
why is
he's in court.
Yes. Which court?
He is
the
in
one
court.
I saw in the funeral. So courts are relocated.
No, listen.
In the funerals.
Okay, you're acting like a villager. Listen to me.
No,
sometimes you have to be this smart. Come on, let's be adults about this. He made those pronouncements at public, but he has his lawyers at the court because Okiom Tata took the matter to the court. Please. The Jacks are log off. This is how we're going to argue.
Want to make pronouncements. You know it is wrong to discuss matters that are in court.
Okay, this is Chinese.
Just one moment.
Kenya Rebel. No, Jakes, listen.
Yes,
Leo has to understand that it's not a village where you can go under a tree. If Ruto had sentiments of faulting the court's decision, he has the AG to go and appeal, but don't go and try and have the propaganda in funerals. Do you understand, Leo? So if Ruto had his sentiments given to the AG, they go and discuss this thing at the Court of Appeal. Now, the Court of Appeal is going to give its final ruling. But what he's doing, he's sabotaging the court system. You do not go and discuss things which are already in court. You have to wait for
Koome made a statement. Koome also made a statement on the matter. What's wrong with that? Ruto can say it in the funeral if he wants. That is right. I don't find anything wrong with that.
No.
We might find what he's saying problematic. Yes, you can.
No,
it's not affecting the case.
No, I know it is not affecting the case. But the thing is, maybe whatever he spewed, he never spewed the truth. Maybe there's something the court was asking from Ruto where they did not even provide forensic accounts of those monies which have been collecting and how the public participation was held. It's just like BBI.
What I'm saying is this. The nitty-gritty. Okay, listen. What I'm saying is this. The nitty-gritty of the case, the evidence, shall be discussed and provided and argued in court. What Ruto says in a funeral or what Koome is saying in a statement does not really matter in the court of law. That's their opinion, which is fine. What will matter is the evidence that's provided in front of the judges and that is argued upon. Okay? So that's why I'm not worried about when Ruto says, Minta Peter Ikoti. If he actually does that, then there's a problem. And actually, the statements are problematic. Yes, we can criticize it. But I don't fault him for saying that in public. That's how he feels. That's fine. As long as he doesn't do it, and we shall stop him. That's why the court is there.
All right.
Can I interject?
Yeah, please do. I was coming to you, but go ahead.
Still, I wanted to know
can the president be held in contempt of court?
Yes.
So what I think
our constitution is vague about it. No.
What I think
it's
no,
what
it's
I
not.
vague about it.
No,
okay,
it's not.
You've been talking of Uhuru Kenyatta, who was in contempt of court. Was he arrested, or what happened to him? And you're saying yes, and you're saying no. The Constitution is silent on this matter. That is why Ruto was able
No,
to
it's not.
several.
No, it's not. I'm not defending Ruto. I've said he can be held in contempt. Remember,
Practically impossible on papers.
Remember, it's very practical.
So this is what my suggestion was. You see, we talk a lot, we complain, we hold
Uhuru
meetings.
shot Justice Muita's bodyguard. Uhuru shot him to death. That's the difference. Shot him to death. How clear can it be?
No, let's.
You started shouting.
Let's talk things we know that we have facts about.
And I'm telling
I
you,
do have facts. Uhuru is a killer. How can I tell you? How else can I explain to you?
Jake,
you bring
really, but honestly,
no,
I don't bring anyone here. Now, one moment, everybody, one moment. Kenya Rebel, according to the Constitution, Article 143, it reads as follows, and I've just highlighted the first part, that criminal proceedings shall not be instituted or continued in any court against the president or a person performing the function of that office during their tenure of office. So Kenya Rebel is right. The president cannot be held against any criminal proceedings.
what about civil? What about a civil proceeding?
We have asked.
Now, civil proceedings, the president, when it comes to the president, he's never involved in who normally represents him is the Attorney General.
So the reason I ask this is because I know right now we have a case going in the US against the former president, and he has been asked not to discuss the case outside. He has been put, like they've put, is it, what do you call it? Something like he can't hold or something like that.
Gag order.
That's a gag order, but what do you,
Yeah,
the US has a different constitution. The US has a different constitution. That's a different case. The US is constitutional republic. We are a constitutional democracy. There's a difference.
So that's why I asked Stella about the constitution in Kenya. And before we amend the constitution to increase or to add offices, we need to do constitution to safeguard our security, our constitution, so that the president can stay within the confines of the law. And once he gets outside of the constitution, then he should not be protected by that constitution. Those are things that we, the people, should do. One thing I've noticed about Kenyans is that the people seem powerless, yet we are the majority. I want the donkey to get so tired, they don't have to wait for Raila. Raila is comfortable. They don't have to wait for anybody else. They need to rise up. Whoever is president has to fear the people, and he has to try to please the people, not our leaders, not our judiciary, but the people, not the outsiders, but the people themselves. How do we do this? We have to demand it. We have to demand it. And that's why personally, I think we can put ourselves in personal lockdown. We go on lockdown. We are not going anywhere until you do this, this, and this. And next time before they talk, they will think about us. We have to let them know that we are here. If they say we are going to spoil the economy, we say the investors are going to stop coming, let them stop coming until we fix our country.
I see Bwana Eli is really excited, and he said he came to really laugh. So far, what is the joke on us, Bwana Eli?
You know what? First of all, I have to just confess here that I'm on my second day of COVID, so I'm fighting COVID by watching this, and I'm not very well. I'm not 100%, but
All
I'm
right.
strong enough
Sorry.
talking and stuff. Anyway, I would like to lift or withdraw my comments I gave earlier about some of the youth who were arrested in Nyeri. I don't wish anybody, that bad luck or being incarcerated in some cell over 200 people. So, and also I have to back it up by saying that I'm impressed by some of the new language that Ashley is using, especially her call for civil disobedience as a way of opposing this regime. What she calls lockdown, personal lockdown, but I just call it civil disobedience, which can include withdrawing yourselves from paying any manner of taxes, and then if that goes right through the top and the bottom of the country, which most of the employees who are in better pay are in public service. So people initiate that process. Maybe that can start causing some kind of movement. Okay, so I applaud Ashley for saying that. We go back to the issue of judges and the corruption that we've been talking about. During Kibaki came into power in 2003, I think he suspended. It was like a radical surgery of the judiciary, and a commission was unveiled and things like that. I mean, senior Court of Appeal judges, I think there were 6 of them, including the likes of Otieno Kwach. There was an Indian, I can't remember his name. There were 4 others, and these were serious judges of the Court of Appeal, which at the time was like the highest court in the land, and they were accused of unethical practices. In fact, the government and the World Bank had withdrawn support of Kenya for 3 years before that, during Moi's time, because of amongst other reasons, the level of corruption in the judiciary. I mean, a judge could take anything up to $300,000 at that time, way back in 2004. This is a Kenyan judge. So you can imagine how much now, in the terms of inflation now, the Kenyan judges receive, or magistrates. And so this idea that Ruto was compelling judges to behave according to his rhetoric, that they're corrupt. Maybe this who I don't recognize as president, but maybe what he could have done for starters is to maybe use some executive powers to suspend these judges that he's accusing of corruption, so that we know that what he's saying makes some sense. Kibaki did it. And in fact, a lot of those judges did not return to their seats. I mean, there were several judges. I think Effie Owor ended up at the International Court, ICC, or something like that. These were some of the very senior judges who were accused of corruption. So when we're talking about these things, when we're saying this is what's happening, we're also saying what can be applied, what should be done, have to look for solutions. I was quite shocked with the comments of Kenya Rebel. I sometimes think he's lost the plot. He contradicts himself so much. I've never seen such a rebel who is so conservative. He even talks about people should stop going to the streets. What kind of revolution is he talking about? Talk about this form of revolution. Is it intellectual revolution, sitting behind a keyboard, yapping a lot, or what's his plan? Is he saying something that we don't know? So I can see him there, shaking his head, right? I don't understand Kenya rebels, definition of, how does he rebel within the confines of what gets him out to make a change? Because sometimes I really get what he's saying and it makes sense, and then other times he's shouting out loud, but I don't understand what he's saying, because it really it confuses me a lot, because here we are serious people trying to understand each other. So that was, I would say, some comment from Kenya Rebel, and I would appreciate if you don't doubt too much, but I like the comical parts of his contribution, because we need that, every now and again. Like me, I'm laughing. I'm really laughing because, especially in the region of Central, and I'm sorry if people from Central Province feel that I'm attacking, but there is a lot of entitlement from the people of that region, and less so with the Rift Valley people. The people in the Rift Valley don't really know how to hide their entitlement. It's too obvious, things they do. You see it in the context of jobs, even the jobs that Ruto purports to be taking people abroad. A huge chunk of this young is coming from Rift Valley. It's so imbalanced. I've had reports from people, officials who work at the airports, and they talk about this openly. You see, going back to the judiciary, the last point, okay? When the judiciary is corrupt, there's no democracy that is complete. There's no, a lot of things are affected on a daily basis. I wish I could say this more eloquently in Swahili, because it would be even better for us to understand this, because we're using a foreign language to talk about these things, and some of the reasons we have barriers of communication, because each one of us is defining things in our different ways. But I wish I could have that context in Swahili so that I can express myself even better about what is actually ailing us now. We know what the problem is. We need to look for the solutions. The guy wants to go the Kibaki way and institute some kind of extrajudicial means. I don't know how he's going to do it. Let him do it. So thank you very much.
Now, Leo, I want to leave you, Dogo. I want to ask for like 15 minutes. I'm coming back. But
James, can I
as I'm
respond?
doing, just one moment, Kenya Rebel, just one moment. I want to leave Leo in charge for a minute. I want to ask you to respond to what you had raised earlier, and I think it's quite important for this forum. You talked of an ombudsman, and of course, the president, when he was the DP, seemed to be opposing it then. Do we need such a person to check the judiciary so that there could be some truth in what the president is saying? Some people can decide to truly frustrate whether something is good or not, whether we have followed the law duly or not. Some judges may choose to be rogue, because if Justice Shitembo is anything to go by, a judge can be rogue, and maybe we don't have ways of proving it at the moment, but maybe in the future we can be able to discover that kumbe some rulings were made because of either incentives, corruption, and other dealings that derailed the government, or anyone who had an idea that someone felt that were rubbing them wrongly. So do we need an ombudsman? So I want to bring you, Leo. Even as I leave you in charge for a few minutes, I'll be back with more sets of questions. But remember to bring in Akina Stella, Ashley, and of course, don't forget Mr. Oriba and Penya Gaka. I know you have the ability to add more people. So go ahead as I step out just for a while, but I'll be back. If equally, Ashley and Stella, let's try to see if we can have a debate on an ombudsman, because it's one thing to say they are rogue or they are not rogue, but who checks these institutions as well? Because the other question also will be, who will check the president when it turns rogue, if we want to have an ombudsman? So Leo, go ahead and equally consider Kenya Rebel, Mr. Lee, and everyone else. And you who is joining us, asante sana for making time to be part of this show today. We I see many are still tuned in. Asanteni sana. We go on with the conversation, but I just have to step out for just a few minutes, but I'll be back. Mr. Leo, go ahead.
I think what you've asked is a good question. Just as we get Kenya Revolutionary maybe to enlighten us, is just to say that the role of ombudsman is normally to investigate and file complaints against influential individuals in government. There are some positions that are so influential, like the positions being held by the judges and the magistrates. So you need a special body that will be able to file some complaints against and investigate. The same we even have with the police service. We're having the IPO or something like that that is responsible for investigating. Though the problem that we've been having in this country that I also have to admit is that we've been having these offices, but they've never been effective. We've had the ESCC, the anti-corruption. They've never been effective. So maybe the members here will be able to tell us what should be done so that these offices can be effective. We have the office of the ESC, and these officers, I don't know, they normally submit their loyalty to the appointing. Is it the appointing a body that is the problem? Because if you're appointed by the president, it's obvious that in most cases, unless you are somebody who's principled, save for people like PLO Lumumba, you will always have to dance to their tunes and follow their directions. So could it be that the way in which these guys are appointed is what is messing us? But in this country, we have these offices, but they are not working. So Kenya Rebel, maybe I just start with you as we move on.
For the judiciary, there's a Judicial Service Commission that takes care of that, checks the judiciary. That's number one. Number two, who checks the president? It's supposed to be the parliament and the Senate. Okay, so those questions are all there, can be answered. Now, yes, you can say that parliament is not working for us. If the parliament is not working for you, then what do? You, the people, and the machinery, the constituency, the constituency should demand more from their MPs. Stop looking at these MPs as if we are working for them. They are working for us. So let's demand from them to do what we need them to do to check the president. Okay, that's why we have this whole checks and balances, three arms of government. Okay, I just wanted to respond to my brother Eli, who was, and first of all, I would like to apologize for yelling. I couldn't help myself. So sorry for all the listeners who saw me lose my mind for a second. I just wanted to say to Eli, the reason why I'm against Mandamano, okay, or protests, or what Ashley is telling us, we should just, what is it called, civil disobedience. It's not going to work. We've tried that. It's not going to work for the simple reason, not everyone is on one page, on the same page, okay? If we are to have civil disobedience now, who will go out there and do that? Even that Mandamano that you're claiming. Okay, Raila tried it. Who will be there? It will only be the folks aligned to, right? First of all, number one, people are waiting for Raila to tell us, okay, Raila tell us to go to Mandamano. Then he'll tell us to go Mandamano. A few people here in Nairobi, there in Nyanza province, a few in Mombasa. Ruto will send his deadly forces and it will be thwarted, as we saw, okay? So I'm saying all Kenyans, the majority of Kenyans are not in the same page. The Rift Valley, people in Rift Valley, yes, they are not happy with Ruto, but they don't want to see him go. The people in Central Province, yes, they're not happy with him, but I'm not sure if they want to see him go, okay? So there's so many, Coastal Province, Eastern Province, they're not happy with the economy, but does that mean that they're ready to go out in the streets and let him go? No, they're not in the same page. So while some of us are frustrated, especially on the opposition side, we might say, we want this guy out. It will not work. He will thwart it. We saw it. Raila tried everything. Remember, he was saying that they were going to exercise their power directly as the people, but the MPs still wanted to receive their salary. So it's not going to work. That's what I'm saying. So Mandamano is not going to work. Civil disobedience is not, sorry, I'm yelling. So civil disobedience will not work. So what will work? It's for us, number one, as Kenyans. This is the only way it can work. If we all are the majority of Kenyans, because everyone will not agree, but the majority of Kenyans decide what Ashley is saying, and we've agreed that cannot happen because we are calling each other to gagas, the people of Central, so we are divided. So what I always say here, and I told Mr. G, the only way Ruto can live without finishing his four years, it's next to impossible, but it's this. Military coup d'etat with the help of a foreign entity, foreign powers like the Wagner. Kenya right now has a group called Banford. Is it Banford? It's an American version of Wagner Group that is actually training our forces in Kenya. So this is a multi-layered. They're trying to. I was just reading this today, and they're also expanding. They're trying to go to Central African country. In short, what I'm trying to say is this: any legal way that the people, we the supreme people, the sovereign people, we cannot overthrow Ruto because we the sovereign people are divided. So you don't have a majority enough who are pissed off enough to go out there and remove Ruto. That's why I'm not saying this, Madam. Mandamano will only cause chaos. And guess what will happen? After we kill each other, the leader who is leading the Mandamano, who is most likely going to be Raila Odinga, is going to say, okay, let me go sit down with Ruto and we shall agree on something, the NADCO nonsense. And they will agree, change the constitution, and guess what will happen? He will have his post as the prime minister and all that. You'll have a big constitution, but Wananchi will still be on the same page that they were. We saw this in 2017, okay? So that's why I'm against it. That's why I'm saying the only way is through a military coup d'etat. It will be bloody. It will be bloody. Military coup d'etat helped by the Wagner group. Using the constitution, it will not work. That's just the real, think about it, sit down and think, there's no way you can take this guy out. He has so much influence, but you can use, what we can do is while we are in this system, we can use people like Okiya Mtata to challenge him through the courts, challenging, get influence from the people. Because now you can see, we are talking about the judiciary. Ruto is challenging the judiciary. Because who started it? Okiya Mtata. He went to court and said, this thing is menial. And now we are rallying around seeing that this guy is actually trying to usurp power from all the other arms of government. So it's a step. It's not going to take him out, but it will limit his power. Okay, it will limit his power. So I hope I answered your question, Leo.
Thank you. And maybe as I bring in Stella, you're saying that there's no way that William Ruto is going to leave or maybe be terminated prematurely before finishing the 4 years constitutionally, unless we do it outside the constitution, because the coup d'etat is not within the constitution. So what about this provision of a recall? Can't Kenyans recall their MPs, and through that recall, maybe even if we don't succeed in recalling, can't we try recalling the MPs so that it becomes a wake-up call to them that, okay, they've really failed in their duties, so that they can be able to perform their duties in parliament? Just if like 20 or 100 constituencies initiate the recall process on their MPs, do you think that one can't work still? Kenya Rebel, did you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking Stella. What was the question? What?
I'm asking you, you've already said that constitutionally we cannot be able to prematurely terminate Ruto's term. But we have this provision whereby we can be able to recall our MPs because parliament seem to have failed. So what if Kenyans try that? Can't it be a wake-up call, even if it will not succeed?
Okay, I think it's in the Election Act where in order to recall your MP, it's you can't recall him, is it 18 months after the election? And I think it's 18 months before the next election. So you only have a 1 year window where you can recall your parliament. I think it's an Election Act under Section 9, I think. That's where it is. So, and if you listen to Mbadi also, he was talking to Super Stephen, he said, we the MPs we deliberately made it very difficult for us to be recalled. Okay? Now, let's be practical now. Let's say, Leo, today we want to, who do you want to recall? We are let's say, Leo, where are you from? Let's say you're from Langata. Okay?
Okay. I'm from Kasarani. My MP is the CEO of this betting company, Sportpesa. It's called Captain Karauri.
Whoever that is. Or let's use the Bakasi East, Babu Owino, our favorite boy, we are saying is going to be the next governor of Nairobi. Let's say, okay, Leo, we feel like Babu Owino is not doing his job. We are happy with him, but we want him to impeach President Ruto. and he doesn't bring a motion to impeach him, are we going to rally people in Embakasi East and say we want to take out Babu Owino? How many people shall we actually rally and gather enough signatures to take him out? Remember, Azimio tried this too. Remember the story of signatures, 20 million signatures by Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. They tried this. These are not things that haven't been tried. They said, oh, we have 20 million because the whole idea was to bring, I don't know how many million of signatures that saying that they want to take out, they were exercising their sovereign right as the sovereign people to take out Ruto. Now, that's why I want to use that Babu Owino example. How many people can you organize to recall Babu Owino right now as the member of the constituency of East Embakasi? Just think about it, because we are looking at these MPs. These are the ones who come to our constituency and pay for funerals and give statements and pay for people's school fees. We worship them. Are we really realistic? Can we realistically take them out? If you can answer that question, then you can answer the question whether your parliamentarian can actually move a motion to remove Ruto.
Just hold it there. Stella, maybe on you. Eli, I can see your hand is up. I'll give you a minute to respond. Then I'll go to Stella because I want her to respond on something that concerns her line of duty. Yes, Eli. All right, Stella, if you can hear me, just unmute, and maybe the question I'm asking you, we are having this issue of ombudsman, and remember we are having the Judicial Service Commission, of which has got the role of not only recommending judges to the president for appointment, they are also the ones who looks at the welfare and also does the investigation and the punishment and even removal of some judges and magistrates who have some questionable backgrounds. So do you think that we really need ombudsman, or we just need a stable, empowered, and transparent judiciary?
So for me, I believe we just need a transparent judiciary who cannot be bulldozed. Like our former Raga and someone called Willy Mutunga. These were the gallant soldiers of the judiciary. But now, if we go through the ombudsman, you see some of this of that office is also going to be compromised. And this is what I'm saying. If these judges, someone like judges like Justice Maraga, there was Christine, and there was another lady, I've forgotten her name. When they are doing their ruling or their judgments, they don't come up with judges that they don't come up with their decision if they are compromised. They go according to the rule of law. So now putting ombudsman, I think that office is a toothless dog. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. For me, I'll just say let the mess up happen for now. We wait for 2027, and I urge all Kenyans, since we have seen this person, the way he's performing, we should not let him back again. Let's do the way like how the US guys, they never returned Trump. So this is the same thing. I'll just say Kenyans, they should, they'll take the bitter pill. They need soldier on 2027 when we are there. Let's go ask Zuraku. We remove ourselves from this bullying, this harsh government, which does not even respect people's rights. They are so inhuman. This is what I say. Let's have the 2027. We remove this government away, so that next year we can also tell the youth. So in the next term, when we are having another president, we have to come and put in force. We say that we need to have a referendum to amend the constitution. So where the flaws are in this 2012 constitution, we are able to amend. But keeping quiet for this person to bully us, with this one we cannot allow. What I can say, let's be democratic. Let's wait for the 4 years for the 5 years. The next time we get another president, then we have to be on stand on and put pressure that we have another I mean, we have a referendum to amend this constitution because we have seen the flaws. So we can able to see that we can also, how our president can be removed in office. Our constitution is vague about it. If you look the way of Butsman, they are not doing their work. We don't need that office. We need to give even more powers to the judiciary. Anyone who is found compromising any judicial officer, they should be jailed. And this is what I'm saying. Let's be diplomatic. Let's not go for the coup d'etat or whatever. Let's wait for the 2027. Then we just have another person. But of now, let's bite the bitter pill.
Stella is saying that we just bite the bitter pill. We just persevere and wait for 2027. That is your opinion. When you are talking, I saw Ellie was interjecting. So Ellie, before you go to Ashley, maybe what was the concern? You disagree? You don't want us to continue biting
No.
the bitter pill?
I just wanted to remind Stella there that 2027 Ruto is going nowhere because number one, it was interesting there that Kenya Rebel or Kenya Revolution was saying that outside organizations or other countries should compile efforts to help Kenyans to remove him from power. These are the same countries that we know put him into power. But going back to Stella's point, 2027, this man will still get into power because by this time he has been an incumbent for nearly, let's say, an incumbent deputy president for 10 years and then a president coming to a second term. Incumbents in Africa don't fail. They come in by force or whichever way you like to phrase it. Second point about that is going by what happened in the last so-called election, the 2027 one, there will be even less registration of voters because of what they've experienced in the last few years, especially in the likes of Nyanza. There will be poor voter turnout. Registration will not be a thing of concern for them. They will not be interested because of the presidential results and even parliamentary voting, you know. So in that way, he will have an easy ride back to power. And in fact, he knows that because a lot of people from, the geopolitical thing will mean that a lot of people will not register, will not take part in the elections. Maybe those who have just turned the right age for voting and then registering as new voters, that might make a difference. But still, I don't see what constituency can remove him from power through the electoral route. I just wanted to add to what Kenya Rebel said in terms of the important thing about dislodging an MP and the 18 months either side of the window. Well, that's some news to me because I didn't know that it's that difficult to remove an MP because the window period is that tight. Can you confirm that? Because what was the point of that part of the law being created if that's the case? Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may very quickly, Leo.
Okay. Yes.
Just short statement. I just want to say, yes, it's an election act. Let me get it. I think it's 9. I'll confirm it again, just a few minutes. But I just wanted to say when I meant an outside body helping us, I actually meant, because this is what I wanted to say. Most of the African nations are actually, for Kenya, we know Ruto is being controlled by the West, IMF and all the gang. And there's a U.S. mercenary group who are active in Kenya right now. So I was saying that if you were to remove Ruto through coup d'etat, it might be a bloody business. But we do it the way Burkina Faso, Mali, and what's the name with the Sahel people, with the Wagner group, who are now, they call themselves African Corps or whatever, Peace Corps or whatever the same thing. These are the group that can actually take out Ruto because they're not aligned with the West and they are for the independence of Africa. Yes, you have to pay them, but yes, that's the way to liberate because our army is not enough to deny. There's so much influence between Kenya is so much heavily influenced by British and American rule. They train our forces. That's what I meant. A military coup d'etat by the help of the Russian mercenary. Now, I'll confirm with that law very in brief. Go ahead, Mr. Leo.
Thank you. And I think I'm giving it to Ashley. And maybe just to give a brief on that law, I think it is the law for recall. Let me see if I can be able to get what it says. Article is 104, yeah? The electorate under Article 97, 98 have the right to recall the member of parliament representing their constituency before the end of the term of the relevant house of parliament. Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for the grounds on which a member may be recalled and the procedures to be followed. So I think that is what Mbadi meant when he told you that they deliberately made it hard for them to be recalled. Because the Constitution...
Leo, look at under Election Act.
Okay.
It's on Election Act where it spells out the number.
Yeah, the number. So that is what I wanted to explain this, that when the Constitution was drafted, they gave these responsibilities to the members of parliament themselves to enact laws to determine the period and the procedure. And that is the mistake that they did. The same way with this academic qualification, you know, it has always been a problem because the people who are supposed to pass it are the same MPs who don't have the academic qualifications for these positions. So that's why it has always been something that cannot be implemented fully because the responsibility you've given to the victims themselves. So obviously they'll not be able to give enact some laws that is going to work against them. They're forgetting that, you know, when you're making laws, you should not be making laws for yourself, but you should be making laws for the entire society. But with them, when they are making these laws, the first thing they ask themselves, what will be the implication on this law on us? Look at the way they respond to things like the CDF and then and their salaries. They really do it in unison compared to specific issues that are touching on Wananchi. So Ashley, I think I've dropped and she'll just get back. That is what is happening, and that is why it is really hard to recall these MPs. But I think for the people who are opposed to the demonstrations, because Kenyans have not gathered enough courage to go for a demonstration, and it's only a specific individuals, it's only sections of this country that we have to speak the truth and say that if the demonstrations are called today, the people who are going to demonstrate are people who are allied to Raila Odinga. But apart from that, I know there are people who are allied to Raila Odinga who comes from the central parts of Kenya. Yes, they are they are allied to Raila Odinga. They like Raila Odinga. They voted Raila Odinga, but they won't go for the demonstrations. It is a matter of fact. They will tell you we support Raila, but we will not be on the streets. We saw it when the demonstrations were called. The places where demonstrations were taking place were the western parts of Kenya. That is Kisii, Nyanza, and the western counties, and Nairobi. And Nairobi, the specific people from the specific regions that were having a demonstration both at home are the ones who are demonstrating in Nairobi. Go to parts of Central. Yes, they support Raila. We don't deny that. But when it comes to this thing called demonstration, it's a specific people. And majorly they say that the Luos are the lawyers, the Kisii are the ones who are going to die, and they're the ones who are going to face and the bullet over there. We even have the Kambas who are really supporting Raila. When it comes to voting, they will vote Raila to the last man. But when you tell them to go to the streets, they've never been used to this kind of street wars. So it's really hard. And you can see on the comment section over there, Goodia is saying that Kenya has never united. So we need to fight tribalism first, so that whenever such kind of things are called, people will think as Kenyans. But what happens now? There is a problem. Gachagua will run to his people in Nyeri and will try to tell them that how people are salivating for their government, and that is the end of it. So those people in Nyeri will now think that, okay, we are not suffering. The problem is Raila wants this government. Raila wants Nusumkate. You see how they do it. So whenever there's an issue that Kenyans should be united as Kenyans, these tribal leaders, they go back to their tribal backyard and try to make it an issue communities or tribes, like it is this tribe or this person is against our tribe. So that is the problem that we're having in this country. So Kenyan revolutionary, anything that you need to add? How do we go about this kind of things? You know, we've been having all these ideas. We don't need demonstrations. Okay, the coup is really not going to be easy. I think the kind of the soldiers that we're having and the kind of the training they undergo and the kind of discipline they have, and based on the historical things like what happened in 1982, it's really hard to get somebody who would dare try even think of coup in this country. And it has not been possible. I don't know how the countries colonized by French find it easy to have some coup d'etats. Maybe that is something that historians can be able to tell us how they find it easy. But these other countries like ours that were colonized by British, it's really, really, really hard. I don't know how they trained us. Maybe we can come up with some ideas of presenting our grievances and ensuring that things get better. So Kenya revolutionary, still on that, what do you think is the way forward now that we've been told judiciary is corrupt? Actually, it has been confirmed by the president. We've seen the parliament cannot operate. We've seen the executive is the problem. So all the three arms have failed. So what is the state of the common mwananchi? What can helpless Kenyans do? We are having 4 years to the end of Ruto's rule, so that we see if it will be renewed or he will have to be dropped. So what can you tell Kenyans to do right now?
I have always argued that the opposition, they can capitalize on the situation by not doing what they're doing, but reaching out. Let's say, for example, the Central Province, who were a major voting bloc to Ruto's government. Instead of calling each other together and blaming them for voting for Ruto, how about you reach out to them? Okay, those are the people you should be appealing to. The whole point is this: in a constitutional democracy, we are the sovereign people. But to be a sovereign people, to exercise our power as a sovereign people, we have to have the majority. Now, do things that can actually win you the hearts and minds of the people. Persuade them. Number one, what Okiya was doing. He never went to the streets one day. He simply went and made a case and went to the Supreme Court. I mean, it's not the Supreme Court, but the court, so whatever that court was. And look at the effect that it has. It has a greater effect than what Martha Karua and Raila Odinga was doing. Okay? Now, the second thing is, also we people who are dissatisfied with this government and how things are going, we are exploring ways of which to hold this president responsible, accountable. How do we do that? Through the delegated power that we gave our representatives. And as we speak, I'm looking at that exact law, so I can quote it for my brother Eli before he disappears, so he can read it, so he knows what I'm talking about. It's in the Electoral Act. Let me see. I'm having trouble here. It's on where it spells out exactly the length on which you can actually remove these politicians. But again, what we are doing is, that's why I started by saying that, to me, this whole exchange between Ruto and the judiciary is a good thing. That means that there's some level of independence in the judiciary, even though we know that the judiciary, there are some judges who are rogue, as we all know that, okay? We don't need somebody to tell us. So we, the Wananchi, should educate ourselves and put pressure on our MPs to do these things, okay? We demand that you do this, and this, and that. There should be a stronger, serious public participation in every bill that is passed in Kenya. That is never happening. These people just wanausikizana huko kwa parliament and inapita. Okay? So it comes back to us, the people, what we want. Complaining and going to Mandamano will not move Ruto 1 inch. We have to start with the people who represent us. And we have to use also the judiciary to clip the powers of this president in order for him to force him to follow the law. So that's what the advisor would say. Let's have a common struggle between whether it's your member or Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Let us look at ourselves as Kenyans. Let's have a common struggle. If we all agree that the cost of living is the issue, let's expound on that. To say, our MPs should vote for this. Overwhelmingly, they'll go there if we put pressure on them. I always give the example. Remember when the NADCO talks was going on, and somebody complained, put it on the internet. Ichungwa posted that these guys, they didn't even mention cost of living. And the next day, Raila made a press conference, and they overwhelmingly went and made that an issue. And even Raila Odinga had to come back and say, without the cost of living, we are not having this discussion. So I'm saying that's an example of the people demanding from their leaders to do something in order to punguza is the powers that this administration has. So that is the only way. Otherwise, if we don't get active and demand from our representatives, then we can either do what Stella said and sit down and let Ruto do whatever he wants, and 2027 will get there and he will do it again. He will say, you know what, he'll influence everyone and become president forever. So we have to be active as Kenyans. Meanwhile, I'll find you the exact place. It's in the election.
Try looking for it. Somebody is telling me, Leo, you asked of Shida Kenya is the people's mind. If it is not affecting me directly, Sijali, this is the selfish problem. Yeah, Larry Moore is saying that the problem that we're having in Kenya is selfishness. Somebody is asking themselves. That's when people are saying help. I'm not going to school. I don't have somebody in my family or in my house that is going to school. Why do I get concerned with the fee? Ruto akipenda kuongeza fee, aongeze. Somebody is talking when it comes to the matters of fertilizer. We don't use fertilizer. Why do I need to get concerned? So that's the problem that we're having as Kenyans. If it doesn't concern me, then I don't have any other business with it. So we need that ujamaa, whereby your neighbor's problem is your problem. Your neighbor's joy is my joy. So I think with that, we can be able to change this country and change this country completely instead of complaining. We are many. We are millions, over 40 million. We have the power. We cannot be controlled by only 300 or maybe less than 5,000 individuals in the country who want to turn us right, left. But the problem is Kenyans have never learned, hatujafika ile mahali pa kusema sasa punda amechoka. Just on the words of Ashley, punda anafaa kuchoka, na punda akishachoka ndio sasa hawa watu wataacha kunyanyasa punda. So Ashley, you dropped. I think you're back. I can give it to you. What do we need to do as Kenyans? Actually, what options do we have, or what hope do we have as Kenyans? We've seen the parliament has failed, the executive has failed, the judiciary has now failed. And when we talk of going on the streets, we are also told that, at the rate we are and the type of the political formations and our politics, because majorly it is still tribal, it's not going to be possible to marshal or to collect all Kenyans together and have a successful demonstration that is going to communicate. So what advice can you now tell, if you're now speaking to Kenyans, what do you think Kenyans can do together?
Before I give that, I was going to talk about what Kenyari said about overthrowing the government. And I was looking at Sri Lanka, where the president was overthrown. People went to parliament, to his to the house that the president stayed, and they stormed in, and he had to run practically out of the country. I saw that clip yesterday. But the problem they got is that the prime minister, who had been there, I think since independence, is the one who took over. And they were saying he was part of the problem. So as we want to remove Ruto, are we actually solving the problem? Because who is going to take over after him? Does that person also come with problems? Raila tags along with Uhuru, who also was a person who did not obey the constitution. You see, so I don't know why people wouldn't rally behind someone like Kia Omtata, who has steadfastly always stood with the Constitution, and give him a chance and see where he can take us. But as long as we want to remove Ruto for Raila, who is also with Uhuru and the Moi and all these people who have corruption cases, it is like replacing one problem with another. My suggestion was, if we are going to remove him, I don't know how good the military is, whether they will be corrupt or not, but if the people, even with the leaders that we have, that's what I said, we have to make them fear us, so that when they make laws trying to please us. But how do we do that? It is we have to collectively agree to protest, not to install somebody else, but whether it is in opposition, whoever is in power knows that they cannot ignore the people. One thing I've realized is nobody, you see, like the way we are talking, Ruto never comes to talk to us while we ask him questions. He keeps saying, people gave me the mandate. But he lied to us. You see, like when you have a contract, the material, what is the material of like if you have a contract and someone withholds information from you, misrepresents themselves, that's a breach. And as such, the contract cannot continue. And you cannot withhold the material substance of the case. He withheld how he was going to do the houses. He withheld how he was going to do the things that he said he will do. And he's not just doing the things that he said he will. He's saying that they are stopping him from carrying on his mandate. But I'm asking, must the money come from the poor? Why can't he try and go after those people who have stolen? They say they know Uhuru took money. Why haven't they gone after him? Why don't they start at the bottom? Why don't they start there? Why don't they start getting money that was stolen from the loans that we got before they come to the people and ask them to pay loans that we did not profit from? And then when he complains about the judiciary, it is not only the judiciary that has failed, and the judiciary is not working for us. What most people do not understand, these are supremacy battles between Uhuru, they are political supremacy battles. So even these judges you will find, they are not fighting for the people. Don't say it's only the court that works. They've been bought by one side, and maybe Ruto was bringing the outburst because he tried to bribe them and they refused because someone else has already got them in their pocket. When you hear him say, I have to do it, he's fighting. You understand what they are doing? They are fighting. We heard that Uhuru was going to build a city in Northland. So you see now Ruto wants to build houses. So they are fighting. These are fights that we don't understand. We just see the outburst outside. We see the judiciary siding with one side. You don't know they were bought. I had Jimmy Wanjigi said, when you saw these cases going to court, I was the ones financing them. These people are financing some of these things, not for us. They are fighting within themselves for supremacy. Oh, so Uhuru now is a trillionaire. I will be a bigger trillionaire than him. And Stella, if everybody thinks that like you, we are doomed. If we give Ruto up to 2027, he will not go anywhere. He will be another Museveni. If he can do this in less than 2 years and be as defiant as he is now, can you imagine him at 5 years? He will make sure he might even ban campaigns. He might imprison some people who he thinks are going, and if somehow he is going to make it work to where he gets elected back by a landslide, and then start intimidating or already have intimidated some judges or kill one of them. Yeah?
Ashley, before you finish, I just wanted to give a reference where you can check it, and I'll let you continue. Look at Election Act Part 4, where it says recall of member of parliament, down under section 45, right of recall. Read it down to the subsection 4, where it says a recall under subsection 1 shall only be initiated 24 months after the election of member of parliament So Leo, can you look at it while Ashley continue with our submission?
Oh,
Sorry,
that we
Ashley, go ahead.
already know. I think we already know about that initiation of recall. Now, I think that
Ellie
the last
wanted
time
it.
that we need to start eating into their majority, because once we can eat into their majority, then we weaken them. And we can start with the weakest link. There are some MPs that have practically done nothing. There are some MPs whose counties are crime scenes. Now, when Ruto says that the judiciary is not working, doesn't he know that is how mad we are? The police doesn't work. How these police are paid but with money from the people, yet when you go to report a case, you have to pay them, you have to put gas in their car. You know, this right now, people in their diaspora know there's these crimes that are going on, scams or cyber crimes, where Kenyans are defrauding and scamming Kenyans. It has been reported to the cyber criminal investigator, Kinyua. He has done nothing. Yet, they want to overcharge us when we go home. They want to overcharge us when we send M-Pesa. So, Ruto is not the only person whose tax money should work for. This money should work for everybody. And the thing is, there is total collapse of the institutions that we have, all of them. That the hospital don't work. The other day I saw a kid, a baby who had stayed in a mortuary for 11 months because they refused to release the body because the parents didn't have money. They gave 20,000 and they still held, and each day the money was accumulating. So I am so disgusted that we are here discussing Ruto while every other Kenyan has a story to tell of how this government doesn't work. So it is not just not working for him, it is not working for each of us. What do we do?
I really get you. I really get you. And maybe also a reminder, there's something that you've really said so important. And I can see Larry Moro is saying that the argument that because Ruto is in power and we don't have a better choice is false. He stole the elections. That was not the people's choice. Since people voted for Raila, why not give him the ham? And maybe actually just to echo what you've said in reference to what happened in Sri Lanka, it also happened in Zimbabwe when the legendary Mugabe was removed. Who took over was the deputy president, who was part of the problem. And you saw what happened after that, the same problem. So that is what is also happening in Kenya. Ruto was a deputy president for 10 years. So he decided to maybe go on the other side and started campaigning against the government that he was part of, and fooled Kenyans that he's going to provide solutions to the problems that he was part of creating. So he's among the people who created the problems that we're having currently. Though sometimes I do blame Raila, why he accepted to campaign together with, knowing very well. Yes.
Even if we chose Azimio, just look at someone who would have had a key position. Remember the other they put him of Azimio to go and negotiate for Azimio. What did he come back with? He came back with things that are given goodies to keep quiet. It is like the way a dog, you go to steal in someone's house and then you throw the dog some meat and they keep quiet because you gave them something to eat. So even on the other side, we have problems. That's the problem. So even if we had elected Raila, we would have problems. Starting with what we saw Kalonzo do the other day. There are people on his side I've had with criminal cases. So what I'm saying, we have criminals on both sides. And even if Raila was in power right now, maybe we would still be here complaining about him and the things he has done or he's doing. Look at someone like Orengo. He was accused of stealing money. Nobody has talked about it. Those are right-hand men of Raila. So what government would they have formed? Is my question. Look at where Haiti, where we sent some police. They killed their president, but the problem didn't go away. So apart from saying Ruto must go, who must we replace him with so that this problem stops? We are not replacing a problem with a problem and solving nothing. We have to come and be honest, being patriotic, and not be tribal. and choose a person who will fix Kenya once and for all. Otherwise, we are wasting our time.
That is loud and clear. I saw SG. Jex, welcome back. Wacha tumkaribishe bwana SG. SG.
Asante sana. Habari ya wananchi wenzangu, bwana leo,
Wananchi
bwana
tuko
Jex
salama.
nani. Unajua zamani huyu MP wa Githongoli Kiambu alikuwa anasema wananchi, hakuwa anajua kusema wananchi. Anyway, that is not why we are here. I am really disturbed when I hear somebody say that Raila is not an option. You know, he could not have done better. The team is corrupt. You know, some of these things, sometimes we say them. It is assuming and I like the way she says maybe, because maybe not. It could have been better. So we cannot really judge someone who has not been there, who has not done anything. So we would like to say that we had many options in that ballot box, and some of us chose because of our emotions and our tribes, and that is why we are where we are at the moment. The issue of somebody talked about recalling MPs. You know, some of these things that are written in this constitution are not practical, because you can imagine you are initiating that issue after 2 years. Then, you know, we also say that there is a lot of delays in the court. Somebody goes to court, he puts an injunction that you should not be arrested, I should not be chased away. So some of these things are very impractical. And that is why the constitution, or the constitution makers, also gave us what we call a ventilation clauses or ventilation articles, where if the parliament does not work, if judiciary does not work, if the police don't work, if the government doesn't work, then there is what we call direct representation, where we are the people who are sovereign exercise our powers directly. So for me, I don't think we lack options. We are just closing our minds and not thinking loudly. And Kenya needs redemption. But for that redemption to come, I think things have not gotten worse. They should get worse. Yeah. So that at the end of the day, we start afresh. Because, you know, when we started these issues of maandamano and calling people to come on the street, there are some people who told us they were going for harvesting and planting. Yeah. Some people in Iroiro, I saw them going saying that hey, maandamano inaharibu biashara. Unajua sisi kama watu ya biashara hatuwezi ingia maandamano, tuwezi weka sufuria kwa kichwa, lini tunapanda, sijui tunavuna Sasa kwa sababu hakuna maandamano na biashara zinafungwa, what is causing it? So we are in a situation, Mr. Leo, and this somebody has just gotten in, he should just mute, whereby we wait and see. Because the good thing is that now the judges who are on the side of the judiciary, which was on the side of a government, or they were in bed in government, now it is also complaining. I saw some people in Ruto today trying to burn tires for the first time in history. You know why? It is pinching them. The coffee sector, people are crying. I saw another Mutembei clip of Meru telling us, sijui kahawa haichomwi, wale walikuwa wanaitwa Kateru walienda. You know, I'm happy when I see these things happening, because it is until you know, they say in English that when the gods wants to destroy you, they make you mad. The president is mad, and when you have a president who is mad, you just wait for the day of reckoning. It is going to be sooner than we expect, where now he will destroy himself and destroy his government because of poor policies, poor decisions that have led us to where we are at the moment. But this story of Gombe, there was no option, Mother Karua group had also corruption. No. Those are not the stories we can entertain now. We need to know there were options, but we never took them. Because so many of us from Mount Kenya thought maybe what we should vote for is somebody who is circumcised. Now we have a circumcised person. Yeah? But what is the circumcision doing to us? We see pictures floating all over of a pastor's wife having a lot of lacking. I think in the makeup we may talk up and in my coffee. We don't know, but we are looking at the wife of a drunkard and the wife of a pastor, and we find they are different. So we are in that situation, Kenyans, and let us hope and pray that there will be a catalyst whereby these governments and people can now come out and say enough is enough. Asante sana bana leo.
Asante sana Mr. G, SG, the Secretary General. Umesema, but I also saw it that people were demonstrating. When you are talking, I saw ni kama Pen Nyagaka alikuwa ameinua mkono. So Jex, maybe you will allow him to talk. Najua hapo kuna venye ameumwa. Pen pia natoka mahali kuna ni kahawa ama ni majani chai. I saw
majani chai, kahawa, Beretram.
Nafasi ni yako.
Okay, asante sana leo. Wacha nimweleze huyo ambaye amemaliza. Ruto miaka yake ni kama baka 2032. Vile mlimchagua kwa sababu ametahiri nini. Those are normal conditions of any country. Any country in a downfalls and ups. That does not mean the end of the world. That does not mean that UDA imetoka kwa power. You can sound as pessimistic as you want, but the reality still remains. Hii ni serikali ya UDA na itaendelea mpaka 2032. Because as of right now, the next elections are 2027, and ODM or Asimiu has no candidate. Muliona the other day when Nani took off on the 31st, Kalonzo. Kama huyu ni angekuwa Mudavadi leo, kama ilikuwa Mudavadi au Wetengula wameacha UDA leo, mungekuwa mnazungumza hiyo maneno sana. Lakini leo, right now, Asimiu has lost one of its best candidates who brought 3 million votes to the camp of Asimiu, and he has left. So where do we get any challenges? Where do we get any argument ya kwamba mutashinda? My friend, you can talk all the pessimistic you want. This is exactly what you told the Kenyan people in 2022, and they voted for the Mwizi. And kuleta ibija ya Recho ati amechapwa nini. We have not had the official word from either Recho or bwana yake. Sasa kusepeculate, kuleta rumors, hiyo tu. That's all you have, you guys in Asimiu. You have rumors and speculation and arguments that don't make any sense at all. Kenya, as I'm reminded you guys all the time, Kenya is a young democracy. Let me finish. I'm finishing. Kenya is a young democracy. A democracy takes a long time to materialize to where it should be. So that's growing up pains about tonight. Thank you.
Sisi tulikuwa sema hana makeup, kumbe anaweza kuwa alichapwa ndugu. Na hatujui. Lakini unajua
Leo
anything can happen.
Speculation.
Manyumba ina maneno, hii manyumba inakuwa na maneno. Manyumba iko na maneno. Alafu kuna unajua Unajua Ruto pia alicelebrate birthday na kuna jamaa aliandika kwa Twitter kwa sababu ya zile mauongo ametupatia over the last 1 year. Hiyo birthday ni ya ukweli pia. You know, we are just asking as Kenyans, si mambo ya Azimio ama nini. We are concerned about the state of mind. You know, it's good to understand that. And then there's something somebody says sijui ati Azimio has no sijui Kalonzo aende mahali. Kalonzo has said that many years. Hata last time alikuwa amesema anasimama president na achi mtu. But as I told you, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Whatever is bringing Azimio together and all of us, even us, we were not even followers of Maina Jenga, but we are all together because of this one enemy that is destroying Kenya called William Ruto. So if you're expecting Azimio to be disintegrate, forget it. We have one strong enemy, and therefore all of us we are going to decide who will be the president. Msituharakishe, wacha kila mtu aseme atasimama president, but 3 months to time tutatoa candidate ambaye atasimama na president na huyu president wenyu, because sisi si rais wetu na Wakenya wamechoka. Alafu lakini hata ukikuja huku kwa street, tuko Nairobi bro, na nakwambia hapa watu wanasema hata kama ni umbwa itasimama ikuwe inabweka State House, tunasikia tu imebweka, imetoa speech ahead, we will vote for that, but not the current status. Thank you.
As of right now, you are 100% right, because the government of the day, when it is trying to refigure the economy, trying to take out all the monies that you were pushing up, like the dollar, yes, we are very unpopular. But comes 2027, na hiyo ndio ninakuambia mheshimiwa, we have the reality and the rumors. The rumors is the Rachel alipigwa. The reality is that Kalonzo just left and he said if he leaves for anybody, he is going home. The other day he said angekuwa mshenzi sana akikubali kuachia mwingine. That's the reality. That's from his mouth. Hiyo ndio tunasema ya kwamba wale ambayo tunafumilia maneno ya UDA ni kwamba we need reality, not the rumors. Hii rumors ambayo muna Maina Njenga, muna huyu, muna yule, what does that mean to anybody who's farming barethram or coffee or tea huko in Kisii? None. Thank you.
Jake, can I jump in a little bit? Jake,
please do. Please do.
I just wanted to tell Ashley that and Leo, the Mugabe and Sri Lanka case are not the same as Kenyan, because when Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe, they were actually one. They all agreed that they wanted the president out and they chased him away. But Ashley also made a good point when she said, ukitoa Ruto, nani atakapo? Because Azimio, okay, I know you were saying maandamano, SG ametuambia hata ukiweka umbo hapo, and he's telling us there's choices that is Raila, you know, if you are to judge Raila just by the way he runs Azimio, that actually tells you that he's not an option. And number two, telling us about, you know, Azimio kwa pamoja nini. Even right now, if we went to election, Azimio will not win. I'm telling you, this is how these guys are pathetic, to say the least. They're not focused. Wanasema wanaenda maandamano. Tujiulize, mnaenda maandamano kufanya nini? What are you going to maandamano? Remember, we went to maandamano, then what ended up? Akawacha maandamano because of NADCO, wakae chini na Kalonzo to share power. Is that why we want to go to maandamano again? So that these wakina Kalonzo wapate sijui official opposition na sijui nini. So these guys are not focused. And Ruto will ataleta kwa serikali, alafu utaona Azimio will disintegrate. So SG Maina, SG ndugu yangu, I know you're a fanatic, but the reality is Azimio is just as good as dead. They're just noise makers. Thank you.
Yeah. The point of order, Bwana Chairman.
Yeah,
Unajua
go ahead.
anasema what has shocked me as a person who is listening keenly ni kusema kwamba ati tunaenda maandamano kufanya nini? I mean, don't you read the constitution? Kwani hii katiba iliandikiwa nani? People read the constitution na don't read it upside down. Article 36 and 37 says everybody has a right to demonstrate and picket in peace. It is in the constitution. So
Yes.
whether you want to do
I'm
it the
not
whole
I'm
year,
not disputing that. I'm
you
not
see
disputing
the
that. You are
problem
right.
the
But what
problem
is the
the
main
problem
aim?
of picking and choosing what to read in the constitution, it is what has led us here. But maandamano, watu waende, watu waandamane kwa sababu ya jua, waandamane kwa sababu ya majani chai, waandamane kwa sababu ya njia, waandamane kwa sababu ya levy. It is a constitutional right. Sawa. Number two, hii mambo ya kusema ati sijui official opposition was they were going to share power. There's nothing that was proposed by your president. Yeah, and I don't think they have shared any power so far with that discussion. So for me, I think what we are when you talk about Raila was not an option, that is known as in English premature ejaculation, where mwingine hajafika kipimo na wewe umemwaga. Because at the end of the day,
Actually,
bro,
Azimio wanted the power sharing before even the NADCO.
at the end of the day, Raila is not the president. He has never been president in this country. You cannot
And will
compare
never be.
things that, and it is not a must. He doesn't. Even he says that if he really needed it, it could have caused a lot of problems. We know, and we know for a fact because you want fact. Ruto did not win this presidency. He bought this presidency. He bought Chebukati, he bought Koome, and we have evidence about that. But we cannot. We know what happened. Everybody knows in Kenya
Chebukati was
that
brought by Raila.
there was no way, there's no way a small we could have led that in Bunge Azimio was the majority. Even right now in Nairobi County, Azimio is the majority. In the whole country, all the MCAs of Azimio relation are the majority. How did this guy win? He won by lying that he is a Christian girl in the Bible and Psalms, but he also had carried money. And that is why you see he has no glory of God in him. Why? Because it is a stolen election. So we call it fanatic or anything. We know what has happened in this country. Is somebody buying his way to presidency, and he cannot even lead the country, despite the fact.
Uhuru has more money than him. He can buy elections. He can win.
How do you know? We don't know that. I think those are just speculations. I don't know who is richer than the other, but we know that everything in Kenya has a price tag. And again, you might have money, but why should he buy? And he was not even signed for the presidency. Anyway, for those few remarks, wacha niachie wengine wapige siasa.
All right, allow me to come in and ladies and gentlemen, what we have been reflecting on your screens are what has been said on Twitter handles of different people and different leaders. Many seem to agree, others also seem equally not to agree with the sentiments from one President William Ruto. Of course, I've been able to project what Milio Manga has said, what the man of tyranny of number has said, tyranny of numbers, Mr. Mutai Nguni, what he has said. I have projected what Aaron Cheriot has said, and many others who have been saying a lot in reaction to what the president had to say yesterday. Of course, equally, Miguna Miguna formed part of our story today. He was saying that stop threatening the judiciary. Remember that without the judiciary, you wouldn't be president. You can't pretend to protect the independence of the judiciary through threats. All right. Of course, in the same note, Raila Odinga equally said that Ruto has captured parliament. Bills now come through straight from State House and get ratified by lawmakers. Sometimes up to 2 bills are approved in one afternoon. Having captured parliament, Ruto now wants to intimidate, subdue, and capture the judiciary. Okay, Martha Koome rejoined as well, said that the GSC has noted with concern that judges and judicial officers have been subjected to public criticism and vilification for issuing court orders that are perceived to be against state programs and policy. The GSC wishes to affirm or reaffirm the independence and integrity of the judiciary as a core equal arm of government, and urges all judges and judicial officers to continue performing their judicial duties without fear or favor, among many other sentiments that have come from different people with different opinion. All right. Okay. Now, can I count? Now, I've heard from SG. I've heard from Ashley, and there's something while I was behind the tents. I heard Ashley say, and it's true that some people can be paid to cause to sabotage an idea, whether good or bad. Some people can. One time, Jimmy and Jiggy was here bragging of how he used to fund some of these um, court cases. Actually, I want to begin with you on this one. Let's imagine, to be fair to the president, can the opposition equally use the courts as a tool to sabotage his agenda, whether good or bad? Can the opposition use his agenda, the judges, or rather the courts, to subvert and to sabotage his agenda? And if so, what does the president need to do if he is forced to always contend with the courts before he can implement anything?
Good question. I hear there's a saying that says, "What's good for the goose is good
What's
for
good for the gander is good for the goose."
the." Okay, so saying that the even him, he with his MPs. You remember he's going to see who is going to vote against his agenda. So if he wants to also manipulate, then he has to let the other. You see, we have to either agree to be a country ruled by the rule of law, or a country not ruled by the rule of law. So what does he need to do? He needs to be an example. He needs to stop having the DPP withdraw the cases of his friends. He needs so the police are working for the people because they are paid to work for the people. He needs to make sure our hospitals are working. He needs to make sure those people that he is saying are sabotaging, he seems to know them. He has the instruments of power. He needs to have them brought to book. Then when he has done that, then he can complain it hasn't worked. But he cannot be doing it himself and get mad when someone else is doing it, because he is a Kenyan just like us. So if he wants to manipulate, when he's unable to manipulate, then he can't get mad because someone else has been able to do it better than him. And some people say he stole the election. Let me tell you, if he stole, he didn't do it because Raila was so righteous that he didn't try. What I believe is that both of them tried, and one thief was smarter than the other. So we either live in that way, or we become people that live by the rule of law. That is my sentiments. Where is everybody?
Everybody's there. I'm just highlighting some points from people's reaction on Twitter. Now, Bwana SG, even as we near summing up, can the opposition decide to sabotage a government? Because today is Ruto, tomorrow it will be whoever. But if the courts can be used as a tool to sabotage any government, don't we need sobriety in as much as how we use our courts? Because too much of something eventually can end up being poisonous, and we might end up destroying our institutions, thinking we are building them, thinking we are doing the right thing, because this is how sometimes we might derail a country from anything. Anyone can go to court, which is their right, correct? But as well, the judges should rise above and be able to filter out what is fair, what is just. Because as much as we are saying that Ruto is bad, equally, according to law, he who comes to equity must come with fair hands. The opposition or with clean hands. Is the opposition clean? Is those who going to courts, are they clean, or they have an ill motive? What SG?
Before SG goes, I think you've misquoted. The Ruto that is complaining himself is the one who needs to come with clean hands. Those who go into court are going to court because he's making unconstitutional laws.
I'm looking at it from both ends, because by the end of the day, as I have said, whether it's good or bad, because this is not the last time people go to court. They have gone before court in so many reasons, even others that are not really, how do I put it? Because people have gone to court even to stop feeding program. Yeah, among many other things that people have gone to court. Now I'm asking, can anyone go to court just because if you spite the government and you don't, and maybe you feel you have a vendetta against Ruto and against his regime, probably because you lost as your preferred candidate is not the one ruling, could you be equally using the courts as a tool to oppose everything? Now that you seem not to be having your way in parliament. What do you make of that, Bwana SG? SG, are you there? All right. Same question to Bwana Kenya Rebel. What do you think? Can the opposition and many people who oppose this government choose to use the courts as a tool of, to pick out an issue with everything that Ruto and everyone is trying to bring?
Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I don't think you can use the courts as a tool. A court is independent, and a court's job is to adjudicate on an issue based on the law, what the law says. So when Ruto says that the opposition is using the courts, that is false. When you bring the case in front of a judge will look at the case based on the evidence. Is there evidence that Ruto was violating the Constitution or not? Okay, and they will go through it, and there'll be arguments made, and then the court rules according to what the law says. So you can't say that it's been used. Okay, and again to Mr. SG who just left, this whole thing of this, they need to get over this idea that Ruto stole the election. They lost. I don't know how many times I should tell him that, but there's nothing to help him that. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say about that. That Azimio needs to find a way of actually getting people behind them. Hii mambo ya kusema ati sijui tuliibiwa, you're saying Ruto bought the sijui Chebukati, bought the courts, bought the kids. Again, the Kenyatta family has more money than the country itself. They can buy everyone, including Ruto, if they want to. So don't come here telling us that they are trying to buy I don't know what. That's just nonsense. You lost square and fair. Go back to the people. Use sera zako. Wait for 2022. If you want to impeach him, try to impeach him through your MPs and get the MPs who are aligned to you to try to impeach him. Do something like that. But kukuja hapa kutuambia sijui Ruto aliiba, sijui he's not anointed or whatever, you're wasting everybody's time, including yours. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Bye.
Bwana SG, the same question I had asked you, I still pose it to you. I'm not saying it's happening, but I'm asking you on a very to be open-minded about this. Maybe someone has noted there's a weakness, there's a link of weakness in the judiciary, and they have decided, you know what, we cannot have any other way to stop this government. So the best we can do, we can use our courts. And they use this corrupt, let me just use the president's words, corrupt officials, corrupt leaders in the judicial system, so as to find a way to stop almost anything. Now it's happening to William Ruto. It happened to Uhuru Kenyatta. When will this stop? When will we have slightly some degree of fairness? I'm not saying the courts are not fair when only they rule for the government, but I'm asking, how can we really make sure we don't have rulings that are almost favored by money or influenced by someone's hand somewhere, but they are based on the rule of law? Bwana SG.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's very hard to separate these things. It's like splitting the hair. And we know that I just, the way I look at it now, the government controls more than 70% of the courts.
Correct.
And 30% are people who maybe cannot be controlled by the government. So they are, you see, these are human beings. These are Kenyans. They live within us. They know the problems. They are the same people who go to the supermarket with us. Unaenda na magistrate anasema sukari ni 500. Akienda kuweka mafuta pia ama kulipia mtu shule anaambiwa help haiko. Anafika mahali anasikia ala mafuta ni 212 per liter. So anaangalia anaona vile KCP maybe hata kuna magistrate sister yake ama brother yake mtoto wake alikuwa na perform 400 500 420, alafu hii regime ikammakia akakuwa na 212, ama alikuwa aende alliance akaenda hii shule iko Kazozweni. You know, those are things that are affecting the judges too and the police. So for any normal person, any person will have his own persuasions, whether he's given money or not. There are people who are in judiciary are staunch Azimio. There are those who are staunch Kenya Kwanza. Because even in the US, there are judges who are known to be Democrats, known to be Republican. It is always there. But the question has always been, are the cases being taken to court have any merit in them? And the answer is yes, because, for example, let us analyze the issue of housing. Yeah, my brother, we are being told, or let me put it this way, because I am not an economist. I want to understand like a 2-year-old. A government hurriedly puts a bill together and hurriedly passes it in parliament, saying every employed person in Kenya should pay housing levy. You understand? And you're paying this housing levy for what? To build houses. For who? We do not know. What if you're 50 years old or 65, almost 60 years old? Where would your money go? The court is asking then. Then, if these people who are working are the one building house for those who are not working, where is the fairness? I mean, uoni hii serikali iko na utoto? Because how do you ask a question? How do you tell us that you're building houses for everybody and there's a part of a group here that is paying for that? And then to make matters worse, you're even forcing the employers to pay for the houses. And yet the employers are paying these people housing allowance. In fact, some employers have gone further and looked for houses for these people, either by mortgage or by building them servants' quarters. So when you see a government that is so barbaric, introducing very stupid policies, then the question is, are these court cases having merit? So when you look at the housing, for example, those housing issue, it is bad and stinks to the highest heaven, because it is not yet pure. It is a good idea, by the way. From my where I sit and what I believe that we need a housing policy that it is having good proper public participation and people give their views and then it is well analyzed so that people know that if I go to the website and apply for the house with this amount of money, then my house is reserved. You understand what I mean? Rather than where you are saying we don't know who will get the house, when you'll get the house. Sometimes we are told the reason why there is housing levy is just because it is creating employment. Then we get out from employment, we are told it is for the people who are the slums. My brother, what is what? You understand? So we go and look at the case. And I told you the other time of Jerugedai who said that anybody can go to court for anything. It is important to go to court because what we do in court is arbitration. It is somebody who comes between two people who are having a dispute and tries to understand where the dispute is coming from and creates a way forward or gives a way forward on the matter. It is okay to go to court and claim that you're the owner of KICC. You're the owner of the sun and the moon. You can go and tell the judge that. But the case will proceed. People will come with the evidence. If you have the title deed of KICC, it will be checked. If it's an original one, then the court will say, surely you are the owner. You take the KICC and go with it home. You understand? So when you see a president so threatened by the courts, or then you see there is a very big problem because we can now see this guy is being exposed. He was actually the problem in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. That is the clear, yes.
Even as I near really wrapping up, a good person should wrap a show more than twice. Now, Ashley, Kamau raises very interesting points. Justice Shitembwe was a case that can be cited that a judge can work or rather can give orders under influence. He was the first judge to really upheld the impeachment of Sonko. Sonko, despite them being related in a way, found a way of exposing him as a rogue and corrupt. I'm not saying our judges are corrupt, but we know our country. We don't want to almost praise that every other place is corrupt apart from our judges and our courts. Could there be an element of truth in what William Ruto is saying? And that's what I'm just simply asking. Could there be an element of that? Probably somehow, people can team up to seriously oppose and put stoppers on anything, any project, whether good, whether it has gone through all the rightful procedures, or even it had the entire country participating in public participation. It had everyone giving their views. From where you sit, do you see a possibility? I'm not saying it's there or it's not. Could there be a possibility that our courts as well, because there's always two sides to any coin, our courts as well, could they as well be used by anyone with ill motive to cause harm or to derail or even sabotage plans for the government or for anyone or for any institution? Because nowadays people go to court for anything. What do you think from where you sit?
I think what you're asking me is a hypothetical, but there's no need to use a hypothetical when we actually can use what Ruto is talking about, which is the finance bill. And he's saying people are sabotaging him on that bill. The problem with this bill that he's saying is being sabotaged is that Okia Omtata explained in detail why it is unconstitutional. So he fails in saying that he's being sabotaged. What he's asking the court to do is to pass it, even though it is unconstitutional. He's asking them to do an injustice. And I think every judge, when they go into office, they swear to uphold justice, to uphold the law. So even himself is making a mistake.
The financial bill sailed through. The only part that didn't sail through is that housing part. Every other place, it was given a clean bill of health.
And it shouldn't have, and I hope someone is appealing it, because I don't think that was the Supreme Court. They should appeal it. Because when Omkia went to court, he said that it went to Parliament, it didn't go to the Senate. And the Speaker of the Senate, they swore that they sent an affidavit that they had looked into it or something like that. There's something that they said which wasn't proper, and the judge refused from Okia Omtata to cross-examine them.
What was refused is this. It had a high part of money bill, and there is no there's no law that or actually the law is clear that any money bill cannot go to Senate. It is deliberated and decided in Parliament, the Public Investment Committee, the Committee of Budget, and all. Those are the ones who are. Yeah. So what Okiomata was arguing was it didn't go to the Senate, but the courts were clear that it was a money bill, and money bills are deliberated in Parliament, not Senate. The courts there, they got it very well. It's correct.
Okay, there is another part. I don't have the exact.
It is not correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
The finance bill.
The law, Basi, but go ahead.
There is another part of the bill. Let me finish a little bit. Okay. Because I know it, but I can't remember what. There's another part of the bill that is in the finance bill that has to pass through the part of that they had to take it to. You can remove sections of the bill. I think it comes together. But a part of the bill that, in order for those parts to pass, it had to go to the Senate. And how it passed is the Speaker of the Senate said that they were in consultation with them. And Okia said, I am a senator. I was not consulted. So when the Speaker said that they were in consultation with the senators, he's vouching, he signed an affidavit, and Okia asked for permission to cross-examine the Speaker of the Senate, and the court overruled him. I would have wanted to see Mokia Omtata say, if you do not allow me to cross-examine the Senate, the Speaker, then we need to remove that as a consideration on this appeal or petition. He didn't do that. But I will send you that information. There is part where the Speaker of the Senate said that they gave them the permission to do that without them going necessarily to Senate to have it discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So
because
he cannot come with dirty hands. He came with dirty hands. He cannot come. You say, well, you must come with clean hands. Ruto is not coming with clean hands. He wants to play dirty, but he doesn't want the other side. He wants to play dirty and he wants to win. And what he's doing is becoming entitled. And it is very dangerous. He's not even 2 years. He's barely 1 year into the term. And this is how he's behaving with all the threats that he's been giving, with all the things that he's been pushing. I am very, very scared of what is ahead if we give him until 2027. You hear some people have started talking about a 7-year term. So I don't even know whether there is a 2027 or they will change it to where he says he wants a 7-year term now, or he will wait until after the election and ask for a 7-year term. And then before that term is up, he might be another Mudavadi. He might add a 3rd term as long as he continues. So the more he stays, the stronger he grows. And the stronger he grows, the harder it will be to remove him. So if anybody is serious about removing him, that has to be done now. So what I was saying, the last thing I'm going to say is about that. Someone said that the civil disobedience cannot work. I don't know how it cannot work. If say everybody in Azimio opposes him, so they stay home. And all the people that voted for Ruto now that see the true picture of who he is also stay home. That would be most of the Kenyans. If most of the Kenyans stay home and agree to suffer for now, I'm telling you, Ruto might not come out, but he will change. He will be cautious, and he will not be careless in his talk. We don't have to go to the street. Nobody has to die. We don't have to run with the police battles. Just look at Niger. Well, how did they have the French, a superpower, come out from their country? When they were told to leave, because they knew they are strong, they said, we are not leaving. And they thought the Africans were foolish, that they were going to engage him. The Africans were clever enough to know that they could engage someone who was stronger than them. Because that is loss of life. Someone says, oh, we have to exercise our power, we have to demonstrate. What have those demonstrations brought you? Every time all they bring is goodies for your leaders, not you. So when are you going to get it into your head that it doesn't benefit you, the normal man, to go to the streets? Every time. And then this Kalonzo we keep talking about here, that is how thick-minded we are. And that is the thick-mindedness that the politicians are taking advantage of. They know we are stupid and foolish. This Kalonzo went to a meeting to negotiate. Remember, there are people who died. There are people who died. Can you imagine someone's mother seeing Kalonzo saying he doesn't understand why, what's the name? Wamalwa refused to sign, he's refusing to sign that bill, that document. He doesn't understand why. Ask him, what did you get? He got nothing. He doesn't understand why Wamalwa refused to sign. And you want you discussing that man here? That is a disgrace. That is, what kind of a leader is that? That is not even a leader. Can you imagine sending Kalonzo as on an international trip to negotiate for Kenya? He cannot negotiate locally. How do you think he's going to perform with white people? Growing up, I used to, when I was going to school, I would travel by bus. And I have witnessed more than one occasion where a white person gets back. People almost break their legs standing so that person can sit. When there was a pregnant person standing there and they did not give them a seat. There are people who, if they can behave like that now because they're being bribed, how will that person behave when they see a white person? Everything that person will say is yes, 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 yes. And that is why I think he may be the best person, but his team is not. So if he's president, his team is going to let him down. We have to think. We have to think not emotionally, but with our brains. We have to use our mind, not our hearts. And men, I'm surprised that men are thinking with their hearts like women. We are thinking emotionally. Men are supposed to be more practical. Women that are emotional. Just think of Kalonzo going to represent, sincerely, think of him. And that's the person we are putting there. And look at someone like Orengo. He was accused of stealing money in a lot. We didn't give anybody, he was not put through to see, is it true or was it a lie? Those are people that are surrounding Raila. So if he won, those are the people he would have given ministries. Don't you think would have the same problems? And then someone said, he has never been president, so we don't know. Don't you know that you can look at someone's history? When you go to, why do you think you ask for a bill, good conduct, when you're looking for a job? They want to see what kind of a person you are. You want to see how has Raila ran ODM? How has he ran Azimio? It has not been democratic. It is his way or the highway. What makes you think that when he becomes president, he will change? Actually, he will be more emboldened. Now he has the sword too. So he will do what his precedents, the people behind him did. And when you complain, they'll say, why are you complaining and you let Uhuru do this? Why are you complaining and you let Ruto do this? So that is why I'm saying, if we look at character, we have to judge from their past. And that is why I keep saying Okia Omtata has proved himself. Even now he said even they tried to bribe him and he said, I am not taking any bribe. And he told Ruto to his face, you are my friend, but the Constitution is a better friend to me than you are. What other leader are we looking for? And I'm telling you, someone has said here, we have to go down before we go up. I told a friend who is not a Kenyan, and they said, you have to be like Rwanda before a real leader can come, because right now you only have vultures, you only have cartels who are interested because of all the money that is in government. You want the time Kenya will go completely down and there is no money is when the real leader will come. Let me tell you, in 2008, had the economic crisis not come, Obama would not have been president. Let me tell you, but Spain was going to win, but we were on the brink of collapse. And at that time, it is like when the car is going down, tribalism gets out, racism gets out, and you choose the best man for the job. We all know Okia Omtata is the best man for the job, but we are so blinded by our tribalism, we cannot elect him. But if today we were on the brink of death, we would all choose him 100% by a landslide. And that is what happened in 2008. The economy, it was like supernatural. It was supernatural because had it not happened, you know, everybody was scared. People lost money in real estate. People committed suicide because billionaires lost billions. You are billionaire. Some person was a billionaire of 20 billions. He now was 2 billion. He committed suicide. You don't believe because the markets collapsed. Some companies fell. All the car companies were at the brink. The government had to come and save them, but they knew McCain was not set to do the job. So at this time, there was no way. Even the racist of the racists chose the person best for the job. And I think we have to get there as Kenyans in order to choose the best man for the job. And even in 2012, again, there was a tornado. He was not going to win. What his name was going to win. And then the tornado happened in New Jersey. And the picture that saved Obama then was him hugging Chris Christie. And that made the change, and that made him elected twice. He was elected by supernatural intervention of a calamity that made people change their mind. So even in Kenya, I think we will need that in order to get out of our cocoons to elect the right person.
All right. Well, you make me have so many questions for you. I'll come to you with them. But before I do that, I want to welcome Richie Makiadi. Makiadi, good to see you. Hope you're well. Happy New Year, my brother, to you and your family. Zaidi ya yote, I know you've been following the conversations behind the scenes. Now, what do you make of the president's sentiments, especially concerning the judges? And as you make your opening remarks, before I even ask you any question. But zaidi ya yote, karibu sana kwa show, Bwana Makiadi. Hope you are well.
Thank you so much. Jex, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud, sir.
Okay, good. Habari ya mwaka mpya. Hope umeruka salama. It's been a while.
Umeruka vizuri na story mingi unaona zimeanza ni date 3 na story kibao.
Naelewa kumewaka moto. Good to see you. Ashley, good to see you. It's been a while since we were in the same forum with you. Let me go straight to the point, Jex. I think I was listening to what SG, my brother ambaye ametoka sahi hapa, was talking about. And you know, as Africans and as people who are religious, we have one problem. We have been lied to so many times with people who believe that they are the chosen ones, people who are so, you know, religious that they can make a case before God for you. 2022 elections, people had a choice. I think SG made it very clear here. And I remember towards the campaign, during the campaign period, we had this conversation so many times with Ashley here, SG, and the rest of the folks that used to come to this show. We said here, William Ruto was not fit to be a president. The likes of Akina Ashley, who are telling us right now that Raila was not an option, were on the other side. Very, very adamant that William Ruto was the best choice. Although I'm very sure right now she will say she was not supporting William Ruto. And we told them, William Ruto has no history, no track record of anything. He has never fought for anything in the Republic of Kenya. But whatever happened, happened. Some of us still believe up to today. And Kenya Re has said here that we know that William Ruto won the election. Some of us don't know and still don't believe how William Ruto was elected the president of Kenya. We don't believe there was any way that William Ruto would win a fair election. We will start arguing about why William Ruto is the president right now, but that is a long story for another day. If the commission came out and 4 commissioners said they do not know how the election results were tallied and they do not know how the chairman came up with those figures, then who are we, the voters, people who are outside, who are we to dispute what the commissioners, the people who worked for the IEBC themselves said? Who are we? We had choices. We had Raila Odinga on the ballot. We had William Ruto on the ballot. We had Wahiga on the ballot. We had other people. I don't know, this guy Wakubuta Banki sijui kama alikuwa kwa ballot. I can't even Wajakoya. We had Wajakoya on the ballot. I don't know if we had any other person there, but I remember those 4 people.
They were only 4.
They were only 4. Thank you. And people went out straight, looked at the ballot paper, those people who voted, and voted for William Ruto to be their president. Now, we are looking at 1 year plus a few months down the line, and the country is in a disarray. The country is disastrous. Things are not going the way anyone on our side expected them to go, because we felt like now that William Ruto is the person who has been crying, from morning to evening, that he is the person who held Uhuru's government in place. We said maybe they had a plan. Maybe it was the plan of God, like they said that yao ilikuwa ni maombi. Maybe it was not the will of God for Raila Odinga to be the president, or Wajakoya or Wahiga. It was the plan of God for William Ruto to be the anointed one to lead Kenya, for the next 5 years. Now, we have a government right now in place that is looking for scapegoats and blame games throughout. This guy was the sweetheart of the judiciary. He came in, alikuja na mbwembwe. Kitu ya kwanza alifanya ni kuappoint the 7 judges ama ni ngapi. And people, the judiciary was happy. The 6 judges. The judiciary was happy. Wakapewa ile walikuwa naita judicial sijui nini fund. Bilioni sijui 4. They were very happy. Now that the judiciary is making decisions against William Ruto, it is no longer the honeymoon period. They are back to fighting each other again. And we are sitting on the side and saying, wacha kimlambe, because we cannot have double standards. Actually, you said it very clearly. We cannot have double standards that when it happens to favor William Ruto, it is okay. But when it goes against him, it is not okay. So, Martha Koome and the team celebrated William Ruto's win. I remember even there's a video that went viral where Martha Koome was in Meru and was talking about the bottom-up agenda. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, after giving us the hot air ruling, went to Meru to tell us that the bottom-up agenda is what is required for the country to lift the status of Kenyans. And, we now see a judiciary that is, caught between a stone and is it called a rock and a hard place. They are no longer the darling of the executive. Mwananchi has lost confidence in the judiciary. Now it is up to them to redeem themselves. They will either decide to follow what William Ruto is telling them to do, or they will listen to mwananchi wa kawaida. From where I sit, the issue of the housing project, the housing project did not start with William Ruto. Uhuru Kenyatta was the initiator of this mijengo yenye tunaona ikiwa kila county. It is Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta built these houses without taxing anybody. Easy 2.5, 2.75% kwa paycheck, kwa payslip. Uhuru Kenyatta hakufanya hivyo na alijenga nyumba. In fact, to be honest, if you go to Nairobi right now, the houses that William Ruto is claiming that he built were started by Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, most of them right now are almost to the point whereby ziko karibu kuisha. And Kenyans remember very well that Uhuru Kenyatta hakukukata mshahara yako kwa lazima ndiye ajenge hizo gorofa. Uhuru Kenyatta did not force Kenyans to accept that it is only the housing project that is going to change the lives of the common mwananchi. No. So what William Ruto is propagating, that without the housing project then there is no economy, is a big lie. It's a fallacy. We should not agree to tax the people by force to raise an economy. This economy is in tatters not because of Uhuru Kenyatta alone, but because of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. We must all agree that these people were in government for 10 years. There's nothing new that William Ruto is telling us here. When you try to push this blame to Uhuru Kenyatta alone, then people of logic will tell you that you are daydreaming. William Ruto was part of the Jubilee government. He's part of the failures that we have seen in our country for the past 10 years. He has added another 1.5 years right now of disastrous management of our economy. And I can tell you today, Jake, hakuna kitu mpya William Ruto atafanyia watu ambayo hangefanya akiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. With Uhuru Kenyatta, you had stability. With Uhuru Kenyatta, you had confidence of the investors. William Ruto is too much hype, too much talk, and no work. Let me come to what Penny Nyagaka I see is here, and Ashley are telling us here that Raila Odinga and his team would not have been an option in our country. Let me tell you something. I don't know, Ashley, if you remember very well that Kalonzo Musyoka has been in a government where he was the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Kalonzo Musyoka is not a Gachagua. Kalonzo Musyoka is a diplomat. He has done more for the Republic of Kenya in those capacities whereby he represented the country outside. So mimi nikisikia unasema mambo ya kucompare Kalonzo Musyoka ati na wazungu, I mean, where do you live? When did you know Kalonzo Musyoka? Kalonzo Musyoka has represented the Republic of Kenya even in Moi's government. He represented the Republic of Kenya in Mwai Kibaki's government. We Jake, sijui kama unajua sisi ile jitumekaa sisi tuliona Kalonzo Musyoka akitembea huko nje kama Minister of Foreign Affairs. Wachana na hizi vitu na watu ya kupotea room kwa lodging. Wachana na hizi vitu za CS. We lived in Kenya when CSs, they were called ministers. Alikuwa anapita na bendera, unajua huyo ni president anapita. I mean ni minister wa serikali anapita. Hawa watu wenye wako saa hii ni jokers tupu. And I can tell you, Jakes, hii serikali hata haitaki maombi. Hii serikali hata haitaki maandamano. This is a government that is going to disintegrate in the next few months. It is a government that is killing itself. It does not need anybody to help it down the valley. This is something that is on a free fall. Hii ni kitu ambayo inateremka yenyewe. Usisukume na maandamano because they will look for someone to blame. That is what they do best. If right now we let William Ruto do his job the way he's doing it, then we should be very, very sure that in the next couple of months, like he normally tells us, next couple of months, in 6 months' time, we will not have a government. And I'm telling you this. For those that believe very well that William Ruto has a plan for our country, you should go back to his history. Alituambia kwamba kuanzia tarehe 1 utakuwa unaenda kutibiwa bure. Jex, enda kwa hospitali yenye iko karibu na wewe saa hii. Enda useme unataka check up ya kwa daktari hapo, na usitoe kadi ya NHIF ama kadi yote ya insurance yenye uko nayo. Tuone ni nani atakutibu, because this guy watu wanajua ni mkora na hakuna kitu ambayo anaambianga watu inakuwa true. Number 2, alisema ya kwamba kuanzia mwaka huu ikianza Kenya itakuwa visa free country. Mimi nataka nikuambie saa hii, go look at the statement yenye imetolewa na the same government kuhusu maneno ya visa, so that you can draw a parallel between those people that were in government in those days, NAC government, you know, when ministers were ministers, and what we have right now. The kind of crop of leaders that we have right now at the helm, the likes of Ruto, Gachagua, Moses Kuria, Kipchumba Murkomen, you know, the people who cannot even fix a generator. The likes of you know, the government spoke. I don't even know who speaks for this government. You know, the majority leader, Kimani Ichung'wah, the likes of Ndindi Nyoro. These are the people you expect to push this country to the next height. My friend, I'm sorry, but we are not heading anywhere with these people. You can see right now, when the president wants to make a political statement, he looks for where to go, and that place is Mount Kenya region. Everyone knows that, and you can see the Tugeges, the new MPs who have no political clout, ndio wanafanyaga curtain raising. You have a senator wa Kiambu, a very young man ambaye unafikiria atakuwa na dynamic thinking, ako na guts za kuambia president usitii mahakama kwa sababu hakuna mahali utapelekwa. So what kind of statement is that coming from a leader? Yes, let's listen to that.
Wamenituma Mheshimiwa Rais, wakaniambia ukirudi kule Kiambu, ambia rais mwenye alikuweko, mulituletea hapa 2013 na 2017 na tukamchagua. Rudi kwako Kiambu, umwambie apatie Rais William Ruto nafasi na yeye atufanyie kazi. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, sababu nasikia hapa hata Ndindi Nyoro amesema yule anasponsor makesi ni rais aliyekuwa hapo ambaye ni mpigaji kura katika kaunti yangu. Sasa ajue tuko na rais ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto, ambaye tuliamuka asubuhi na mapema tukamchagua aendeleshe Kenya yetu mbele, si ndio? Na sasa vile niliambiwa hivyo na watu wa Nyandarua, nikaketi chini, Mheshimiwa Rais, nikajiuliza, wakati koti ambaye anataka kutumia ilitoa sheria ati yeye aachishe ma-CAS kazi sababu hiyo kiti sio constitutional, yeye hakufuata sheria ya koti hiyo. Wale waliendelea kukaa kazini na yeye hakupelekwa mahali. Mheshimiwa Rais, hatukwambie uvuje sheria, lakini jua pia wewe hautapelekwa mahali. Ilifika watu wa Korogosho, Mheshimiwa Rais, koti ikaamua wasitolewe pale, lakini yeye akawatoa na hakupelekwa mahali. Mheshimiwa Rais, hatukwambie uvuje hiyo, lakini pia wewe hautapelekwa mahali. Mheshimiwa Rais, wanataka kutumia koti ndio usijenge manyumba. Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa, mimi nakuomba tafadhali, hawa mahasla wanangoja kazi. Wewe wacha tujenge kazi, amini manyumba, na sababu wewe hautapelekwa mahali. Ya mwisho kabisa, hii barabara ya Ihithe na Donyonjeru, tumekuja hapa na Senator Medhu sababu mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa barabara. Rais alinipatia hiyo kazi. Rais amesema atajenga. Waziri our deputy president amesema atajenga. Wabunge wa hapa wote wamekubaliana itajengwa. Mimi kama mwenyekiti nimekubalia. Mwenyekiti wa environment amekubalia. alafu mtu mmoja ameenda kotini na anaenda kwa neema ati hiyo barabara isijengwe. Mheshimiwa anakuambia sisemi uvunje sheria, lakini jenga na hutapelekwa mahali.
All right. Go ahead, Makiadi. That was what
Jex, umefanya mzuri. Unajua watu wengine walikuwa wanafikiria tunachapa propaganda hapa. Umefanya mzuri kucheza hiyo video. Sasa hii ndio watu ninakuambia. Mtu kama huyo anaweza simama mbele ya rais amwambie vunja sheria, hakuna mahali utapelekwa. Alafu these are the same people wakati uchaguzi ilitangazwa walituambia msiende kuandamana, and then kotini, because that is the only way to solve an election dispute. Na watu wakaenda kotini, koti ikaamua vile iliamua, na watu wakakubali, wakasema tunaweza kosa kukubaliana na matamshi ya koti, lakini kwa sababu ni koti, wacha tukubali, even though we might disagree with their ruling, but it is what has been said by the court, and that is what you are supposed to follow, and people moved on. So these people sasa saa hii wanaona ya kwamba William Ruto should be a king. Akiongea, his word should be the law, and they feel like hakuna venye anaweza sema kitu na kuwe challenge in the Republic of Kenya ati kwa sababu alipewa sword yeye ndio CNC. Let me tell you, Jex, I want him, huyo William Ruto akatai kufuata hiyo sheria. Hiyo sheria yenye anaambiwa asikatai, asifuate, akatai kabisa kuifuata. Then we have what we call an anarchy in our country. Ndio sasa tujue it was not only about William Ruto, but the rule of law should be followed by each and every person for any development to happen in a country. William Ruto is not a demigod. He is not above the law. He is a president, but still under. It is the Constitution itself that puts William Ruto in that office. So if we want William Ruto that does not heed to the Constitution, then let him be that person ambaye hatii mahakama. Then tuone kama tutakuwa na nchi. You see these people, ukiona wanasimama hapo wanaongea, unakumbuka jamaa moja alikuwa anaitwa Kamodho. Kamodho was the guy in Moi's government ambaye alikuwa analetea hata kiatu number 10 na mguu yake ni number 6. Anasema kama hii kiatu ni wewe baba umeniletea, hii kiatu itanitosha. These are the kind of people. And you can look at this guy. This is a very young man. Very young man. These are the kind of people unatarajia wakuwe na vibrant thinking, you know, dynamic, watu ambao wanajua maana ya sheria. Kumbe we are looking at inaitango reincarnate, kitu gani hiyo kizungu inapotea, another Kamodho being born out of Mount Kenya region. And I can tell you we are heading in a wrong direction. Tumekuwa tukisema hapa kila wakati ya kwamba the country is headed in a wrong direction economically, but if we start disobeying the court, we might not agree with the court, but if we decide to tell the president ya kwamba disobey the court because hakuna mahali utapelekwa, then we are setting a bad president. More and more people will follow that president, and I can tell you that, you know, looking at what we have right now and the anger that is in people's hearts right now and how people are suffering right now, we are likely to have chaos in our country. I will relax there kwanza nisikie Penyagaka na nini ya kusema.
Kidogo tu hata before nilete Penyagaka, nina jamaa anaitwa Defi. Defi, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're well, my brother.
Nakuambia wewe mambo imechemuka. Walai nakuambia mambo imembaya. Yaani nasikia maji imechemuka. Nasikia boiling point. We are very much disappointed by this man called Ruto. Unajua Jackson, kwambie kweli. At this era, someone want to decolonize us. Imagine. Yaani unashindwa mtu mpaka unasema ati judiciary. Judiciary yenye ilikupatia power. Ukiangalia kama huyu jamaa mweupe huyu wa Kiambu huyu jamaa unajua mwenye ilimsaidia ni koti yenye nasema leo hii eti huyu jamaa adify koti. Nakwambia kimeumana. Na nakwambia mimi nataka kuambia wananchi wote wa Kenya, hii maandamano inaletwa na hii ni ya lawyers. Tuandamane sisi sote tukomboe hii nchi kwa sababu atuelekee pazuri. Already email imezama. Acha nikwambie
But
jamaa
lawyers
mtuharibia
wamesema
nchi.
watavaa ribbons tu. Lawyers wamesema ni ribbons watavaa.
Tunaingia ndani. Unajua maloya ukikuwa katikati ya maloya polisi ni ngumu kupiga tear gas. Kwa sababu polisi wanakopaga maloya sana. Na hii itakuwa very good chance. Na hata nikwambie huyu Martha Koome kimemramba mbaya sana. Na this time kama sisi kama wananchi tunataka kumsaidia. Na siku yenye wananchi tutamuhitaji pia asaidie wananchi. Nakwambia Jex, hata niseme asante, mimi napiga simu kutoka Nakuru. Tuko mahali hapa na best yangu mkuu, asalimie huyu jamaa. Best yangu ako hapa, tunasema hii nchi tumechoka nayo. Acha kila kitu. Huyu unajua Ruto aliamua kumwaga ugali. Na yeye Martha Koome acha amwage mboga. Kila mtu tukae njaa. Asante sana Jex. Thank you so much.
Asante sana bwana Defi. Mkenya mkora vipi?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, my brother. How are you?
It's good. It's good. I haven't seen you this year to Jongea. You've been running away from me. Ni kama ulienda ukapewa nini CS. I was looking what CS you were given.
Ni venye sitaki kusema jina yako on public, but you know me, si unanijua tu.
Najua wewe, unajua nilisikia huko mlikuwa huko hivyo ulienda ukapewa CS government. I see tuko hivyo with no portfolio.
Sawa. Endelea kuni lakini labda nitaangukia. But what do you make of Ruto sentiment? Na kuona hapo kwa comment section umechafua. But maoni yako ni yapi? Is the president almost turning dictatorial kwa sababu now ameshindwa what to do? Now he says I'm now going to defy the courts.
No, the thing is that, Jake, when you look at the society and even psychological part of, even when you go back into what you call Ruto's, since he got independence, and I think Mr. Raila Odinga stopped very shy of saying some things that he didn't want to say when he said that his whole political career has been brought in by the judicial system. He stayed very short of saying some things because Raila is becoming very economical in what he says nowadays. Nile tu, kama ni mjanja jishikilie, I mean, get what you're doing. And understand what is going on. So this guy, the biggest thing, and I don't want people to be lied to by this guy, he's not fighting judiciary. The guy knows he has not done anything for a whole year. The guy understands that the counter suits are off. You've seen him nowadays, he's not wearing the counter suits. You've seen him. Lately, he's reverted back to his, the real suits of a public servant. Why? Because the darlings are no longer darlings anymore. There's a divorce happening with the international community. The people that he was running, they now understanding this guy is not even bringing anything to us. He's just getting stuff from us. And that is why you see now the visa-free thing is going away. The Haiti thing is going away. Nobody's now believing him. You can see the Musevenis now even suing him. You can see everything just with the international that he had become a Pan-Africanist darling or whatever the South Africans talking about, and even even the Westerners talking about this guy is a Pan-Africanist. We need to listen to him. Right now, I don't think he can get a stand ovation on what we call the UN like he used to do, or EU. So what is happening right now, like Ruto has always been, everything has always been a blame game. If something doesn't work, he always blames somebody. We can even go down to where he blamed Muteshi, saying that Muteshi never went to, lands and whatever, but he did lose that case. Ruto never akoseagi kitu yoyote. So now somebody has to take that blame game. And I think the guy is so smart in his ukora, the con. You know, a con man knows how to con. He's understanding that now Uhuru is becoming a tough skin to get to, because however much you try and send your minions to go and attack Uhuru, he's not replying to anything. So it's becoming a, what do you call it, a wild goose chase, and nobody is now, believing Uhuru did anything. Nobody is taking that thing. People are just tired of hearing Uhuru. So now he has to move on to something else that has to be blamed of his failures. And it's very well calculated. 1 year is already gone. There's nothing he can say about. People are starting to refuse these things that he's trying I normally call them the black market kind of deals, which is happening in Kilimani, and that is what we saw in his office when Chester were being get there wakipatikana huko wakifanya lands deal, and the people that have passed away because of dealing with him. So now he's starting to understand, now as a president, I'm starting to look bad to my own people. So now he has to go back to to say these guys he has to bring up something that is very unconstitutional, so that it's stopped out there. And then when it's stopped, now he comes and blames that these are the people that actually stopped Maendeleo. See, Mimi. Wow.
Mkenya Mkora, let me ask you this. Mutahi Ngunyi, I've placed that tweet with a reason. Mutahi Ngunyi says that the judiciary is a dead swamp, and William Ruto needs to drain that swamp. And he's saying this is what he's saying, that dear Ruto, you are dead right. The judiciary is corrupt to the core, and from the core. Kiraito Murungi fired 30 judges in 2003 for corruption. As the executive, you must drain this swamp. Do it for the people, despite the people. One man with God is in the majority. Drain the swamp. So he's advising Ruto, despite the people defying him and all that. Amambia, drain the swamp. From where you sit, do we really have an extremely corrupt judiciary that we need to fire, to threaten, to intimidate, so as to have our way?
No. The judiciary, yes, there's a problem a little bit. Not all the judges are, wako hivyo. Some of them even wanachanga watu wengine waende because they're like, hii ni kesi gani umeniletea? Not all of them. And if you remember the first time, kuna mtu alikuambia hapa hivi, the first time venye tu alifika hivi, what did he do? He went and got the ones that Uhuru alikuwa ametuambia ni corrupt, akawaleta wakawaingiza within, hata hakuuliza ati sijui iende mahali. Now, when you're talking about draining the swamp, Jake, have you ever seen a crocodile drain a swamp?
No, how can it? And that's its home.
So how does a crocodile drain a swamp, which is actually that's where they live? That's the problem. And people need to understand this guy now. I was making a joke on the comment section. We don't even care about Mother Koome. We don't care. We are not going to defend anyone right now. Waende wafungiwe kwa room moja, wachapane huko, mwenye atashinda atoke atuambie okay, sasa nimejua. We don't care. Mother Koome coming to tell us we are being attacked. That's hogwash. Ruto mwenye kuongea pia ni hogwash. They're all criminals. And unless Kenya we understand this thing of just because one side inatuangalia, ile side ingine tuangalie. And as I finish haraka, I wanted to address also Ashley. And also thank you Makiadi kwa ameleta points kali nimeako hivyo kwa comment section. You see, Ashley was talking about some people. I don't want to talk about Kalonzo because people will say because I'm a Kamba I'm defending him. But Nani Makiadi brought it right. Listen, guys, we've had people who have actually worked in the government, people who are diplomats, people who are whatever. And again, I will say it here like I always say, and Jake, you know how I always say it. Sometimes politics uji ya wimbi, where you look at it unaona ni ya brown, unajua niyo ni uji ya brown. Politics is played as a chess game. The people that are talking here, like that Ashley too, took you up EV when we used to be here every day. Alikuwa anatuleta juu, oh, Ruto. And you can see a lot of people doing that. And you will see there are so many games that get played in politics to where you expose people and you play it right. And if you play it right, then you get someone who's a criminal like Ruto being rejected by even his own East Africa people. Now, what is the end result of it? That is what you need to look at. The game has been played. We have leaders who actually care about Kenya. And one in EB, unaona, I mean, sasa now the two places that we knew gave Ruto anything anyway, it wasn't even that much. He only got 3 million. You can see Central now is revolving. You can see Rift Valley is revolting. Those are the only two places. So now you can see the Mwananchi now coming in. And that is the politics, because you at times mtoto akililia wembe mpe. That's why Uhuru is so quiet. Sasa hawataki kumpiga, wanataka kwenda judicial yenye walisema hao ndio waliwapatia. You see, sometimes give it time. Give it time for the bigger picture. And I wish people could see that. Thank you, Mr. Jake, for giving me the chance.
All right. Now, Stella, I want to come to you. We saw William Ruto appoint Agrim Cherule, who was left out by Uhuru Kenyatta. And wakati tu Cherela 4 walikuwa mentioned, guess who was appointed to hear the case? Agrim Cherule. Could he as well be creating some team, as much as he's blaming other teams? Could he also have a team that works for him?
So you mean Agrem Chelule when he was part of the the 6 judges who are not appointed by Uhuru?
Yeah. And then Ruto comes in, appoints him. And when we have Cherela 4, who is appointed the first person, the one from the 6.
No, what happened when Uhuru was, when he delayed not appointing the 6 judges, he was told that those judges were corrupt. So they went through the JSC system, and they were most of them were found corrupt, and others were cleared by the JSC. So one of them was Agrem Chelule. So saying that he was the one who was appointed, no, it is the. So now what happened is like maybe he was conversant with the matter of such election issues, because I remember he did some election matters even previously, even before Uhuru, and even during Kibaki. So for Agrem Chelule, it's not. We can't say that it's like an interest, but he was just. Alirudishwa kazini. So obviously, because he knew the pragmatic of the matters, so it would be easier for him to understand how the matters were going through. But I can't comment on that. But what I can say about the judicial process being compromised, I think this thing is not letting us sleep. Because even right now, I'm conversing with some other advocates, especially people like the petition advocates like Akina Waiganjo and the others. They are trying so hard to kind of, how do I put it? Do I say that we want to stop this impunity? You see, this impunity is becoming too much, because even if it means like the judges will sit down and discuss even them to be protected, because you see, if a matter like the one for the housing and the other one for the NHIF or any other matter, the thing is, Jakes, mtu atakuwa na uoga aseme, me, I don't want to deal with this file, me, give me another matter. So you remember, justice delayed, justice denied. If these people feel like threatened, they cannot they cannot perform, because the thing is, they will be the duress, and we don't want to have that. If a judge gives a bad decision or gives a compromised judgment. Remember, there are other people who say they are like Akina civil society. They'll come and fault the judge. That's why the Court of Appeal is there. And I'm telling you, it will be raining men and women of the judiciary during that Court of Appeal. I'm telling you, it's going to be BBI. So I think what I can say is, because now Ruto, the person, and I've told you again, I am going to fault the AG. The AG didn't do his due diligence. And if you see people like some civil society and other groups went to court, that means the government were not listening. So mtu akikosa kusikia, what is the next thing yenye utafanya Jakes? Ni uende kotini. Na mkienda kotini, judges hapo watasikia, okay fine, wewe umetoa pleadings zako iko hivi, umetoa facts zako nini. Kama wengine wamenyamaza. And maybe even the people who are appointed under the AG to do this work, they did not do their homework because there was no circumstance, there was no evidence, or they did not have the proof. So you cannot fault the judge kwa sababu alikuja na hiyo decision. If it is unconstitutional, they have to get it to their ass. It is unconstitutional. We cannot argue with someone. Don't argue with something which is not there. And this is the thing. The AG mwenye Justice Muturi. He's called Muturi. Remember, this guy also was a judge, and he was the part of the 16 judges who have walivutwa na JSC because they were compromising the judicial system. Remember, he's the same person walikuwa na history ya Patni hii ya nini inaitangwa aje grad regency, where he was found with a suitcase nini money wakichange na mtu pale nini Hilton. So remember, even the AG is corrupt because even him, he did not do his homework. Angeenda kuambia nani? Angeenda kuambia the president, amwambia, look here, I think they are faulting the side. This is how we are meant to do. Or let's do whatever we have to do. If this thing we are going to shelve it, then at least we go back and do the legal framework. Then we can fight with the legal framework, that which is a solution. Let's debate on it. When they come to they can say, so fine, it is okay, you people continue. But every time unakuja mumeshindo, unakuja una threaten, that means there's something they're hiding. And I'm telling you, Jakes.
All right.
I'm saying without fear and contradiction, 2027, the wrath which the president with Akina other people like Akina Uhuru and Co, or maybe and whoever he's threatening, even with Akina Najib Balala, he has also to know that wrath, it will fight him 3 times 3 times 3. Plus his advisor Akina Dindinjoro.
Okay.
So he has to be
very Okay, fantastic. I'll be coming to you, Stella, and as well Makiadi and Ashley. But let me have Penya Gaka Kidogo, then Kenya Rebel, and then I come to Kina Ashley and Makiadi. Penya Gaka, what do you say about what has been said in as far as William Ruto and the judges are concerned?
Oh, this is very, very nice, and Ashley has a very good history, especially of America. How Obama tagged Christie, and yote tuliona. And actually, for your information, we were championing, we were making phone calls for
Nyakaka, there's
Obama.
a lot of echo. I don't know if it's echo. There's some noise from your end. There, I'm wearing a comb, so it in a nichoma. I don't know if you can reduce the sound of it. I don't know.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, please do that as I come back to you. Kenya Rebel, what do you make of the sentiments aired in? Of course, someone equally even mentioned you, but what do you make of what's Makiadi, Mato, and the others have raised, in as much as the court and Ruto battle is concerned?
Hi, Jakes. Can you listen? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I didn't know someone mentioned me, but anyway,
Oh,
in
sorry,
general, I was
Pole. No one mentioned you, Paul. I thought you had Basawa. Sawa, go ahead.
kuna mtu alininio.
Hakuna. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, but anyway, listen, I think almost all of us, we are in agreement that Ruto, hii mambo yake ya kujaribu ku bypass the judiciary, what judiciary, if they are to rule against him, according to the constitution, the law, which is the supreme law of the land, we agree that that is unacceptable. What we cannot do is to do exactly what Ruto is doing, is pick and choose. We all know Kenyatta did the same thing. Uhuru Kenyatta did the same thing. He called Maraga Mkora and refused to confirm those judges. It is not up to Ruto or Uhuru to call those judges corrupt. Okay, wakisha petition naeka sahihi, he needs to confirm them. So while we agree when it's Ruto that he shouldn't try to call this Wakora because they're not ruling against in his favor, let's not play politics here. The problem with us Kenyans, we're not honest with ourselves. When Uhuru was doing these things, now we can, since he's Azimio, the Azimio side are saying, no, it was okay, not to this extent. Then when Ruto is doing this thing, we are very quick to say, let's be very, very fair. Uhuru did these things, and also Ruto is doing it. It's both wrong. They were wrong, and we should equally condemn both of them in doing so. So let us not be pick and choose. But generally, I agree with everyone's sentiments as far as not accepting, finding these pronouncements by the president troubling. It is troubling for a president to say that. So I'm in agreement in general.
Now, actually, many have opined that this is how a dictator begins. He begins by saying, oh, this is not right. This is not right. He fights all institutions. Eventually, he rules by an iron fist and doesn't consider any rule of law. Could we be headed to a form of dictatorship in the name of William Ruto?
Actually, I think we are already in it. When someone thinks that what they were given wasn't for cutting vegetables, it was for slashing people. What exactly does he mean by slashing people with a sword? Any other person would have been taken to court for threatening. I think that's a crime. So we actually are in the beginning of a dictatorship, and that is why I think that if we let it go on, not be able to remove him. So those people who are laughing seem to be like in a Titanic, and they are laughing. So you wonder, how can you be sinking and you're laughing? Now you're laughing at us. We were not angels to know then. We were by another liar that this person was bad, but they had no credibility. If you go to and you have a checkered past, you most likely your testimony is thrown out. So Uhuru wasn't a credible person to give the information. He was telling the truth. Unfortunately, because of his checkered past, he was not big. So we cannot say that. And me, I followed him up to a point. I remember Jakes one time, we were in a group and you asked me, oh, where did you go? Because I left the group. When I joined that group is when I left. But even today, I will still say, at that time, okay, the two people, I wasn't like a fan follower of his. I just preferred him over Raila. And I still say today, I don't think there's any need to remove Uhuru to put Raila. It is, they are both have their weaknesses, a lot of them, and they both won't serve Kenyans. And I say from how I have observed them in what they are doing now and in what they have done, they won't serve Kenyans. Look at someone like Kalonzo. He is dependable. Do you know that said he still doesn't understand. Let me quote him. I don't understand Eugene's stand on the NADCO report. I think he said that, Gishungwa said that the cost of living is a matter to be addressed by the ruling party because it is a manifesto. And also said what the other side agreed on the issue of IEBC. They were going to look at the process, the process during the election, not the results. When you look at the process, you're looking for the next time. So that means you're not addressing the past. So when you go there and then you come out and you sign it and you say, Kalonzo, who led the Azimio team during the bipartisan talks, say that he had agreed, of course, some issues, but not the report in its totality. What among the issues was that came from his side? Nada. None of them. Yet, so he's there, and he was the aggrieved party. Remember, because people in his side died. So I don't even know how, when they went to sit down with KK, they adopted almost all the resolutions that the KK wanted and none of theirs. And in his minds, as a single people, and all the actions that he has, he saw it fit to agree to oppose some issues, oppose with the mouth, but saying that they have agreed to adapt the report. And the report had nothing that they wanted. They are of service to the people who shed blood, who died, who are crippled, who are injured, who are inconvenienced in any way, shape, or form. Because they come to Mandamano. That was irresponsible of them. And have his supporters to hold him accountable. How can you defend him? And then stop it, and we say, "What stop it? Oh, you want us to share?" Who doesn't know if you go, you're going to die? Or nothing actually, because not all the time you have gone to Mandamano has the person, has the people got anything. We don't. It's only the leaders who get goodies. So are you there? That you go to, why Kalonzo agreed to this? That opposition office, he knew he was going to get a post. If not as the opposition, in these two deputies. So he was being self, but he didn't think about the people who blood. Those Kalonzo is a part of, either he went to the Mandamano in an armored car, so he was not even in danger at any time.
Okay.
Why? At least he could have insisted of at least even asking for compensation for those who were injured, for those who were killed, for the family who lost last one. He came back with nothing. The audacity to say that he's going to learn in 2027. And some people here have, they are not even shameless to come and support. That is our, the issues we have today are our problems. It is us that are putting garbage and what we are putting is garbage out.
All right. Interesting submissions from Ashley. I want to come to you, Makiadi. We remember President Uhuru Kenyatta one time alinyang'anya some judges, some police. Maraga always was on the corridors of justice complaining. We remember how he was defiant in appointing the judges. We saw him how he frustrated the judges. What do you think William Ruto can do?
Yeah, Jakes, thank you very much. First of all, let me just address this issue. I don't know what beef my sister here Ashley has with Kalonzo, and I want to say this. I have seen Kalonzo in leadership as a vice president, as a minister, and probably I've seen him in the Ministry of Education, if I can remember, but if my memory serves me well. I've seen Kalonzo in Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I've seen Kalonzo in other, leadership positions. I think at his lowest moment, Kalonzo is a better leader than any of the leaders we have right now. If you juxtapose, if you put side by side Kalonzo Musyoka and what we call a deputy president right now, it's like the heavens and the earth. You cannot compare the two. One is a clown, one is a serious man. And if my sister is really complaining about what Kalonzo got out of the NADCO or whatever, and thinks that that's the metric by which we should be judging Kalonzo Musyoka, then I guess she should look in the mirror and look at what we have as a deputy president right now, Rigathi Gachagua. What I can tell you right now, Jets, is we have jokers, we have clowns in leadership. We have lowered the bar of leadership in the Republic of Kenya to such an extent that we are cheating ourselves that there are no better options out there. From where I stand, I believe we have better leaders, and I believe we have people who can perform better than the crop that we have right now. These people in government right now are thugs. These people right now in government are thieves. These people in government right now, and they say we are not even saying it, alone. We have heard them say. We have heard even the deputy president Rigathi Gachagua saying that if it was not for them winning the election, he would be in prison right now. Angefungwa bure Jex. We have had William Ruto and the rest of the thugs here saying that if it is not them, winning the election, they would be all in prison right now. Mi nataka nikuulize Jex, as a sober man or a sober woman, as a Kenyan, you should be asking yourself, kwa nini wewe huwezi fungwa? Kwa nini ni yao peke yao wanafungwa? So we should agree here. First of all, we should agree here that our country right now is being ruled by thugs. They have been prosecuted. Gachagua alitolewa kwa nyumba uchi. Akavalishwa kabuti, ndio unasikianga mpaka leo bado analia Uhuru Kenyatta. Na ile vitu walikuwa wanashtakiwa ni vitu ya ukweli. Aliiba shamba, inajulikana ako na shamba ya kugrab hapo Nairobi, sijui ya bilioni ngapi. Mpaka saa hii bado anang'ang'ania hiyo shamba. Shamba iko na sijui title ngapi. That is a thug. He is known very well for corruption cases za kusupply hot air kwa counties, Bungoma, sijui wapi nini. Alisupply vitu mingi sana zenye hazikuwahi onekana. He is a thug. William Ruto is a thug. He has been prosecuted in a court of law for grabbing somebody's land. Right now, as we speak, his hotel is sitting on public property. He's a thug. These other guys, akina agricultural minister, CS wa agriculture, anaitwa Mithika Linturi tulimuona kwa video hapa Jex akiwa amepotea hoteli akiwa uchi kwa kitanda ya wengine. We have seen these people. We know their character. So when somebody tells me that we do not have better leadership out there, mimi nashangaa. Is it that as Kenyans tumefika mahali tumefika, we have no hope to such an extent that we have lowered our leadership bar, so that we are comparing what we have right now with Kenyans who have never been tested? There are better leaders out there. The only thing is they have not been given a chance. These people that we have given a chance for the past 10 years have had their weaknesses, have had their strengths. You have seen what they can do and what they have done. But the least I expected from such a person who has been crying out for the past 10 years that he has a plan to revive the economy of the Republic of Kenya is to come out 1.5 years later, still after being sworn in, to start now claiming that it is the judiciary that is sabotaging his agenda. It is childish. It is a flimsy excuse. And I think Kenya Mkora here has told you very well that this guy is running out of options. You know, waiona kupe inashikilianga ng'ombe hata kwa kichinjio, inaendelea kunyonya mpaka ngozi wakati ng'ombe imetolewa ngozi. So this guy ameshikilia wimbo ya Uhuru Kenyatta mpaka Wakenya wamechoka. Watu wamemwambia enough is enough, tumechoka na maneno ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Wewe ndio president sahi, ulipatiwa mandate, ulipatiwa sword yenye Ashley amesema vizuri hapo. Amesema atakuwa na katakata nayo watu, si ya kukata mboga. So kama wewe ulipatiwa sword na unajua sword si ya kukatakata mboga, tumia hiyo sword kutengeneza maisha ya Wakenya. Use that sword to better the lives of Kenyans. Use that sword to lower the prices of food. Use that sword to lower the prices of mafuta. Use that sword to ensure that the constitution is followed not just by you, but also by the judges, to make sure that there is oversight over the executive by the parliament, both Senate and lower house. And then we will know that you are a Democrat like you claim to be, and you're interested in bettering the lives of Kenyans. That is about William Ruto. I will never ever, and I'll be the last person. I'll be the last person to be convinced by anyone that William Ruto is going to change the lives of Kenyans. Let me talk about what you're saying here. William Ruto and the judiciary. You know, sorry. If we have a judiciary that swings left and right, depending on the direction of the wind, then everyone is bound to take advantage of it. We had Willy Mutunga. After the new constitution coming in, we had Willy Mutunga. Willy Mutunga, I'll go back to one of the pronouncements that Willy Mutunga made. It was the case of the presidential petition. Willy Mutunga came out and gave us a judgment within 5 minutes or so, less than that. And they went back into the chambers there. We expected to see their reasoning. Why did you decide the way you decided? Up to today, Jakes, can you go and show me any document that has been produced by the judiciary, led by Willy Mutunga, that tells us their reasoning of that judgment? Hakuna mahali popote. So it begins there. Willy Mutunga was supposed to be a person from the civil society who was expected to come into the judiciary and bring change. You know, he was a person who has been in the trenches for a long time, fighting for civil liberties, fighting for democracy. Many people had a lot of faith in him. He failed. Willy Mutunga did not change the judiciary. He tried his best, but maybe his best was not enough. And then from there, it was a slide down. Maraga came in. Maraga fought hard. He did his thing. He had his encounters with the executive. At some point, he decided to go with the executive to political meetings. And so at that particular point, he became a darling of the executive. These are the heads of independent branches of government, And he went home, having changed nothing. Now comes here Martha Koome, who many of us thought maybe, just like her, her predecessor, who was like also, not the immediate predecessor, the other one, Mutunga, a person who was raised through the civil society. We also had some faith. At least I had some faith in what she was going to do in the judiciary. Now, these two have become even worse than we thought. We are seeing, in fact, after the swearing in of the current guy, we saw these people, welcoming even the president in political rallies. You know, they are going together in church meetings and all that and lining up to welcome the president. So my point is, Jakes, if you do not have a stand, if you do not have a firm stand, people will use you. You will utatumika na watu kama wanajua ya kwamba you cannot say no. Na tuache kutishana hapa, tunaambiana kabisa hapa ati sijui judge ataambiwa ati file if you don't do this we are going to threaten your life sijui nini. Let me tell you something. Judiciary inajuana vizuri kabisa. There are so many judges in our report. They know each other. And if one of them is threatened by the executive to rule in a way that is not constitutional, they can all decide to down their tools. If they are really serious about reforming the judiciary and not bending to the executive, they can decide to down their tools and say, we are being threatened as the judiciary of the Republic of Kenya, and we are not going to allow that to happen. We are independent, we are an independent institution, and we will not bow down to the executive. Are they ready to do that? I know most of you will tell me, the judiciary imekula kiapo ya kutogoma. Let me tell you something. When it comes to the independence of a body like the judiciary, then we expect them to hold the constitution as is. Kama hawako tayari kujitolea muhanga ya kwamba wata-uphold constitution, then they are better off looking for something else to do. And I can tell you here, Jakes, that from the history that we have seen in the judiciary, the people who have stood with the law, the likes of Justice Odinga, there are people who walikuwa wanafanya kazi kulingana na sheria. We know what happens to them. And there is no one, hata CJ mwenyewe, is a cartel ambaye anasaidia the regime in power to push away the judges ambao wanaonekana these judges cannot be bought. Maraga alisimama pale kwa kanisa akasema ya kwamba alijaribu kununuliwa na mtu mmoja wakati mwingine akiwa sijui Mombasa ndiye achilie meli, akasema hata walimtumanishia lawyer fulani. Huyo lawyer akasema mnapoteza masaa yenu kwa sababu huyo jamaa hawezi nunuliwa. So kama Maraga mwenyewe anajua ya kwamba kuna lawyers ambao wanatumika kununua majudges, inamaanisha ya kwamba kuna judges pia wale ambao ni wazuri hawawezi kufika, na he was one of them. So you should be telling me, Jakes, here right now, are we a country that is going to be ruled by the rule of law like Ashley says here, or are we going to bow down to the executive? From where I stand, I believe that if the judiciary feels that there is an existential threat to its survival, they should down their tools. Wacha waseme ya kwamba hatutaendelea kufanya kazi under this environment. Ndio tuone mahali tutaelekea. Because judiciary is supposed to be the last resort ya kila mtu. Wewe ukiona umeshindwa na kutetewa na mtu yote, mahali unakimbia ni kotini. From where I sit, the checks and balances of the Republic of Kenya now rest with the judiciary. Because the parliament has failed. Parliament is a failure, it is a disaster. And if we allow the judiciary also to become what parliament is, an appendage of the executive, then we are not looking at a country. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'll be coming back to you just now. Stella, I'm looking at what the state spokesperson is saying, that is one Hussein Mohammed, and he says that we agree with the Law Society of Kenya that the executive impunity is unacceptable. However, legislative impunity by its own measure is unacceptable, and so is judicial impunity. As a believer of the Constitution, President Ruto recognizes the imperative to lead by example in defending our Constitution. From where you sit, the Law Society of Kenya, the judges, are they feeling threatened by the president to the level that they're even calling for protest, I think, coming next week, because they feel the president has gone wrong. It's just the other day that he said the sword will be used. Is he like on sorry, is he out to fight and make sure it is either his way or the highway, that now the LSK and judges, they are now turning to the people? Because if they can't do their job without intimidation from the state, how else will they even operate? So what do you think, and what do you make of all this?
Mr. J, can I say something real quick? I forgot something very important.
Okay.
Please. And I'm sorry for the
Yeah.
next the person that was talking, because I was fighting with my device. Jake,
Yeah.
we are coming for this guy. What's his name that you just played? That was the guy that was talking, the MP.
Karong Wadangwa, the senator.
Yeah, we are
This one.
coming for them, because the game that has been happening in Kenya now, we're not even going for Ruto. We want to go to these MPs, because these are the guys who are sabotaging everything, and these are the guys that we need to go for. Because if they made what do you call this? I mean, they said they're going to protect the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. It's about time we get them very seriously. We are going for the MPs first, and we are going to ask for actually petition.
What do you mean?
Huh? We are going to petition
What
for
do you
them.
mean when?
Sorry.
Go ahead. What do you? I just wanted to find out what you mean that you're going for them.
We as Kenyans will go for them. We will remove funds. We will not remove. Nimeongea kama Mkamba hapo hivyo. Hiyo ni direct translation. We will sorry. We will put funds. Kikamba bado janiacha. Anyways, no, we will contribute and actually get these guys to actually get them one by one. And actually, not even by one. We want to get these MPs that actually go somewhere and tell us that hakuna mtu atakufanyia kitu, like our constitution is just a BS, like it's like a storybook, like ni kama Roadrunner. That is not what it is. A constitution is what we have as what we call the covenant of how we are going to live together. So if someone can come and tell us that a president is above the law, hakuna mtu atakufanyia kitu. Now those are the people that we want. And once we start hitting the foundation, which is these guys who come in wanalipo ama nini inafanyika, and they become there. I mean, they come in there and they look like they're the foundation of impunity. Those are the guys that actually now we want. So we want to start showing people, and not just MPs, even MCAs, to show them that the Constitution tells us if you're not working for us, you're impeachable and you can go. Because the Constitution, we cannot keep on living on this thing. Mtu akishachaguliwa, that's it. They can do whatever they want to do. Hata akitaka kuja, sorry to use this language, akitaka kuja kunya kwa nyumba yako, atakunywa, uwezi nishika, anakimbia parliament. Oh, niko huko, mimi ni mtu mkubwa. No, we cannot do that. Hiki tu kubwa hatuna. We need public servants. Jake, I'm asking, and I'm telling you guys, we are coming for those people. And for well wishers, we have a petition right now that is going to dissolve and stop some of the parliamentarians to get out of that place if they cannot stand by the Constitution. It's either that or we just stop the Constitution, because you can't have this guy coming and telling you guys ati Ruto we fanya venye utafanya, hata Uhuru alifanya, hakuna mahali unaweza enda. Who told you that? Then why do we have a Constitution? Is it ours?
Yes.
Is it yours?
All right. Now you have already rubbed the wrong
some cold water on what? Can I pour some cold water on what we are saying?
Now,
putting a petition is.
There are so many ice. Sorry, Kidogo. I have ice cream from Nyagaka, and you as well is called. Now, who do I be? Let me begin with Nyagaka, and then I come to you, Kenya region.
I was just going to one sentence. One sentence. I was just going to tell my friend, I don't want to say his name, I can't see it, who was saying about the petition. Again, Jake, earlier we discussed about the Mkora Election Act. In order to remove an MP, recall an MP under the Section 45, you have you have to do it 24 months after the elections or 24 months before the next election, which gives you one year window to remove them. And before you remove them, they have to be removed based on Chapter 6 if they have failed. So it's very difficult to remove these people. The only thing you can do is if you try to get your MPs to change that law, Election Act, in the Election Act, which will be very difficult because the very MPs cannot vote for a bill to actually make it easier for them to be recalled. So good luck with that, Mkora.
Okay, but Jake, I have to give a right of reply. Right of reply. Listen, the Constitution, first of all, Chapter 6 has never been amended. Let's start with there. Chapter 1 of our Constitution has never been amended. Chapter 147 has never been amended. Chapter 37 has never been amended. Chapter 36 have never been amended. There's no amendment on that. What the chapters are there, they are just as they came. So now, hizi zingine hizo zinakwaga vitu zingine mnaendanga huko kwa parliament wanasema oh you shouldn't even talk away from the parliament, you're immune in parliament. There's nothing called immune. I remember Babu Owino alikaa kwa parliament for almost if anybody remembers, almost 3 weeks akiogopa kushikwa because you cannot arrest an MP in parliament buildings. Listen, there's nothing in the Constitution that says that. We are going for that Constitution. We cannot have a Constitution that actually inafanyanga ati watu wakuwe immune. Who said you're immune? The president is not even immune. The president, what it is that when he's a sitting president, you can make a case for him, but it cannot be prosecuted while he's still sitting. As soon as he gets out, whatever you had filed will be there because he's still a citizen of the Republic of Kenya. Now, we're going for the Constitution. This time tunacheza na Constitution, because if we don't have a Constitution, then we don't even have to live together. And there's no reason for us to live in together because it's the covenant of how we are going to live together. Hakuna mtu ako above the Constitution, including the president. Ni venye tu ame-immuniziwa ndio because of matters national security. That's what it is. Akishatoka hapo tunaweza mshika, hata saizi naweza suhuru.
Mkora, I wasn't saying he's immune, but I was saying that the laws that are there to remove these MPs is what makes it difficult to be removed. I'm not saying they are immune. The laws in place.
It's in 7 chapters. A way of removing the president is in 7 chapters of our Constitution. People don't read the Constitution. Read the Constitution.
Yes, but there's a law that is also spells out the terms in which you can take them out. That's under the Election Act. In 45, the
Election Act, my brother, Election Act is not a constitution. That is just an act. That is why it's called that.
Yes,
it's just
an
act.
Law. Listen, I'm helping you. It is a law that is subservient to the Constitution. Yes. So it spells out the process in which you can remove the MPs. So while the Constitution, the articles says that you can remove them.
Kibuda Kibwana did it. Kibuda Kibwana just kila mtu alinyamaza. Because they knew he was going through the Constitution.
No, listen, Mato, I'm saying this. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying this. Constitution inasema, yes, you can recall these people. But the Election Act, and that's why I was referring to Mbadi, he said, Mbadi alisema hivi, we MPs, we are very clever tuliweka hiyo Election Act, tukaificha kwa Election Act, so that it makes it hard for us to be recalled. And the Election Act is a law which spells out how this process of recalling an MP is to be done. Yes, the Constitution says these people can be recalled, but the Election Act actually spells it out. And that's why I'm saying in the Act itself is what is difficult. The process makes it very difficult for them to be called. It's not about immunity. So I agree with you, but I'm just saying...
Nyagaka, 1 minute for you before I go to Stella. Nyagaka, 1 minute.
Yeah, mimi nilikuwa nasema thank you very much Stella. for the historical facts of American democracy. And even the courts are a work in progress. After 200 years in America, for example, in the year 2000, Al Gore was defeated by Bush through the High Court that 4 of the judges were elected. I mean, were put there by his dad. And when he went to the High Court, we knew it was over. So that revolutionary, ambia wananchi ya kwamba bring it on, because there is even the next presidential candidate 2027 is not there. They are saying, you know, they are already complaining about everything that UDA is doing. Yes, we know it is hard, but where is your stuff? I mean, what can you talk about so that ile mtu kwetu Kisii atawaonea kwamba mnaleta good luck for us so that we can vote for you next time, even if you don't have a candidate. Kalonzo, some of us lost respect on him long time because Kalonzo never even shake hands with Paul Gay, who was the king of the campus. And that, my friend, is what we know that Kalonzo is. Kalonzo
Jake leo utanifukuza kutoka hapa hivi. I cannot and I will not. I cannot and I will not. I know the 2 people that he's talking about, including Mulu Mutisia, they were in our house. I know them as growing up as a kid, and I will not be sitaacha watu wa defamed hapa hivi. Watu wajipatana na Kalonzo ama wajipatana na Paul Gay. No, that is a lie. It's a lie on national TV.
What we are saying,
hata kudanganya Penya kaka. I know you.
I know you have been talking forever. Let me say something. I leave the campus alone. But what we know as of right now, even the court system in Kenya, the judges are so corrupt, it ain't funny. If you remember, Jakes, about a month or 2 ago, there were very many senior police officers that were fired. Mmoja alikuwa rafiki yangu, nikamuuliza what is this going on? Wanasema hiyo tu ni kuona vile jaji atachaguliwa and then you go work with him. The only one that they fear and they don't want is Islamic judges. Wale Waislamu, Warabu and all that. I mean, Somali and all that. They don't want that. But they want the African judges so that they can corrupt them. This came, I mean, to some of us long time before what happened the other day when Ruto was saying what he was saying. I mean, he's saying because he knows those judges. Okay, shamba hii ya nani Ruto anayo hapo na Nairobi kwa hoteli yake. The next to the shamba is Moi's school. Moi gave him the land. How come they never mentioned the school, the anything, but they want to mention Ruto for everything? And the complaints that you have, the arguments that you have are just yours. You cannot tell us to lower the taxes just because where we have the taxes is where UDA wanted it to be. And as I've said just before, in next year, a year after, we have to lower that down so that the people will resonate with us. You too, you're actually keep up and wish some people like you go back to Kenya and help you. Thank you.
All right. Mato, a minute to reply because I really want to have Stella. Mmemunyakulia na time yake wacha tu. But anyway, Mato, you are saying something about Mulu Mutisia, about Paul Gay. I have no clue about them. Please tell us. What were you saying?
I was trying, you know, the problem that I normally have there, and I'm so sorry anyway, tukomwaka mpya na tuambiane ukweli. You know, you have in these channels that we have hata kule tunakuaga, some people come in with some facts that are not facts, and I'm a factual person. When it comes to math, maze nitakuchapia math, kama ni fact nitakuchapia fact, and I have my research, and not even research, some things are personal. Now, when you find some people talk about like Kalonzo never met Paul Ngei, I personally growing up as a kid, the Mutungas of the day, the Mulinges of the day, I won't say who Mulinge is me. I mean, he's but you know, General Mulinge and things like that. I've seen them shaking hands, not even shaking hands, hanging out with us when we were kids. The Mutunga, Paul Ngei, all of them, even Gilu. Gilu, yes. I mean, she's my auntie. Even today, we talk almost every day. So when you have someone coming here, and I know Gilu will not be happy at Kiskeki, but it's just because, yes, she's my auntie at Anikasirikia, but that's fine. You see, when you hear people coming here and giving wrong information, Mr. Jake, that is where I have a problem. Where people give wrong information and make people want to believe that that is the right information. And it's not the right information. It is so wrong, that is so bad that mtu mwenye ako pale ni kama mtu analisha ng'ombe. Alafu unaona mtu analisha ng'ombe, amelisha ng'ombe, mtu anakuja na kuambia ulikuwa unalisha ng'ombe ya white. Ni anajua ng'ombe ilikuwa ya brown. So that's the thing that I'm asking Jake in our sister show here. I want you to be to tell people to be realistic na wasikue tu mtu anarusha tu maneno. Talk about realistic things.
No, this is realistic. Murumutishe was used
because it's very insulting.
Murumutishe was used by Moi to finish Paul Gay. Murumutishe is the one who brought Nani.
Who told you?
Ruto, where did we go that far? But
who told you that?
I know that. Google it.
Do I have to Google?
Ladies and gentlemen,
people that I know.
Kenyan love.
I never say anything positive about Raila Odinga. At least Raila Odinga went and helped.
Okay, let me just finish. Let me be. Wacha, unajua nimekuja hapa nitasumbua Jake. Na sitaki kusumbua Jake. Jake is a good man. Facts. Jake, let's talk about facts. Let's not just talk about vitu mtu alisikia kutoka mahali. And I love coming here. This is our channel within here. Lakini vitu kama unataka kupata kitu ya ukweli, you can go with your dreams and everything and what you've dreamt in your night ukiwa umelala and find whatever you think you found. But the right things and the true things, Jake, is what we need to do. All of us. Mimi nasemanga heri Jake, kama najua mama yako anaitwa Edith ama anaitwa nani, sasa mimi sifai kuingilia hiyo story. Unaona? Hiyo ni story yako. So let's research. By the time hata tunakuja kwa show, unajua tunapenda hizi show zote. Hata mimi nikikuja hapa napendanga kuja sasa, at least na educate mtu pia, mimi na educatiwa. Lakini tuache propaganda za itumbi bwana, tuachane nazo. Thank you.
Sawa. All right. Now, Stella Pole, I had posed a question to you, and these guys wametifuana kiasi. But my question to you, I don't know if you remember, but with all this, where does LSK sit and the judges? Despite them calling for protest and maandamano, are they afraid?
We are on the fence. Yes, we are afraid. Also, we are seeing if we have our judges and our judicial officers being threatened, that means we are going to be a gorilla country where
Republic.
Republic, yes, or we can be a banana republic like Haiti. We can be a banana republic like Libya, where laws, where people can to put laws. We'll have people intimidating taxers, will have even us wananchi being kind of, you see, like this tax regime. And I told you, Jakes, every time us in Kenya here, we sleep tomorrow morning, the first thing you see in your Twitter, the thing you see in your LinkedIn, the first thing you see in the newspaper is a tax here, tax there, tax here. Remember, Jakes, this tax when they are being raised, remember this money is not even developing our country. It goes to these tumbocrats, and you know who the tumbocrats is. We cannot have a president where you have laws being put, then you cannot even defend your own citizens who put you in that office. Where you have people like CS, you have people they put every time we'll see it's a legal notice from here to there to, yeah, it is taxed from everywhere. Now, if we have people like the judiciary, we see even that will be in fear, because let's assume like right now, this matter by Jan 26, it is going to the appeal. So what happens? Remember, when it goes to appeal, it sits with a 5-man bench. Now you see, yeah, because you see, it should have an odd number. You see, others they would say that we agree, others they will say they will not agree. Like you see that even number. Then let's assume that the judiciary goes through that process of the appeal. Then it goes to the favor of a mwananchi. What happens to that judge? That judge will have a phone call. And I told you, Jakes, this thing is about a phone call. This thing is a phone call. Because this judge atakuwa compromised, aulizwe aje, yani ilifika umeniruka hivyo nini. So there is a way atakuwa inaitwa witch hunt. And there is an example I can give you, the one for the Aror Kimwerel issue, the one for Henry K. He was thrown under the bus in the past regime. Then what happens when Ruto goes to the state? It's called what? The time when he was addressing the state, he was asked by some Gituko. The Aror Kimwerel issue, all of a sudden it has been there for 3 years. Then it went silent. Why? Do you know what he said? This matter was a fraud. Jakes, remember Nani was vice president. When the Aror Kimwerel issue, he's the one, he was there saying that there is impunity at the CSs in the finance. These people have to go through, they have to be arrested. Remember, by that time, he was the deputy president. Jakes, hebu jiulize, after 3 years, leo ndo umejua hiyo ni nini, hiyo ndio ilikuwa fraud. And I told you the time when the judiciary was giving out the ruling or the judgment of the day. What did the judge say? That she's very disappointed that the process of the judiciary has been abused and time being wasted and taxpayers' money being misused. Why? Because the parameters in the government, from the DPP, the DCI, and the EACC, never even bothered to come up with their proof or to never even come up with their findings. So that means even parameters akina DCI, EACC, also them, they are being threatened. Remember, even then, they will need the support of the judiciary. If someone like Nurdin Hadi was removed from his office, being given another office, because someone knew that if Nurdin Hadi would have gone deeper, the people who are in this team right now, there is so much scam. There's so much scam that the DPP can anika watu. This guy anaitangwa na huyu wa EACC, this general, what's his name, whatever. He was a former army, and he said that he cannot be intimidated, and he has very strong files of showing how institution, how high-end corrupt people in this government till to date, they're still extorting money from investors so that they can certify themselves. Remember, even the EACC will need the support of the judiciary. But you see, someone has a phone call, threatens this guy. He's being told, you know, you have only remained with 1 year. If you don't make my wishes to be fulfilled before your retirement, I am going to do what? I am going to destroy you. He said it like that. So let me ask you, Jake.
Karangi?
In LSK, no, it was not Karangi. There was this ruthless guy. He was called who? I've forgotten. Alikuanga wa polisi. Before Nani, anaitwa, who is our IG? Koome. Before Nani, before there was a certain IG. I can't remember his name. Actually, I'm not good with the names. He threatened. Wachana na
Mtiambayo.
No, there's this one when there was a nini, there was a terrorist on your Lingia Westgate.
Oh,
Sieke, the governor.
Yeah. Guy, that this person also threatened. He also threatened his own people in the National Police Service, where it has even this parameter come a DCI, EACC, Interpol. Even there was this issue for the drug issue, where a certain MP was implicated with the drug issue. And this drug issue ndio ilituma akina someone like Saitoti and Ojode wakufe. Anyway, I don't want to go to that story because I don't want to deviate. Sasa Jakes, ona sasa kwenye judiciary imefikia. If they can threaten people like LSK, and you need such people, even the civil society, so that you can default the government, so that the rules of law which have been made in this land, it has to be followed by the book. Yeah? Okay. And I don't understand why we should have illiterates who are almost 300 or 400 making stupid laws which do not pass. If you check some other laws which are so very paramount from mwananchi mwenyewe. For example, kama ni for issue about two-third gender, hiyo kitu ijawahi pitishwa. Okay, tuangalie maneno, kulikuwa na kitu ilikuwa inatangwa UHC. That thing has never been put. But these people, they come with stupid laws. And yet they are not even checking their 3 things in the lives of a hustler or a mwananchi. Hierarchy of needs, from food, shelter, and clothing. Because if one certain MP would go and raise that thing, what happens? We have someone who Watengula will say that thing is not in the order paper. Jake, wacha nikwambie, I have friends in parliament na wanakuanga wanafanya kazi ya legal drafting. Ikifika legal drafting na wakati kuna kitu inaitangwa Hansard. So Hansard today, Jakes, today we are going to talk about what? How to control maybe inaitagwaje? Maybe healthy inaitagwaje kama hii anakumicha. Hii health. SHIF. No, there is this one for UHC, universal health care. So now universal, it comes with very whatever. Now, if you come with that issue, a certain MP somewhere comes with that because he knows that you need a healthy nation to run this country. The person when you get your Hansard ama order paper, he's given 10,000 or 5,000 shillings anamwambia ati usiweke hiyo kitu kwa Hansard, iweke huko nyuma. So, Jakes, everything from this government is threaten. Now I'm telling you, we'll go back to the time of Moi, where some people who are siding with the hustler, they will start disappearing. Okay. And it would be so surprising kujua ni nani amemwafanya mtu disappear. Anyway, I don't want to dwell with so much story about Nini, but what I'm trying to tell you, we've been compromised. It's got to be on us. The only thing I can say that whoever my friend was saying, we need to have an affirmative action. If you know that your MP anakuja nyumbani hiyo siku, mutoboe hizo mguu gari zote. Mutoboe mpaka nini? Umweke hostage. Umwambie wewe ndio umetuma mambo yetu ikuwe ngumu. But that is the way how people were acting in Ukraine before they begin. Yes, we have affirmative action. MP wako hiyo kuja wakati wa harambee. Hiyo pesa ataokoa, lakini make sure asiende nyumbani. Na hiyo helicopter analeta hapo, make sure asiingie, mumuweke on day that he's going to be frog marched. Jaribu yani, let me tell you, Jakes, we are suffering here. We are suffering. Me, if I tell you my own MP, he cannot even see, because where I live, we are having small issues. Kids cannot go to school from Monday because parents cannot find 6,000 to 11,000 kupeleka watoto, because this stupid MP walitoa nini ya free education and walikuwa na subsidies ya 7,000. And I told you, Jakes, this government has enough money to sustain what we need. If we see our own governor, aezi tumia 1%, utengeneza hata an extra stream ya shule. At least hata hiyo 1%. We're not talking 1% of a million shillings. This is a billion. How many schools are there in Nairobi? And make sure that each and every child kwa hii constituency, at least ameenda amepatiana hiyo pesa ya saba, hata kama ni 3,000, alafu mzazi aende atafute 4,000. I am telling you, Jake, we need to hold affirmative action. When your MP comes on your constituency, hold him on the ground. Make sure asirudi Nairobi. Arudi Nairobi akiogopa.
Sawa, shikilia hapo kidogo.
You see, Jake, kidogo tu, brother. Unajua, unaona sasa mali nilikuwa nikisema, umeona huyu sister yangu mali ameenda. Even though hatukuwa tunakubaliana in the first time, umesikia mali ameenda. Hiyo ndio mali wa Kenya wako. Let me tell you, Jake, people are not playing games with the MPs. Ati mnaenda pale mnatuambia umeka laws na nini. That is what my sister is telling you, and she's coming hard. And she's telling you exactly what it is as our biggest moderator for EV. She's telling you that Wakenya hataki mchezo. Ulioneo tingatinga ilifukuzwa leo Nyeri na zile zingine zilichomwa. Watu hataki mchezo bwana. Tumechoka. Na haijalishi kama wewe ni UDA ama wewe ni Azimio. Round hii watu wanasema, unajua nini, we are not going to play that, we are going to play as Kenyans. We don't even care about if we are kama mimi ni Mkamba, mwingine ni nini. We don't even care about that. Right now mali imefika, Jake, we have bad governance. And unless we sit down and say we have bad governance, there's 250 something watu wameshikiwa Nyeri saizi. Wako huko because they were going to Mainanjenga. I don't know when the last time you know story ya Mungiki, but anyway, whatever, wanaitwa Mungiki. Wameshikiwa huko hivyo, wamekalishwa pamoja. Cell ni moja. Wamama, watoto, kila mtu wamekuwa kitu moja. This is not the country that we want. Yes, tunaongeanga kutoka mbali because kina Tomboya went to speak from far away to come and bring actually to bring the governance in our country. I don't care if you're a Kikuyu. I don't care if you are a what. Jake, but that is Jake uliza wewe ni kabila gani, hata sijajua. You're my friend. You see, it never matters. It's just mina kuitaga tu bro. And that's the whole thing that our sister is trying to tell you here. That there's come a time that we don't care about if you are a Kamba, if you are a whatever, but and we don't care about if you like the law of the land or you don't like the law of the land. We're going to take the law of the land na tutatembea sisi wote. If I don't need to speed kutoka Kirinyaga ama kutoka Kisumu, I don't need to be doing 80 miles an hour or 80 kilometers an hour. That is the law of the land. That is what we have to do. Now, if Mother Koome and you're the president and Mother Koome is telling people, you don't have to do, you cannot do this. This is the law and this is the constitution. This is what the constitution says. So now sasa tunaanza kupigana hapa ati kwa sababu wewe ukubaliani na sisi, hii constitution yetu tunaweka kando, ni venye tutakubaliana. Then si turudi tu ushago. twende. Kama ni mtu wa kuua mtu, mimi ukikanyaga kwa land yangu mimi nitakuchapa, nikuchape hapo, na please usinipeleke koti. Basically, that is where we are. Do we have strategic and do we have where that hata ukipelekwa koti, like most of the people that are rotting in the in the courts, kama sasa now the Nyaga, Nyeri guys, kama hao unaweza waambia wamefanya makosa gani? Kama mtu hawezi tembea, you have no freedom of association, which is actually in our chapter 6 and chapter 1. So you see where we are having a problem with our country, where we find a dictator wanting to do everything, and Uhuru never did those things, even though yes, Uhuru was not perfect. And so Kenyans need to understand that. Hata ndio maana dola imepotea.
Well, Makiadi, let me come to you, then I'll come to Ashley. Makiadi.
Wait, Jex, man. Jex, wacha hata mimi niseme kitu. Wacha kidogo. Hold on. Pause it. Hold on.
Ashi pia amenyamaza sana jameni.
Wacha kidogo na I'm very brief. I'll be very brief. I'm always brief.
Then Ashley.
I'll be brief.
But one moment, one minute, Mr. Kenya Rebel.
Okay, thank you. Just to Mato, I appreciate your submission. I enjoy listening to you. Please stop saying that Kenyatta was not this bad. Kenyatta was worse. Worse, and I mean it. WORSE. Worse than Ruto. Ruto had just begun. Kenyatta actually, if you remember, before the re-election, his coronation actually, Justice Mwita's bodyguard died, was shot. And it happens that after that, Maraga looked very uncomfortable standing up and declaring him president, okay? But anyway, that's not what I wanted to say. Let me go back to what I was, Makiadi was saying and you are actually talking about. Kalonzo Musyoka. Makiadi said that Musyoka, is better than anybody in Kenya Kwanza. That's debatable. Actually, if you look at leadership, regardless of what you think about Ruto, and I didn't support him, I don't support it, I will never support him, because I think him, along with his opposition to Raila Odinga, colonial puppets. I think Kalonzo is a psychopath. He has never achieved anything in his life. This man came to power because he was handpicked by Moi. And it was Raila himself who actually named him a chameleon. He can't stand on anything. At least Ruto is corrupt, but he stands for something. If you're talking about chapter 6, none of these colonial puppets, whether it's Uhuru, Kenyatta, Ruto, and Raila, should be running for president. They never actually qualified. Chapter 6 in 2013, they were not supposed to be running. They were supposed to be an ICC facing that. So when we start talking about these politicians, we should be very, 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 very clear in our minds. Let's not just choose one better than the other because you are aligned to a certain party affiliation or a certain tribe. All these people are rotten. And you say that just to conclude, when Makiadi said that Raila never had the opportunity to be a president, he did. 2017 he won, 2007 he won, but he refused to take power. We went up there and to undermine and acquire president. And what did he do? He went to the very person who actually was imposing himself to Kenyans, shooting down people to death. So Raila can go to hell. Bye.
Well, Ashley and
but you see the only thing, Nani, please.
Just a moment. Mkenya,
please, kidogo tu hata ukitaka kunitupa unitupe. Let me ask this guy. What did Kalonzo ever do that actually can be constitutionally taken out? What? Give me one case study that Kalonzo, and not just Kalonzo, I'm not attacking Kalonzo, I'm talking even Mother Karua, and I'm talking even Raila Odinga. One case study that they ever did that actually has made them become people who are not constitutionally right. Just one. Ideology is not a problem.
I'm answering you.
Just give me one.
Okay, it's my turn.
Yes, Ashley. But
Yes.
Tulia karibu sana. Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
It's good that you asked that question about Kalonzo, and I'm not talking about him because of tribe. I like to stand by what Martin Luther said, that we judge people not based on their color, their race, in this case, their tribe, but on their substance. So I am judging him based on substance. And as a leader, there are 4 basic qualities. A purposeful or meaningful message of importance and direction for the future, integrity and trustworthiness, an optimistic viewpoint, and positive actions and results. So when you get a leader and you send him to go and negotiate for you, he cannot come back empty-handed and say that it is a good beginning and that he has signed that resolution, whatever it was, because then he has sold you. Imagine that same person giving him an opportunity to lead a country and having him go.
But my sister, he got you the Ndungu report to be taken out of the
No. I'm talking about
he
now.
got you the Ndungu report. He got you the.
No, let me finish, please. Let me state my case for him. As far as, like now, if you're a lady and you're dating somebody and you get married to this person because you love them, and then they change down the road, you cannot keep talking about what they did to you. They bought your gold ring, they gave you a diamond, a big diamond, and then down the line they have become a monster. You are going to judge them on their current or who they are that minute. So right now, I'm judging Alonzo from what he did on the latest mission that he was sent to. He came back and he signed it. What he needed to do, due to his integrity and trustworthiness, was put upon him from the whole of us as he wasn't to lead. You cannot come back empty-handed. And you had people
he never came empty-handed. He came back with the Ndungu report, and he came back with the Truth and Justice Reconciliation report.
That's
that
a
has
lie.
been.
That's not true.
Yes, he came
That's
with
not true.
it.
No,
That is
it's
what
not.
we are talking today.
Jakes, pull it up.
Jesus Christ.
Jakes, pull it up. NADCO had nothing to do with TRGC and Ndungu report. In fact, Nani, Uyu Kalonzo was implicated in Ndungu report for grabbing land. Raila is implicated in Ndungu report, and Kenyatta is implicated. So stop it.
I kept quiet. Why don't you hold and let me finish? I won't take long. I'm going to tell you the danger of such a leader. Let me tell you the danger of such a leader. These leaders are the ones who are leading us. In 2007, in 2017, in the middle of the election, remember I told you once that I was Azimio, and some people say, "Oh, you can't." Yeah, I'd never go on tribe. I was Azimio, and the reason I was in Azimio at that time, I'm going to give you one reason, and that is the danger of having a leader with the characteristics of Kalonzo. The US congressman seeks to stop Kenyan sale of arms deal worth 418 million. Do you know why they were seeking to stop this sale? If you go online and it, you will find that they were making a deal where Kenya was being told to arms at twice the amount that another company could have sold them for less. But for some reason, they say the purchase, I'm just quoting.
Kalonzo never did that. Chesa did it. We know it. Chesa was there.
I don't know what deal, but I'm just saying a deal. What I'm saying is that if you choose people who can sell you out in local politics, when they go on the national scene, these are the people who are costing us money that we are losing, and that's where it is not going to our people. So let us not try. How comes by coincidence the person who is protecting Kalonzo happens to be from his tribe? How? Just come out of your cocoon. Think. Don't just think. Like I'm saying that character is not good in the leader.
My dear, I believe that's why. My dear, I believe that's why the moderator is actually allowing me to say that, because yes, I've been not even here. He knows where I've been hit hard about just because I'm a Kamba, and by the way, I'm a Kamba Maasai. mimi babangu ni Masai. Mamangu ndo. Hold on kidogo. Hold on. Mamangu ni Mkamba. Lakini, you see, the moderator of this show knows me very well, knows that I'm very heat when I come to talk about matters Kamba. So sometimes I stay away from matters Kamba when we talk about politics, because everybody will tell me, oh, Kalonzo ni watu wenyu, sijui you are what, and that is not what I'm all about. I ain't anything about Kambas. I ain't about anything. I know I'm a Kamba, yes, and I know I'm a Maasai. But the problem that we do have in our country is the fact that just because you're a Kikuyu, everybody thinks that you're going up, you're going to defend Uhuru.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you're a Kisi, you're going to defend Simba Arati. Just because you're a, whatever. So, and that is the biggest problem that we do have in our country, because at times when I tell people, and I've been in this industry for a long time, the moderator here will tell you that I've been a moderator right here before him, and I've been a moderator on other sides. But what I try to tell people is that trying to lie to people that just because you're a Kamba now you're inclined towards your people. First of all, me, I'm the one person that I've always said like Sonko need to go to jail because he's a convicted criminal. When I say those things, people ask me, why? Why do you think that Sonko he's your tribesman? And I'm like, I'm not tribesman of anybody. You see,
thank you,
so
Mato.
that is where we need to first of all start. If we start at that point, then we can move on to doing something that is better, whether it's in Mutembei, whether it's in Africa, or whether it's in also the other side. I can say that other side because I'm a part of this too, and I was part of this a long time ago. But we are all family. Yeah.
That is true, and better. Not where we have to unite, and I think the reason we find a common ground, because I think all people on this show, most of them, if not all, have country find a common ground. Leaders who make up 1% are not going to take advantage of us and misuse us.
I don't know. Sauti yako inangorota. Sijui kama ni net ama ni what could be the challenge? You're breaking. But anyway, I want to give you a minute to summarize. Then I'll have Julia come in. Are you okay now?
Yeah, it's unfair because I have been interrupted, so I have barely said anything.
But summarize so that I can have more, and because you could have done around 6 hours of this show. But go ahead.
So I was going to say that I'm not attacking him as a person. I'm attacking that character of giving in and accepting less than. If we look at Niger, the reason they were able to overcome the French, when the French say they are not leaving, they held their ground. They say, okay, if you're not leaving, they surrounded the place. They let them stay in there. They knew the food was going to run out and they were going to leave. And that is exactly what happened. They did not give in. They did not come halfway. When something is very substantial, I think we need to hold our ground. And we need leaders that have the character to go all the way through. When we have Maandamano, we cannot do them halfway, stop and lose people. And then it doesn't make sense that Maandamano, at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense that we did it, because all the things that Kalonzo came back with are things that Ruto had offered to them even before the Maandamano. So what was the need of losing those people? Why couldn't they just take it at the beginning? So what was the need of the Maandamano? What is the need of this Maandamano if they are going to go, and then once 2 or 3 people or 10 people or 15 or 20 or 100 are killed, they say now we have to go back. We can't continue because people are getting killed. If every time you go, people get killed, why do you keep going? How can you keep hitting your head on the wall, expecting a different outcome if you're not changing anything about what you're doing?
Who's Ruto to give me anything if I have the Constitution? Who's Ruto to give me anything? Do I have to bow to Ruto?
I don't know what you're asking, but I'm saying if they are doing the wrong thing, we have to come together, we have to unite, and we have to use our power to demand service from them and to make them fear us. As Stella said, they have to fear us. If we need to, they need to be afraid of us. Until they are afraid of us, they will not do what they are supposed to do for us.
All right. Fantastic. You guys mnawasha moto mpaka kuna venye kiti changu kenye nimekalia chenyewe pia ni kimoto. Julia, good to see you. I hope you're well. Happy New Year to you. Welcome to this show. I don't know what is your take on what we have discussed. I saw you earlier. I know you have been listening in. But what do you make of Ruto's stand with judiciary and among many other topics we have discussed? What is your remark? I'm sure you have a lot to equally say.
Okay, asante Jake. Good to see everyone. Happy New Year. Naona watu wale wamehamia hapa. Nimeona Mato. I had Makiadi was here. I'm using my phone, so is Makiadi still here? And everybody else.
Makiadi is in. Yeah, everyone else is in.
Makiadi, hapa ndio ulihamia nimekuona.
My sister Julia, Happy New Year to you.
Habari yako Julie.
Hata Penny wewe ndio unatetea, bado unatetea Ruto.
Huko nyumba yako ulinifungia. Ukutaka niingie nyumbani.
Mimi sijafungia kwa sinanga
tuache vita tuendelee kidogo. Yes Julia, go ahead.
I think Ruto is, I'm not surprised. I'm even wondering why sometimes we find ourselves whining. In Mount Kenya, we say that maembe hayanguki mbali na mti wa muembe. Now, that is character of Ruto. He's a fruit of Moi. He's Moi like kind of a character. And those dictatorial tendencies zimetoka kwa Moi. Hata nimeshangaa kuna mtu na compare Baba na Ruto. Who is that guy who was comparing Baba and Ruto here? And he even said that Uhuru's reign was worse. Listen, hata wewe mwenye amesema sijui anaitwa nani mwenye amesema hivyo.
Raila is a con man. He has been calling you for a long time.
Can you allow her to submit? I'll give you time to battle.
It is a bad manners to disrupt somebody when they are talking. Now, I want to say that all of us here, tukichunguzana, I'm not sure that everybody here will pass the integrity test. Hata kuna watu wamekuwa kibianda huko nyumbani. I mean, so when we look at all these politicians, I think each one of them, there is something we can say about them that is not positive, or a lot we can say. But if you ask Kenyans what they have gone through in the reign of Jomo Kenyatta, in the reign of Moi, in the reign of Kibaki, in the reign of Uhuru Kenyatta, and what they are going through now, it is not even 2 years, and Kenyans want to kill themselves. Because of the style of leadership that Ruto is perpetrating in the country. So doesn't, hata kama wewe ni baba mzuri, hata ama umeokoka mkaokokea binguni na watoto wako hawakuli wakashiba na bibi yako hajavaa, we don't care how righteous you are. That person was talking about Uhuru and Raila. What we care is how you benefit your country. So this guy has run down the country in less than 2 years. So he has run down the country in less than 2 years. Na badala arekebishe, he's happy now that anapelekwa kotini ati judiciary. Just a simple case that Okia Mtoto took to the court. Now, I wonder whether this guy who's defending Ruto is okay with the house levy and the taxes that we have. I mean, taxes, somebody, I think it's Stella who was saying, Kenyans wake up every day to another tax. Those, whether you hate Uhuru or you don't have to like him or love him. We never experienced that in the 10 years of Uhuru. Listen carefully, that guy who is supporting Ruto and comparing him with Uhuru. When we, just 1 year ago, university students were only paying 16,000 Kenya shillings for school fees. And those who were guaranteed of help. Saizi wanalipa pesa ngapi? Mnajua kuna watoto wameitishwa 500. Now, this Ruto went to the university through help. Saizi, he cannot even remember that it is because of help that he went to college. All of us here, everybody is a degree holder and went to a Kenyan university. Tunaweza sema sisi sote tulisoma na help. Hakuna mtu siku hizo mzazi angeweza. And we were called government-sponsored students. Now, how can somebody have the audacity to come in this show and compare Ruto with any other? Ruto cannot even be compared with the devil because he's as wicked as the devil, his father. You can't compare Ruto with any human being. I'm telling you. I will allow you if you start comparing Kebaki and Uhuru and Jomo Kenyatta, and you start ranking them who is good, who is bad. Nitakubali too. I won't mind that. I'll even allow you to start comparing Kalonzo and Uhuru. Like Uhuru is better, and Kalonzo is better or good. You can put one good, the other one better, best, whichever way you want. But Ruto cannot be compared. Ruto is not only a murderer. He is a land grabber. He has grabbed land from innocent Kenyans. Kama Mutesh. Imagine mtu mzima tu ako kwa cheo ya serikali anaendea mwananchi wa kawaida na mchanganya shaba. Now we can talk about so many bad things about Ruto. Now if we decide not to talk about his history, like we want to decide not to talk about his history of the others. Tuangalie hivi sasa mwaka moja in his reign. What are Kenyans going through? We wake up to taxes plus taxes. We wake up to watoto hawaendi shule. We wake up to universities can no longer access help. They cannot even go to school. We wake up to NHIF collapsing. We wake up to people not accessing health services. We wake up to escalating prices of goods and services. We wake up to the escalating loss of the Kenyan shilling to the dollar. Come on. Ni wazimu tu. Hata wale walipigia Ruto kura wale na Mount Kenya. Saizi, because they are so ashamed and embarrassed, they won't say anything good about him. Watanyamaza tu. So me, I am urging the members of the panelists here. Critically look at Ruto's government. Now, and if you want to talk about personalities, then I think you can also tell us about yourself so that we analyze whether you also pass chapter 6 of the Constitution, because I am not sure we may all pass that chapter 6 of the Constitution. However,
Jakes, allow me to rebut.
I will allow her to finish first.
Okay.
Wait for me to finish talking. Now, we want to talk about during Jomo Kenyatta, nia gani wa Kenya walipitia. Now, when Moi came, what did Kenyans go through? Then we had Kibaki. Now we can ask ourselves, are there any good things we can remember about these regimes? And what are the bad things we remember about these regimes? My conclusion is the danger of Kenyans is having a Kato Rasra being the president. Akona attitude ya Kato Rasri. Asante Jake.
Kenya Rebel, dakika moja.
Okay, thank you, Julia. That's the most concretized nonsense I've ever had in my life. Let's compare the two, okay? Let's compare. The worst president by deeds is Uhuru Kenyatta. We can go back and start with his family, Jomo Kenyatta, who killed most of his political opponents, Pinto Gama, Tom Mboya, and the land that he grabbed. That's number one. Let me get to Uhuru Kenyatta, who you are actually praising. And I have no problem if you want to support Uhuru because he's also your fellow Kikuyu. That's okay. That's your democratic right. But don't come here with no.
Mr. Chair, no. I will not let you. No. I know it's not some candid talk, but I know Mr. Jake.
Okay, then shut
I know Mr. Jake. I know Mr. Jake is also a partner.
No, I don't care if it's a partner.
There's no reason that you could say that Piogama died at the time of any Kenyatta anywhere. Please, let's put
Jakes,
our
this is not
Jake.
candid.
Okay.
Let's.
I understand, but the truth is the truth. Jake, Piogama alikufa siku ya Kenyatta.
No, Pinto
Ama
was
alikufa siku ya
assassinated.
Moi.
Should not come here kusema ati ni alimua. You do not have any proof. Till to date, the
Yes, I
person who
have.
killed people.
Take me to court. Sue me. Sue
was
me.
never said by anyone.
Really?
Sue me.
Gentlemen,
Okay, let me continue. Let me continue. I haven't finished. Okay.
We are here. We are not fighting any channel. We are not
So
fighting anyone. We are debating.
you're saying,
Let's
so
have
Okay,
basically,
debate.
this
no,
guy is
Just a
saying
moment.
that,
no,
One
nani
moment.
no.
aliua nani?
A moment, everyone. Please, let's debate. Let's debate on matters, on
Okay,
issues, not
lakini tukuwe na fact nani, bro. Bro, tukuwe na fact. Piogama
Mato, can you be quiet
akikufa,
and mute? Can you be quiet and
Just one
mute? It's my
moment.
turn.
dude, you're so mean.
Can you rebel 1 minute then Mato, and then I'll have Stella. I think everyone has something to say. Can you rebel a minute? Say what you're saying without insulting anyone.
I haven't insulted anyone. I've only stated facts.
You
Facts annoy
have,
people.
but go ahead.
Who did I insult?
Go ahead.
Exactly. Thank you. What I was saying is this. We are comparing. Yes, Ruto is on the wrong trajectory as far as economic stuff and him fighting judiciary. This is not uncommon. You can't compare 1.5 years and 10 years of Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta got in illegally. He imposed himself. He wasn't voted in 2017 and even in 2013. Okay, so you want to talk about people who broke the law? Okay, you want to talk about land grabbing? Who is the #1 land grabber in Kenya? You want to talk about people he killed? 2017. How many people? How many bodies did he dump in River Yala and the Luos that he killed with Maina Jenga in 2007? We can go back that far. So when somebody comes here and tries to tell us that Uhuru Kenyatta was such a great leader, I think Ruto was the devil. Please think again. I know he's your tribesman, but let's face facts, okay? Kalonzo Musyoka is the most useless politician in the history of Kenya, okay? He has never achieved anything in his life. He's only been a bank carrier for Moi. Even Raila Odinga called him a watermelon because Raila Odinga knows this man is useless. He can't stand on anything. I'm sorry, Mato, he's your tribesman, but he's full of it. Okay, so don't come here with that arrogance that you came from some Soundcard trying to lie to us about the facts.
Okay.
Jake, let me return that. I'll be nice. Let me return that. Because my name has been mentioned. Please, sir.
Go ahead. Stella, you'll be next. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, let me tell you something. Whatever you think about Kalonzo Musyoka, and whenever you think that Kalonzo is is my village, I don't know, idiot or whatever you want to call him. I think you want to call him idiot. So I'll call him for you. Kalonzo, the village idiot of Bukambani, and the Kalonzo, the village, somebody that does not understand. Let me tell you one thing about the history about Kenya. The history about Kenya, yes, we had good people. Uhuru was not part of it. Uhuru had his father become the grandfather to the kids of his people. Now, I'm talking about Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta became the grandfather to the kids and everything. Kalonzo did his own thing, and Kalonzo is just Kalonzo. He's done his thing, but at least he's been a very diplomatical person. He's done his thing. He doesn't have to be. Even Raila today doesn't have to be. Raila can walk away. And no one will ever, he's walked away today and everybody wants to find him. Where is he? Why is he not talking? Uhuru is also doing the same thing. Staying away from everything. I mean, he can talk.
Yes.
He can do whatever he wants to do. He can do whatever he wants to do. But the problem is, the messed up problem that you guys do not understand is that there's a problem here that we're not even looking at it as Africans, and especially Kenyans from Africa. We're not looking at it as, and sometimes I brought this thing somewhere else. I won't say where it is, but where I did that. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter what tribe that you are from, and it doesn't matter anything. What really matters is, where are we going? Now you find someone like Uhuru who just really, hata sijui mnamsumbulianga nini. You know, I never liked Uhuru. I think I mean, there was a problem. And the biggest problem I can tell you,
He needs to
he
be in
was about to
committee,
be
jailed,
slapped.
and
No,
tortured to
hold
conserve
on.
natural
Aye,
life.
daddy, hold on. It's my time. Respect my time. The guy was actually threatened to be slapped if he wanted to go to Ishaweri. And actually, that is not a reported thing. That was something that actually, Mr. Jake, you know, we normally have these videos due to the way we do our things. You know, I can get that video right now and send it to you, and you can play it
we
over
have
here.
I know everyone knows about that. So but go ahead, because I want
Yeah,
us to really cover as
yeah,
many of you as possible. Yeah,
yeah.
summarize
So,
so that
so,
I go
so,
to
so the man. Yeah, let me finish. Due to your respect, Mr. Chair. Due to your respect, the man was threatened to even be slapped. That unaenda Ishaweri. You know, I had never even known where Uhuru came from. I didn't even know there's somewhere in Kikuyu land called Ishaweri until I realized that that is what he had said. So the man wanted to let the country move on in peace until he was told he's gonna be slapped. And the person that said it is not that something that hata mtu anaweza nipeleka koti, is because this guy was actually, it's his what do you call it, it's recorded voice of him saying nilikuwa nimchape kopi, anasema tutoke hapa tuende wapi. So for him, what do you call this, power was so much for him that he was willing to slap a whole sitting president that is saying that, hey, I don't think we won this one. It's okay. We can all go to Minas and Ishaweri. I don't know if he was willing to go to where? Sugoi. You know, so once you look at that whole thing.
I have noted your point. I think I've understood what you are driving at. Allow me to cut you there. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Stella,
sir.
you are equally raising something. What were you saying?
So, Jake.
Sorry?
Stella.
Can you say that again?
Stella was raising something. That's why I've gone to her. Yes, Stella?
No.
Stella, go ahead.
Oh, okay, Jakes. Now I want to fault Kenya Ribo and whoever is. So now this is the thing with the issue here. I don't know why we are going back from Jomo Kenyatta, from Uhuru, from whoever. That is not the issue we are discussing here. Fine, if you want to talk about Pitongama, he was killed by Uhuru, you do not have the proof. We need to see that proof. We know that the person who killed Pinto Gama, that guy died, and dead man tell no tales. So, Kenya come and tell us, oh, he killed. You do not have any proof. If there are any proof of that, it should be a dose showing that these people were killed under the government of who, and there was instructions. Same as Moi, same as Uhuru. And these things are not there. Let's not speak out of speculations, because we are driving this thing on another level. Saying that the guys who were killed in Ilivayala and what, I've emphasized and I said, if you have that proof, and if you have that proof, take it to court so that a dossier can be opened to show that these people were killed under instruction. But don't come here and try and deviate the topic of the day about Ruto and mismanaging the country.
I have the proof and I'm working on it.
It doesn't matter. But
wait on that. Just one moment. We need to go back to the conversation. Ladies and beautiful gentlemen and beautiful ladies.
Under the influence of the certain government, you must go and report so that a dossier can be opened so that they can see who was under whose instruction. Let's stick to the government of the day. The government of the day, it is threat to the judiciary, and there is also, we need to talk about how this government is taking us for a ride. collecting taxes and one
Well said,
waste.
Stella.
We cannot even get even simple things from our households. You cannot afford unga. During those days of Uhuru, Kibaki, and more, yes, there was taxes which were being raised, but those taxes, they made us to be comfortable in the house. We were eating 3 meals a day, and we were having our business end of the day, which was running and making our livelihood be better. But now what we are having right now, or under the Ruto government, the Ruto regime, I cannot call it a government, a regime. This regime is oppressing even the most of the poorest. Even the middle class cannot even afford basic things.
All right.
We cannot afford basic things. Even house rent is becoming difficult. Landlords are even trying to make sure that you don't pay their rent using their bank. They are telling you, send it with M-Pesa or give me cash, because they are being oppressed.
All right.
We cannot even...
Kidogo to Stella, I'll be coming back to you. I'll be coming back to you in your closing remarks, because I have like 30 minutes to wind up. You guys, Leo mechapa 7 hours. But before I do that, I want to come to Makiadi. Makiadi, there is a point that was raised in this show that now that he will not have his way in parliament,
Jake, lakini sikuwa nimemaliza. Sote tu nimalize na ni moja.
I'll come to you to give your submissions and your closing remarks. Allow me kidogo tu Mato, kidogo tu, so that we make, so to you Makiadi, parliament ashaiteka nyara, akishindwa na judiciary. There's someone who said we saw murders happening left, right, and center, kina Kene and the likes. Should we be worried that very soon anyone who opposes this regime, just like we saw the sniper, the guy in Meru, killed mysteriously, should we be worried that soon tutaanza kusikia a justice somewhere amekuwa shot, a lawyer somewhere amekuwa shot, someone has been kidnapped? You remember what happened to Sarai? You know, if you oppose him, do we expect to see such happening? Bwana Makiadi.
Sijui kama unanisikia, kwa hii nimechange gadget hapa.
Endelea nakusikia vizuri.
Okay, sawa. Jets, I just want, before I go to your issue threats and mambo watu kupigwa risasi, I just want to respond to what Kenyari has said here. I think Kenyari, we have been on this show for a while, and I find it a bit disrespectful for you to trash somebody's views. I believe we have no monopoly of facts, and I believe if we are debating here, we have different opinions, and Jakes or me or whoever is debating here is not like a dictionary of facts. So it is always objective to debate and argue with the facts, but not to get personal. You know, the reason why I'm saying that is because of I think it was a bit rude to Julia to say that whatever she has spoken is concreted nonsense you've ever had. I think that's a bit rude. Anyway, Jakes, we come to this platform to debate, and we don't care whether you go to the other platforms. When we feel like there's need for us to congregate here and talk about the issues that are affecting our country, we are not here because there's preference of any station or any forum for that matter. We come here because we know I'll find Penyagaka who supports UDA, and I want to argue with him on facts and issues that affect our country. Let me say this. The issue of people being threatened goes back to the previous regimes. It has been used as a tool by the executive to twist other arms of government and individuals who seem to be going against the will of the executive. It's something that we have seen before. Now, my question would be, who currently in Kenya is capable of stopping the executive from using unorthodox means to implement or to push its agenda? Number one, we have the judiciary. Number two, we have the executive. We have parliament, and number three, we have common mwananchi wa kawaida. If you look at the judiciary is already in bed with the executive. If you look at the legislature, the legislature is like a mouthpiece. It's a mouthpiece of the executive. So, what now would prevent the executive from silencing the common mwananchi, the Okio Mtata, the Jakes, and the
I'll come to you, Nyagaka. Go ahead.
Nyagaka, let me finish. I'm almost done. I'll give you an opportunity to rebut. So, I don't think, Jakes, I don't think there's anything that can stop this current regime from using unorthodox means to try and push its agenda. It can. And what I know is when it comes a time whereby you see the president threatening people openly, if you hold the president's office, there are some languages unaweza tumia ambayo it cannot be taken lightly. And I'm saying this specifically saying that this guy said hiyo panga alipatiwa, hiyo soda alipatiwa ni ya kukatakata watu. You know, when you have you or I, Jakes, using such language, I mean, watu watakuchukulia like, they'll try to see if akili yako iko tiari ama there's something wrong. But now you have somebody who has the authority and the power given in his hands, saying that if at all hamta kubali ile kitu ninafanya iendelee, basi nitatumia upanga ambayo nilipewa. We should be very worried because the statement that William Ruto made should never have been made by somebody who sits in that office. That's number one. Now, let me come to what we are talking about here, about mismanaging the economy. For the first time, we are looking at a country whereby the International Labour Organization, ILO, is saying that 80% of employed Kenyans are living in poverty. Hiyo si statistics yenye mimi nimeleta, Jakes. Hiyo si statistics ambayo imetoka kwa World Bank ama IMF yenye tunaimbiwanga kila siku. Hii ni local statistics ambayo imetolewa kwa employers. Employers wanaambiwa kama, the labor market itself is coming out and saying people are losing jobs. And the people that are employed themselves, 80% ya ule mtu ambaye anatoka na paycheck mwisho wa mwezi anaishi below poverty level. Alafu unaniambia, when we are complaining about mismanagement of an economy, we should not talk because we lost an election. Nyagaka is here telling us that we have no candidate for 2027. I want you to look at how these things are irrelevant because Nyagaka feels that from the way they are sitting right now, wako prepared for 2027. Mwananchi mwenye ako ground saa hii hana hata chakula. These are UDA minions. Mwananchi hana chakula ya kukula, lakini mtu ya UDA anasema 2027 tayari tuko na candidate, nyinyi watu wa Azimio hamna. That is the kind of thinking that we have in these people. Now, look at the Kenyan shilling right now. We are talking about William Ruto with a panel of people who are earning 6-digit salaries, calling themselves economic advisors. They have an office, fully furnished and everything, supported by a budget. When William Ruto came into office, with all his smartness and his PhD, he found the Kenyan shilling trading with the dollar at 120, roughly 126. Today, as we sit here right now, the Kenyan shilling is trading against the dollar at 160. Now, you want to stand before people and tell us that you have dropped the inflation of the Republic of Kenya from 9.4 to 6.3, and you expect us to clap for you. Why is this not trickling down to mwananchi? This development and the fastest growing economy in wanasema in sub-Saharan Africa. Hata sasa wanasema sijui tuko number 3 mbele ya kina India and all these other countries.
China and Germany.
Wanasema we are the... Kwa nini ule mwananchi wa kawaida wa pale chini hasikii effects za wewe kuimprove economy? Are we lying to ourselves? Are we getting it right? Look at that. Yeah, I like the way you present that. That we are 5.9, and this, you know, the Tugeges, I call them the Tugeges because these are now ndio wale watu wanakatendraizia William Ruto na kumpatia advice before he makes a public, you know, inaitangwa a roadside statement like the one he made juzi ya kusema nambia PS weka pesa ya kujenga barabara. I think you saw that video. Sijua nimuita bwana Google. This baada ya kuchochwa, unajua anachochwa na hawa vijana, anachemshwa na vijana mpaka anaamka anasema PS weka pesa ya kujenga barabara, hatuwezi ngojea kote. My friend, hakuna mwananchi wa kawaida anakataa barabara ijengwe. The people who have gone to court are not against building of roads. They are not against construction of roads. They are against the government imposing levies on their payslips. Hiyo kitu inakasirisha watu. Hakuna mtu amekataa nyumba ijengwe. Na nimesema hapo awali, hizi nyumba zitajengwa. Hata Uhuru Kenyatta alijenga. You cannot raid people's payslips by force and threaten the judiciary that if it does not act on your bills, you're going to, you know, use other means ya kuwalazimisha kufanya ile kitu. Then you expect Kenyans to sit down and clap.
All right.
So, as I finish,
all right.
As I finish, naona hata Ndemba ameingia hapa. Good to see you, my brother Ndemba. Let me say this, Jakes. Right now, one thing that yenye tulikuwa tunaambiwa kila siku ya kwamba it is the best thing that has happened to Kenyans next to sliced bread ni kwamba Kenyans walipatiwa hustler fund. It was supposed to be a game changer for Kenyans of you know, lower cadre, wale watu wa chini wa kiuchumi. As we speak today, Kenyans have defaulted 9.9 billion, B with a B, 9.9 billion shillings za hiyo hustler fund, and that is the data that came from the treasury. So wakati wa watu wa UDM unakuja kutuambia hapa ya kwamba William Ruto is the best thing that ever happened to us Kenyans, we are supposed to tell you.
Alafu Richi, hii B inatoka gapi na T, B and T. You know, we never used to know that. We used to know M. So B and T.
Yeah, so mimi nataka niseme namna hii, Jakes, nipatie wenzangu nafasi ya kuongea. Wakati kila kitu inaonyesha ya kwamba uchumi ni mbaya, na nyinyi watu wa UDA na supporters wa UDA, nyinyi peke yenu ndio mnataka kutuambia uchumi ni mzuri, then we should be asking ourselves, between us and you, ni nani mwenda wazimu? Mimi nimemalizia hapo.
Well, good to see you, Bwana Themba. Happy New Year to you. I know you are good. Well, I've missed you as well. I'm happy to see
Jakes,
you.
can I clarify something in one sentence?
Just one
I
moment.
was mentioned.
No.
I was mentioned. I want to clarify something.
You are, but we have so many guys. Allow me not to have you just now yet. I'll have you as you give your submissions later on. Allow me to do that for now, okay? Penyagaka, 1 minute.
Okay, asante sana. Hiyo hadithi wamesema ni nyingi sana, sijui nianzie wapi, lakini wewe niseme ya kwamba huyu alikuwa the right hand man ya Oginga Odinga. Alikufa wakati wa mzee Kenyatta. That is when Oginga Odinga in 1965 or 66 really refused and formed his own party.
Why are we going all through? Just for a moment, I think we need some order because we are almost summarizing. And let's not go back so many years. We are talking about 60s, but to 2024. Let's try to come back.
60s.
I understand you, sir.
Okay. Ngoja niseme ya kwamba koti iliandika wakati wa mzee Moi. Koti, that's when everything went haywire. Even hired somebody who was not even, had gone even to law school, and he made him a chief justice. So hiyo koti, one time, I think alikuwa anataka rafiki yake ashinde elections kutoka Karachuonyo. Alafu hiyo wakati Phibias yeye ndio alikuwa anakimbiza na bwana kimbizana.
This is the problem with our country because of history.
No, let me finish. You talk forever and I listen.
I mean, no, we are past that bwana. Ngine tunaishi US, ngine tunaishi wapi?
Let me finish what I was saying.
Wameenda nini? Now we cannot keep on going back to.
You had to. Let me finish.
No, we're done with you guys.
We can come to this year.
No, we don't care about what you guys used to do.
We can come to this year. I can leave those alone. We can come to this year. Wacha nikwambie ya kwamba this year when
I don't care what you did in 1963.
No. We have left that alone.
I don't care.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care either.
And
but
my daughter doesn't. No, don't choose that language.
Leave that alone.
My daughter doesn't care what you did in 1963, my friend. My daughter cares what I did, and maybe doesn't care what.
Mato Nyagaka, allow, because we don't have time. Let me mute you fast because I'm cool down. And Nyagaka, please.
Jex, what I'm very short. I want to go.
No,
Let me just.
Just one moment, because we have others who haven't even spoken, and I'm about to wind up the show. Nyagaka, please, when I'll give you time to give your submissions, please speak.
Okay. I come to the 20th. Vile dada yangu Stella amesema ni kweli kwa sababu Ruto ambaye ni president sasa ataendelea. Vile nilimwambia wale wa jamaa hawana mtu hata mmoja. Kwa hivyo kuja hapa kutuambia ati I mean Stella said it very clearly. You have to have evidence. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka niende backwards. Lakini even right now is all bogus and rumors. Ruto ni mwizi, Ruto ni wazimu, Ruto ni nini. Stella just told you. What evidence do you have? Kwa hivyo msikuja hapa kutuambia maneno ambayo mnazungumza huko ambao muuliziwe maswali. Hapa tunauliza maswali na tunataka ukweli. Ni kwamba what are you saying? What evidence do you have to prove that? Thank you.
Fantastic. Bwana Themba, I want to come to after Themba, I'll have you Kenya Rebel, if that's okay. So I want to give Themba, who hasn't spoken a single word, then I'll come to you because you'll be rebutting what has been said. We'll go on back and forth, and Themba will be waiting. But let's have him first before we rebut anyone. Bwana Themba, Happy New Year. Hope you're well.
Happy New Year, Jex, and Happy New Year all. Can you hear me clear and fine?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nice to see everyone. Nice to hear everyone. Richie Makiadi, Kansim Kenya, and Pen Nyagaka. Nice to see you again, 2024. Happy New Year, first of all. Secondly, I've listened to a few submissions, and that's why I thought it a little pushed and motivated to come in because of the brains and the people that are here speaking. So it's quite impressive. Positively, again, this great engagement from Kenyans, and I really like it that we are able to engage openly and also, go through some catharsis, explore emotions, disappointments, hopes. And clearly, let's say right now, both divides, both the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, there's a clear sense of hopelessness. The UDA guys, I'm sure they hope that things would not have to be hitting them hard as it is right now. They hope that they didn't have to go through a lot of sometimes self-inflicted injuries that they are actually suffering right now. So I'm imagining that there's a lot of a sense of despair on both sides. However, on Azimio's side, the reasons are that we told you. On UDA side, their disappointment is that probably as the image that had been created by them is not forming up as fast as they hoped it would. So those are some of the demarcations that we are noting from what is going on, the discourse right now. Now, I would want to urge us to fight the right battles. The person that you're having across is not the enemy. These are just people who expressed their appreciation of the freedom of provided for by the Constitution to choose which side they want to belong to. So they are not necessarily the enemies. They are just we are not necessarily enemies across divide. If we believe in Constitution and constitutionalism, we would appreciate, as much as I would not agree with Jex, but I would appreciate his right to exercise his constitutional provision that he needs to choose a side that he wants to belong to. Right now, our criticism, I appreciate when Nyagaka is saying that there will be more, political parties and politics is about power. So in his side, he will be more interested in discussing on how he's going to remain in power. But we need to appreciate that there is a population that is not so much, if you ask them, they wouldn't care who comes in. They will be more concerned about their life every day. That if I go to the market, to the shops, am I able to afford the food? Am I able to pay my rent? Am I able to take my kids to school? At the end of the day, their excitement about it and about elections ends at the time when the next day starts. Is that going to happen now? We need to ask ourselves not whether Ruto will remain in power or not. Those are political discourse that will take place sometime in 2026, 2027. We need to start asking ourselves, what is this regime bringing to us realistically? Is it achieving what we want to see? Whether they are going to remain in power or not, how they use the means they use to get to power, that is a debate that, in my view, will still come. And we'll still judge regimes based on their deliverables within the time that they were there. That's a political process. That's a constitutional provision. Those are things that will always have a debate. Now, I want to say, Jex, with a lot of disappointments.
Jakes, I'm hit on that one. You have to give me some time after that for me to come back with them before.
I'll do that. Allow him to finish. Go ahead.
I was just landing my plane before he rudely interrupted. Jex, I want to urge us to, yes, continuously engage in political discourse, but be a little understanding that the person you are with is not necessarily your enemy. That person has similar needs and interests that you all have, and we need to engage in the political discourse in a way to progressively progress its growth. Because if we don't do that, then we'll end up fighting each other and then missing the point. They say that you need to choose your battles wisely. In my case, Kenya or Kenyan, whatever, I can't read that name pretty well. He's not the enemy. We have a bigger enemy: poverty, foolishness, and what's the other one? The three enemies: poverty, foolishness, ujinga, umaskini, na nini, na ugonjwa. So if those are the enemies that are looking at us, but we are busy fighting each other, imagining that the other person is your enemy, I don't think that is the trajectory we want to go. But again, with a lot of caution also, Jex, it's important for us to hold the regimes to account. I think it is something that we need to do, no matter how fanatical we can be with our opinions and thoughts, but we need to hold the regimes to account. Because at the end of the day, Jex, you cannot pick out, because voting is secret. There's nowhere you can go and pick out and say this is the person who voted for UDA. When that person is suffering, you are also suffering by extension. So we need at the end of the day to think Kenya, not individuals. And in my view, if I would give this regime the trajectory it's going, there's too much noise. There's very little progress. And in my view, it may not translate to what they promised to give us. So I want to stop there for today. I just needed to come in and say hi to you people. I was excited by some of the submissions, and that's why I came in. So thank you so much, Jex, for the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Themba. Usipotee bwana hivyo bwana, umepotea hii mitaa, but good to see you. Hope you are having the time of your life huko, nimekuona.
Yeah, I mean, tuko pamoja, Jex. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I summarize my
now Kenya
submission for the day?
Welcome, Themba.
Please.
Okay, number one, I want to clarify something that Makiadi said that's about disrespect. The reason why I said what I said is because of the fact of the matter. I personally lost friends in 2007 who were killed by Mungiki in Naivasha, who are led by Maina Jenga, who we are parading right now as a political figure in Central Province. These are evidence that were provided to us in the ICC. Okay? So when someone comes here and tells us that Uhuru Kenyatta wasn't as bad as Ruto, or Ruto is the devil or whatever, it's a personal affront to people like us who have names of people who died tattooed on our arms. That's why I went so hard on Julia. It wasn't meant to be personal. That's why I said concretized nonsense. It wasn't on her personally, but what she said. Okay? Now we can agree that Ruto is not doing well. We can debate on that. I'm all open for that. But let's be fair. Let's bet. You can't say somebody who has been in power for 5 years, 1.5 years, and somebody who has been 10 or whatever is the same. And lastly, the reason why I brought back the whole issue of Jomo Kenyatta and Peter Gama or whatever, the problems which we are facing in Ruto government did not start yesterday. This started in independence. Isn't it? As resolved, like the land issue and so forth, so forth. And it's a continuation. Ruto is just kicking the can down the road. Okay? So even if we blame him, yes, there's some blame that can be held. He can be held responsible. He should be held responsible. But he did not start today. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, good night, everyone, and thank you. It was a nice discussion.
Mkenya Mkora, you had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Themba, is he still here? Yeah, what I wanted to tell people, my brother, and thank you so much for always hosting this channel. You know, this is our brother's channel. Tunakuwaga hapa sisi wote. Tuko pamoja. Guys, my brother. I'm trying to tell you know to them anasema, you come here and talk about these other people who are this and that and that and that and that. But what we're not looking at we're not looking at the whole perspective of the whole thing. It is in the fact that yes, we can keep on talking and we can keep on saying what, and because we all have different kind of opinions. But again, we're a country that we have to run. But what exactly is happening in Kenya? My brother, what is happening in Kenya is exactly why together with even now, with even different kind of channels, we still kind of understand each other in one kind of perspective, but we don't understand it. Because listen, in your life and in your house, you have how you do your things and everything. Kenya, we do not have anything, and that is the problem that we're having. Even right now, we're still fighting because now we talk about, you know, kina Themba will come here and say, oh, tulikuwa tumepigana na hii kitu yote. Oh, tulikuwa tumefanya na hii kitu. Oh, we did this. Oh, we were talking and we were doing everything. At the end of the day, we will still end up a third world country. But the reason we're doing that is because we are killing ourselves. We don't even understand what we are doing. We will come here and have people here say, oh, Ruto, sijui anafaa kupigana na what do you call it? Kina Martha Koome in the judiciary. What exactly are you doing fighting with the judiciary? I thought we had three arms of the government. You know, until we get to where we can actually understand that me as Mato, my I can be arrested, genuinely arrested in the streets of Nairobi, and not run and not be called Mungiki. And just follow the law. And until that, in this politics that we do, that oh, now we can let things go, tunaweza acha vitu zingine zikate, sijui zikatike, zifanye nini. Nani? There's nothing called letting anything go as long as we have a constitution. If we don't follow the constitution, I'm telling you, Mr. Chair, 2 years from today, we were here last yote tulichapa hapa. In this time, not hata siku kwenye tunakuwa tulikuwa hapa. I was mimi nilikuwaga mtu mmoja. I was hata huo jambo mwenye unasikia, we were moderators here, we were everything here. We fought it. But as long as Kenya and Africa in general, we don't fight to get into this thing of not being a third world country, because the third world country is brought unto our own self. Hizi ndo vitu unaona tukipigana hapa hivi, mtu ananiambia sijui lakini kina Ruto sijui kina Koome sijui what. No, stick on the constitution, stick on that. If we need to change something, let's change that needs to be changed, and let's follow it, all of us. Then we will go somewhere.
All right.
Wajinga wenye wanakuja hapa hivi wanakimbia na ba makaunda sutuko hivyo wanajifanya wamefanya Kenya ikakuwa, Moi yako hajafanya kitu, Kibaki yako hajafanya kitu. I mean, all the presidents that hata Uhuru mwenye munaita mjinga never did it. Hii ujinga yenye inafanyika hapa hivi unapata kina people who are convicted, and the funny thing, let me say it, Mr. Chair, for the all these guys are convicted criminal. Tumeona wakiwa wamevalishwa pingu, na unapata mtu anakuja kudefend. If you're going to defend Ruto, defend Gachagua, defend the people that have seen kama wamevalishwa pingu, because mtu avalishangu pingu bure. Please do not address me when I come to the show. Kama nitakujanga hapo hivi ama nitakuwa huko kule tunakuaga, do not address me because you're such an idiot and so down to earth that you don't even understand what being convicted is, and maybe you've never gone to look for a certificate of good conduct. So please, Mimi, on your show, I'll be here. Nitakuja, unajua tunachokozanaga hata usi nyingine. Lakini Mr. Chair, mimi mtu mwenye hata niongelesha intellectual na niongelesha niambie kwa nini
mtu anaanza kuorota.
Okay, sasa wacha nikwambie Mr. Chair, mimi kama kuna mtu hapa atakuja hapa hivi kuniambia ati sijui nini kuniambia ati nikubalie mtu, na mtu ni mtu asivalishwa hizo pingu as a criminal, akuja niongeleshe. Lakini hao wengine sitaki story bwana. Mimi nitakuwa nakuja tukumbua. I know you will let me. Hata unajua kule tunapataniaga. But that's my closing remark.
Sawa, beautiful Mato. Julie, your remarks, even as we now literally wrap up the show. But Julia, are you there?
Yes,
Julia?
yes. I just nisikia kuna mtu alikuwa ananitaja. Huyu jamaa ameenda wapi? Ukweli Jake, that guy is so disrespectful. You got to do something.
And
He's so disrespectful. I mean, he lacks decorum. I mean, wacha tu nimwache ameenda. Lakini I came and nimesikia them talking. I like the way he spoke. And the point I was trying to drive Jake is that all those 5 presidents that we had, maybe Kibaki could be the only one who was close, not exactly passing integrity test, because maybe he too may not pass the integrity test, okay? But chapter 6 of the Constitution, a lot of them could not pass that. However, I like the way Demba said that we shall remember them for how they affected us. So we may not, as Kenyans, we may not go into the details of the things they do it or their personal lives, but we shall remember them of how they affected us. So somebody comparing Ruto with the other presidents, I think is somebody who is trying to just, or somebody is very ignorant or choosing to be ignorant because it is only 1 year down the line and Ruto has turned the country upside down. And I think Mother Koome, who supported Ruto, said that Ruto is inviting anarchy. For Mother to say that, I think tumeenda mbali. Na mimi, I'm not a prophet of doom, but either Ruto will be kicked out by the army or he'll just quit. I don't see him going for 5 years. Because I'm asking myself, Jake, hii tax anakamua watu. For how long can he do that? Mtu tu mwenye ako Kenya niambie. For how long? And Kenya is a subsistence economy and Kenya depends on the businessmen now to raise any money for recurrent expenditure. Because hata saizi niliona watu wa kahawa Meru wakilia wamesema wajalipwa. They were so mad. They were saying that the government will reduce the licenses of the middlemen. And now, since then, hawajalipwa kahawa na watoto wanarudi shule Monday. Mimi nikashanga kahawa wajalipa. The macadamia, they have brought it down. I don't know how tea is doing, but I've seen people very complaining. Now, we are a subsistence economy, and we don't even export processed products. We export primary products. And the products we export ni tatu tu peke yake. Kama if you want to add flowers, and I saw some flower farms shutting in Naivasha. So this guy now increasing tax, how does that grow the economy? Now, people are laying off the workers. And some of them are also converting the permanent employees to cashiers. Wana cancel contract, wanaambia renew contract. Renew contract, unaambia sasa wewe ni cashier. Kwa sababu hataki kulipa NSSF, hataki kulipa house levy, hataki kulipa NHIF or whatever they are paying. So they are avoiding all that. Now, it means even the level of production, I mean, cash flow, Kenya itakwama. Now, if people don't have money to spend, then how will the economy? So I'm just trying to say that Ruto is really the worst president. Looking at the things he has done and how he's running he's the worst of the worst. I think he's the worst in Africa. And this guy was yelling at me and calling names here. I would like to meet him after 6 months. And I want to hear him praise Ruto again. And ningetaka kusikia chenye atasema after 6 months, Jake. Kama ataendelea kusifu hiyo Ruto. Akisema ati Kenyatta was ruled for 10 years. We didn't even care what he was doing. Why? Because one, our children were going to school. NHIF was working. We didn't have skyrocketing prices of goods and services. The Kenyan shilling was not going down. So we may not even have cared to hear what Ruto what Kenyatta was doing, because our lives were running. Same with Kibaki. In fact, Kibaki, we can say a lot of good things. The only other time that we experienced such kind of downfall in the economy is when Moi was the president. That is why I have a problem with a cattle rustler becoming president. I am sorry for using that. I'm not being tribal. Lakini nasema, natamatisha nikisema, Ruto akona cattle rustling attitude. Yenye kwamba, ukipora kila mtu, ukinyang'anya mtu ng'ombe, mama yako anaku congratulate. He's used to stealing people's cows and goats. Nyumbani, the mother congratulates him. So he has brought that cattle rustling attitude to the government. That is what we are suffering. Asante Jake. And thank you for your show. Unaona umeleta watu wote hapa Makiadi, Penny. Penny, I was supposed to go for your son's graduation. You didn't invite me. So hiyo ni deni. Hata nimeona Domi.
2 more years, Julie. 2 more years.
Oh, 2 more years. Bado nangoja.
Yeah, they are my friends over there in North Carolina. Ni wabeberu wanataka nikwende huku kuwatembelea na nitakutembelea at that time. I told them that I have to drive to South Carolina. I said, come on.
Please, Penny. I'm waiting. I'm patiently waiting for that graduation. Asante.
All right. Sasa nimeona jamaa rafiki yangu Domi. Domi, how are you? Good to see you. Naona leo imekuwa reunion, eh?
I'm good.
Leo imekuwa reunion. I've seen guys, nimekaa sana bila kuona. But good to see you. I'll have you just now. Makiadi, what do you make of what Themba said?
You know, Themba has spoken a lot of things, but one thing that I picked from his submission is I think if we are sober thinking Kenyans, Domi, I can see you there. Wacha nikusalimie kwanza, habari ya mwaka mpya, my brother. Good to see you. I think as sober Kenyans here, one thing that I agree with Themba is regardless of whether you voted for William Ruto or not, and you are Kenyan, we have to agree that things are not good.
Yeah.
I love the way Penny Nyagaka is focused on 2027, not remembering that there are people who do not have a meal on the table at the end of the day. There are people who are losing jobs. There are people who have a pay slip, but at the end of the month, they have nothing to show for it. There are people who are being evicted all over, left, right, and center. There are extrajudicial killings that are happening right now. The judiciary is under attack. So with all these shenanigans that are happening in our country, it looks like UDA is focused on winning 2027. Having said that, I want to say this, and I said this many months ago. Right now, as we sit as a country, we have no IEBC. I keep on reminding people that to have a credible election, you must have a credible body that runs the elections. This discussion that went on the NADCO thing there, I was not a supporter of that forum for the first before even they decided to sit down and started talking about these whatever they were supposed to talk about. I can't even remember the agenda of that committee. But what I'm saying here is, if we do not fix our elections, and it begins from, having a credible body, a body that will supervise the elections unbiased. If we don't do that right now, while we still have time, we are still looking at a bungled election in 2027. Now, from what I gather, I remember when Mwai Kibaki ran against Uhuru Kenyatta. I think it was 2002, 2003 election. People were so tired of the Kanu regime that it was so difficult to steal an election. And UDA wants to remind us here that William Ruto has no candidate to run against in the 2027 election. And they believe that I have heard a statement somewhere, somebody telling me that if William Ruto beat the so-called deep state and the president incumbent and became the president, what about 2027? Penyagaka, my friend and my brother, I want to remind you here, the hardship that Kenyans are passing through right now. In 2027, if nothing changes between now and 2027, I want to assure you, my brother, there will be so much anger in Kenyans' hearts that William Ruto will not be able to traverse the country even to campaign. I want to tell you here, and I want you to remember this. I know umeona hizo uchaguzi zote. Ngoja kidogo
Nyagaka, I'll give you right of response, Nyagaka.
I want to remind you here that it comes a time when even the incumbent finds it difficult to win a re-election. Then William Ruto is only 1.5 years probably old in this regime, whatever, in his leadership. But I have never seen a regime that is so much hated. A regime that, yani, ushaisikia regime yenye watu wamechoka nayo na hata jamaliza miaka 2. Hii ndio regime yenye niliona kwa mara ya kwanza Wakenya wamechoka nayo kabisa, to such an extent that hata saa hizi tukisema tunaenda kwa uchaguzi, maybe some people will not even think about going to vote, but not necessarily voting, you know, to keep the current president out of office, but to ensure that he does not get re-elected. People are so tired. Watu wamechoka, watu hawana pesa, watu hawana kazi, watu hawana chakula. Na people are saying, hata I think umesikia Jeko jamaa amepiga kutoka Nakuru amesema, hata kama ni lawyers wanaitana na hizo vitambaa, umesikia atatokea, because people are tired, watu wamechoka, watu wanangojea tu, you know, that moment is spark to fire namna hii ndio watu waingie waseme, you know what, we are tired with this regime. So Penny Nyagaka, nyinyi kampenini, tafuteni, semeni Kalonzo ametoroka, sasa sisi hatuna candidate and all that stuff. Lakini mimi nataka kuambia Kenyans wamechoka na William Ruto. But also, Julia, coming to you, unasema unaona Ruto ni kama hata toboa itano. Mimi nilikuwa najiuliza, we had a discussion with somebody and we reached a point where tukaulizana, okay, let's assume saa hizi William Ruto aseme mimi nimeshindwa na kazi, which is almost not impossible, never impossible. William Ruto amue sasa ameshindwa na kazi, anataka kuenda nyumbani, and William Ruto resigns domi. The Constitution gives the deputy president the mandate to carry on probably until another election is called. So I want you to tell me, is this an option that we should be thinking about? Is Gachagua an option that as Kenyans Julia, wakati unasema huyu jamaa ende nyumbani, I want you to tell me, will you be okay with ni kama kuruka mkojo na kanyaga maji?
Ukanichapa. By the way,
I have my boots.
Nilikuwa kitambo sana kitambo. I think it was last year sometime, what? October. That's the last time I asked you that question. Ukanichapa nikakwambia sawa, nimekubali. Now you're coming to what I was asking you, bro. But thank you for bringing that up.
Julia, yes, Makiadi, you know, I've been asking myself who bewitched us. You know, the other day we were talking with some panelists from Mount Kenya pale kwa Sound Candid. Wakasema ati Gachagua hata hajavalishwa nguo na wazee. Lakini somebody said hata akivalishwa hizo nguo atakaa kama gorilla. You know, I didn't want to use that word. But that guy, I don't know. Actually, you are right. If Ruto resigns, we are jumping from the flying pan into the fire. But may they all go to age. Let me not say this is ya Jake. Asante.
Wow, you guys nani nice. Wow, Domi, labda wewe utanisaidia kidogo. Niambie maoni yako ni yapi? I'm sure you have been listening in for quite some time. But what do you make of what you're discussing?
Hamjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu sana.
I think I had never come to this place. I think this is the first time for me coming here.
Yeah.
Nimeona Julia ameweka hapo hiyo, nikasema ai, wacha nisikize kunaendaje. Okay, I think let me tell you guys, the greatest problem that we are having here in Kenya is this. Kenyans, I think we are used to shortcuts, and you see, like the way the exams of Kenyans have always been. Akili ya mwana Kenya huwa inafikiria mambo ya mtihani, na hivyo akili ya mwana Kenya inafikirianga tu, it is just centered on election as a competition. Yeah, we take an election as a competition between we and them. Yeah, we don't take election as a means of getting the best leadership. That is why you see. People who are, I don't know how I can call them. That is why you can see idiots. I will just call it directly idiots being elected in office because somebody does not want so and so to take to be there. I have a friend who from Kisii. He was telling me about a leader. They had a leader who was a very good leader, a very good MP who did a lot of good work. But you know what? There is a day there was a ceremony. Then people clashed over food. And you know the way public wanafurutana na kila kitu. Then he came and asked these guys, surely, what are you doing? You are really behaving very badly. You are behaving very very primitive. Can you get organized? Just that statement. That statement made this guy did not go back, was not elected, and they elected a very. From that time, they have never gotten a better leader than that, like him. So, mentality of Kenyans is we against them. That is why people can even think of getting somebody like Gachagua, just because he's going to be you know, there are some people who are not supposed even to appear before some election. People like Didimas Barasa. Didimas Barasa kills a person in the polling station. Everybody saw. Yeah, and they still voted that guy. Just because this is somebody who has by the way, Didimas Barasa has nothing other than insulting Raila. So getting somebody who keeps insulting Raila as just everything is insulting Raila a plus. Does it give anybody a gain? That's nothing. Just because he insults Raila, then he's voted. Sasa hiyo ndio akili ya mwana Kenya. Until that nonsense gets out of our mind, we'll still have the Rutos and the Gachagwas. Now, I'll come again to Nani Pedinyagaka. You see, my friend, you are my friend. Jambo sana mzee. I respect you. But there is something that you keep that has never gotten out of your mind. Yeah, a competition mentality that has never gotten out of your mind. You are thinking of 2027, yet we are talking of people who are sleeping hungry. Courtesy of Ruto. Yeah, you are talking of 2027 when we are having people who don't know how their children are going to school. You're talking of 2027 when the lowest, the cheapest, the person who is going to pay the least in university is 200,000. My sister was taking how do you call it, parallel degree, and she was paying 100 and I think 108 or 112 parallel degree. Right now, somebody who is a regular student is going to pay 200,000, and you are talking of a hustler. My friend, I think we need to rearrange the way we think. The problem is we are thinking of we against them. That is why we will not move. Thank you.
I'll be coming to you, Domi, just now. You raised very interesting remarks. But when Nyagaka, you have been mentioned, I give you a minute before I come back to Akina Stella na Themba.
Asante sana Jex, nimekuwa mention mara nyingi hata sijui nianzie wapi, lakini ya kwanza ni vile Themba alisema. Yeah, what Themba alisema, that is my philosopher, Themba. He said something very good. The guy that is arguing from the other side is not your enemy. He's just as animated as you are. So when huyu mwananchi mwingine anakuja hapo, sijui ni Mato, sijui ni nani, anatuita stupid, atakuja hapa kuzungumza vitu iko stupid, ni ile show ingine hii ya Themba, hii ya Jex. Sisi tunazungumza ile maneno tunataka, so that it can help Kenya one way or the other. Vile mwingine alisema ni kweli. Kenya today, UDA is the most unpopular, and I mean UDA is the most unpopular because the taxes that they have raised, the issues that they have raised are costing the people of the country more than anything. Ndio nikakwambia Jex kitambo earlier today. The only time that we can change is after 2025, 2026. Kama vitu tutakuwa namna hii, then we will lose. I agree with what the gentleman said in the last minute. Then we will have to lose. Right now, that is why UDA did not support those elections about
Nyagaka, one moment. I don't know what is wrong with your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Nakupea, I've heard you have been mentioned. Nakupea, before nikupea, angalia mic yako iko upepo mwingine sugu.
Are we okay?
Just one moment, I'll give you immediately after Nyagaka. Work on your mic. Iko na upepo kali. Yes, Nyagaka, finish up so that I have Mato respond. Mention.
Okay, that's what I was saying, that when the Julia is here, I really don't want to go very hard on politics. Lakini asiyejua atokapo ni mtumwa. He who doesn't know. Hivyo ndio Kenyatta alikuwa anatuambia. You have to know your history so that you can push ahead for the future. Julie, thank you very much. Welcome for the conversation, Themba, and everybody. Lakini kutuita wajinga is not, we can call you bad words. That's not helping anybody.
Hakuna mjinga, kila mtu ni panelist na maoni yake. Asante sana Nyagaka. All right, Mato, umetajwa. I hope your mic sasa imeisha hiyo upepo. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. The problem was ilikuwa na Okay, let me see. Hebu endelea nione kama itaacha.
Am I okay? Niko sawa?
Uko sawa, endelea sasa.
Okay. Jake, the one thing I've known Nyagaka for a long time. Na sidhani kama kuna mtu hapa, both Mutembei and everywhere where we are. Kuna mtu mmoja anijui hapa. One thing I will not take Jake. I will not take Nyagaka. I mean, it was mara kadhaa last year. I will not take anything. Nyagaka. I will not take it. Not from anyone. Hata Julia ni Tusingi. Hakuna mtu unitusi hapa. Penyagaka ndo anapanga na matusi. Jake, if I'm coming to your show today, I don't think kuna kitu mbaya nimefanya hapa hivi isipokuwa the truth.
Mato mpaka kwa comment section wanasema kuna challenge na mic yako.
No, I will not take Penyagaga shenanigans. I can understand his respect.
I understand you. Mato nakuelewa, nasema mic yako. The mic iko na wind.
Hold on just a minute because I need to be heard.
Yeah. So fix your mic. I'll give you now. Fix your mic. Mato, fix your mic. I'll give you a minute to respond. All right. Demba, you're back. What were you saying? Before Mato atengeneza mic yake.
Thank you, Jack, for.
Mato, your mic ikono pepo. I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear you properly. Guys, can you hear him? Domi, can you hear Mato vizuri bila hiyo pepo?
Mato is having a challenge with the mic.
Yeah, the mic is bad.
Somebody is trying to mute me a little bit.
No, it's kwa sababu iko na upepo.
Hata sasa
iko mbaya mpaka wearing a comb I can hear it like in my brain darling.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can't hear you, but the problem is there is some wind or some other noise apart from your own voice.
Okay, how about now? I think I'm in a better place.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say, Jake, I respect you and I respect this channel, but I'm not going to let Penya come and talk my topic on me here. I don't do that even in our other channel. What I'm trying to say is that we talk, we have a good time, and I will not let Penyagaka come. He's done this numerous times in other channels, and that's the reason I even come here sometimes. I will not let Penyagaka come here to help protect me as the moderator.
I am.
In a minute. Because
Mato, hold on. I have given you the ability to defend yourself. Because nakujua bro, uko na muscles enough, bwana.
No, let me finish, Daddy.
Yeah.
We come here, we have a good conversation na kila kitu. Mimi storia sitaki kuongea vibaya, lakini storia kusumbuana hapa hivi, let's come and have a conversation. We agree, disagree. I mean, yeah, kuna vitu kama hizo, lakini mimi hizi vitu Penyagaka na kuja sasa kuanza hapa hivi, mimi sitawezana nazo. Penyagaka ukiniona kwa hii show usikuje ama ukikuja uniache peke yangu. If you cannot have a decent conversation, we are too many people tumetoka kwa channels na tutakuwa hapa hivi, sisi wote ni family moja. Now hiyo ujinga ya kuja hapa hivi mtu anakuja kukuongelesha nini na kuattack mtu na mtu haja attack mtu, mimi sitaatakiwa. By the way, Jake, protect me, I'll protect you on the other side. Lakini story ya nini, we are here talking about our country. Hii story umesikia venye Penyagaka ameniongelesha, sitarudisha cause ni mkubwa. Lakini sitakuja.
Amekusikia. Now let's go ahead. Okay.
Na achane na mimi kabisa. He's tried me on the other side and even on this side, and I'm not going to do that side because we are serious in what we are doing, and if we succeed, it's also beneficial for him and his kids and his grandchildren. So please, wachana na mimi kabisa.
Okay. Just one moment. Mato, tengeneza mic inasumbua. So many are saying, Mato mic yako ni mbaya sana. From Henry S.
Sawa,
Here.
wacha nikuje na comp ndio ni make my point straight. Wacha nikuje na comp.
Yeah. Sawa. I have Themba with me. I have Mboro. I have Stella. Well, all right. Let me try to balance them. Let me go first to Themba, then I'll go to Mboro, who hasn't spoken, and then I go back to those who have already spoken. Themba, you are on the deck.
There's a French saying that says plus de chance, plus shalom chance. The more things change, the more they remain. I'm so amused that way after election we are still having such very personal attacks. I wish we would be more focused about the problems that unite us. We have more things that unite us. We all do have people who are sleeping hungry. We all do have people that have to pay fees and they have to call us to contribute. We all do have people that are sometimes do not get food to eat and we have to chip in. We all do have one thing or another WhatsApp group of someone who is unwell, who is not able to pay their medical fees. I mean, we have bigger problems that unite us than the things that are, in my view,
yes.
Probably. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Themba.
We probably need to progress beyond our individual perception of our differences and go to where we have more of things that unite us. We are united by those particular issues, and if we could have a more solution-oriented discourse where we are facing such, Jex, by all honesty, right now, it doesn't matter which side you voted. Whether you voted UDA, whether you voted Azimio. I mean, right now, in between elections, the issues that we wanted solved need to be addressed. It doesn't matter whether we say my person won, my person lost, your person won, your person lost. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really help the realities of the moment. So I wish to submit again that Jex, we have major problems, and if only we could come in. It doesn't hurt, Jex. It doesn't hurt you to call out UDA where they are going wrong, and call them and praise them where they are doing right. It doesn't hurt for us to say any government, because right now there's the legislature, there's the executive, then there's the three arms of government, the judiciary. We need to call them out where they are doing right, and praise them where they are doing right, and call them out where they are doing wrong. That is the only voice we have as a citizenry. Because if we let that go, then we also wade into the discourse between the judiciary and the executive and the legislature. Then we also become captured with the same. Then we lose our voice. So when we come here, in my view, it shouldn't matter which coat you're wearing. It's okay for you to support UDA. It's your political right. By any case, what Domi said, elections are the means by which we get leaders. We say for no, we don't have any other way of getting a president, getting an MP. At least election is. But once you've gotten them there, I think it's time we raise our voice commonly as a people. Is the regime doing us what we hoped it could do? Are there things they have done that we don't agree with? There are things they are doing that we agree with. Is there something that can be improved? Then come 2026, when it's almost 2027, then we can come and have a scorecard. Has UDA done what they were supposed to do? Do they deserve a new chance? Now, if indeed, like someone says that, Makiadi suggested that electoral process is what will give us the leaders, then we can say, do we have the perfect system to give us our leaders? Then we can have that particular discourse. But for now, Jex, I'm a little disappointed when we're still personally attacking. Like I come and I attack you, you attack me, you call me names. At the end of the day, we go back. You still have to, to get into a WhatsApp group where I have to approach you, Jex, and tells you, please, can you contribute for my friend who cannot afford a medical fee? You know what I mean? So we need to really pick out those policy issues and address them. Like right now, there's a problem between the judiciary and the executive. Is that good for you and me? It is not good for you and me. Whether you support UDA or not, it is not good for the state to seem to be attacking the judiciary. Wherever way you look at it, because you are losing your last hope. The state will always want to take from you anytime. So if it were for it, it will not even do away with the judiciary and the legislature. So let's just attack the issues. Let's forget about whether Penn, whether Mato, whether Jake supports UDA, whoever supports whichever team, that's fine. All right. But let's come and isolate the issues that are uniting us right now. Poverty, illness. I need to say that so that we can be able to give a more concrete solution focused that can be taken by someone else and say, okay, fine, this is what Kenyans are saying. Beyond our political divide, beyond our political differences, that these things are uniting them. Yes, there's this thing that we want to see. We want to see the executive perform its duty, judiciary perform its duty, legislature perform its duty. I think those are the things we want to see as a citizen. Whether you choose UDA, Kenya Kwanza, or whichever, that time will come and we'll get our leaders, Jex. That's what I can say.
1 minute,
All right.
Jex.
Before I give you 1 minute, just one moment, Pen. Before I give you the minute, Kenya with love now. He was Kenya Mkora, now he's Kenya with love. Kenya with love. I see you raising your hand, and I wish wacha nikuchokoze na ka statement mtu amekuchokoza nako hapo, but endelea. endelea.
I've seen it. I have a media thick skin. Mr. Jake, now can you hear me well?
I can hear you quite well.
No, the thing is that I've been here for a long time. Hata mwenye ameandika hiyo. Maybe they don't know me. I've been here for a very long time. We were here, we moved on na vitu zingine. What I was trying to say is that unaona Gudi ananiambia welcome back Mato Makandas. We were here. And we're always here, we never leave. What I was trying to say is that Mr. Jake, and I really respect you a lot. This is not just new things that just not happen. Penyagaka has always been fighting people that some fights that do not need to be fought about. We are here, we are trying to hold tunakaa vizuri and everything, we're doing good. You come to the other side, tunakuaga pia hii side yenyu. Now, what I'm trying to say, when mtu akikuja akiniita mjinga hapa hivi, my friend, mi nilipita hiyo chapter kitambo sana. Penyagaka, I respect you as my elder. Lakini, now when you bring up something na tulikuwa tu tunaongea kitu ya kawaida, I think that needs to, because I will rebuttal, Mr. Chair. I will. I used to rebuttal when I was here. And I will still rebuttal now that I'm here and you've welcomed me here. I'm here by your masses. I will not let Penyagaka come here and call me names and then I keep quiet and go niende nikalale too. And
But sasa
especially ni mzee wetu.
Mato umemwambia vizuri na mimi personally nimekuelewa. I'm sure with his age and all amekuelewa, so that we don't make it about anyone. Msamehe for now, eh? I'm sure he won't do it
Ana mambo
again.
nimemsamea
Can I
mara
say a
mingi,
word?
ni rafiki yangu. Unajua ni venye si mlikuwa mnasema mnisikii. So that's the reason I went and even God, look at me on my unaona, sijui kuja hapa kama Kenya ni love.
James,
Na kujanga kama Mkenya mkora.
Mkenya mkora.
James,
Lakini
can I
sisi
say a
wote
word?
ni kitu moja bwana.
Alright.
James,
Nyagaka,
Ni ile
yes.
tu mtu akigongwa lazima pia mimi nigonge back. I mean, I don't do that. We are not going to do that. I am not going to do that, and I will not accept it. Na haitakuja hata upende ulie upende.
Fantastic.
well,
Okay.
James,
Nyagaka, a moment to respond. I hope utakuwa na ka apology hapo ndani, but go ahead.
thank you very much. Sasa na apologize kwa Temba. I mean kwa huyu mwingine sio Kenya with love. Yeye ndiye alitukana, sio huyu mwingine. You know, come on, Mato. I was not meaning whoever said at the beginning, say that the ideas that we are saying are completely opposite to what Azimio is saying, then it is nonsense or stupid. Hiyo ndio mimi nilikuwa na react to. So Mato, I was not reacting to what anything you said. Ni vile mmoja wenu alisema alitukana sisi kwa sababu we have a very different ideas ya ODM, I mean na UDA. So that ngoja nimalize kusema ya kwamba hao vijana mimi na waheshimu na wapenda. Hiyo station yenu mimi nasikiza every day. Hata sikosi hata siku moja. So there is nothing that I have a personal against mwingine. No. Don't get me there. Hata hiyo chuli hawezi kunipenda nikiwa mtu ya vitina namna hiyo.
All right. Now let's go back to the show. I don't know if Geoffrey, you're ready. Geoffrey Mboro, are you ready? I know you are at work. Are you ready, Geoffrey Mboro? All right. Before I go to Geoffrey Mboro, Madam Julia, let me come to you quickly. I ask you this. Bwana Themba anasema we ought to come together because by the end of the day, hakuna shida ya mwana UDA na mwana Azimio. We are all suffering. Come next week, all our kids will be going back to school, and many have not had the opportunity to raise the fees and everything else that will be required from next week. We will suffer as Kenyans. The schools won't identify any of us as Azimio or as UDA. The problems we suffer, the hunger, the taxes we pay, they don't reflect our political affiliation. How would we come together and really showcase our frustration and our disappointment, even though many supported and many didn't support this regime? Madam Julia.
Yes, that's a good question. Actually, right now, I agree with you and Themba. It no longer matters who voted for who because we are all going through the same stuff. Now, this is what I've been proposing, and I wish the political class would listen to me. Now, the only way of this, or the only way out, is a very hard way, but we can do it. I know Baba called for the demonstrations. I don't know how successful that would be, bearing in mind that we were there last year and people died. I don't know how he's going to call people back to the streets, and I don't know how much we can sustain that. But the thing is, I will say black and white. This government needs to go. Okay, Makiadi said he doesn't know how it needs to go because if Ruto resigns, then we have Gachagua. He's like jumping from the flying pan into the fire. But I am thinking a situation where we try and tuanyime pesa namna gani. Now, like I was saying earlier, this government sorry depends on subsistence economy. Hata si kama DRC wako na minerals and all that. Now, some people were telling me we have minerals, but we are not exploiting them. So, hii serikali, je, kinatarajia kama sijui kama wao iko na biashara Kama unakuwa na biashara inatarajia kwamba utalipa tax hapo. Hii serikali inatarajia kwamba the businessmen are submit, you know, when we buy things from the shop, we pay VAT, but hiyo pesa, that money goes to the businessmen who in turn, I believe, pay to the government. That is why all businessmen have to have a record. Usually they are demanded to have receipts when selling products, so that kuna record ya VAT ni pesa ngapi and how much they need to pay to the government. So they can decide not to pay that VAT. Now, the other way we can decide to do is do transactions that do not involve the bank. After all, we don't even have any more money. Now, we can decide, we can tell people to stop renewing their licenses. It's called tax boycott. Now, nikisema hivi, people watasema ati Julia, watashikwa. How many people do we have to arrest Kenyans? How many policemen do we have? We just need Kenyans to be mobilized to do the tax boycott. Tuambie wa Kenya kwamba don't pay anything to the Kenyan government unless you are paying for your passport or paying the uenda hospitali. Anything else, don't pay any money to e-citizen. Let's say, Jake, you have a business pale Gikomba. Na sisi zote here, we are talking here, we are businessmen in Gikomba. And Gikomba, I'm sure they renew their licenses every now and then. Na kama hawajalipa na jua saa zingine kanjo inawakujia. Na I don't know how many thousands of businessmen we have in Gikomba. Supposing we mobilize them not to renew their licenses. How many will arrest us pale Gikomba? Who will arrest who in the first place? Na kama ni mbaya, then tufunge duka zetu. If we deny this government the flow of money from the businessmen, and me, if I were in the shoes of the politicians, that is what I would do. I don't know, I need somebody to tell me what economic crimes are those, but maybe the Kenya Kwanza government can call it economic crimes, whatever they are. And that is the only way to make sure that this government, it does not even afford to pay the civil service. Kwanza to civil service wajalipwa na walimu wajalipwa. And I would look forward to hear even the police have not received their pay. And I would look forward to hear even the salary for the army is being delayed, and even for the MPs and the government officials. I would look forward to such a situation. And niambia Kenyans, we are only selling things to ourselves. Mnaenda mnauza vitu zetu marikiti, mnarudi nyumbani. And if things go from bad to us, na serikali haisikizi, I think the next thing would ask Kenyans not to pay the loans they owe the banks. And this time, if I were in the shoes of the politicians, I would tell them that the intention is to bring down this government. Tell them in black and white. That is the only way out. When Moi danced the tune of Kenyans is when Kenyans began saying Moi must go. Sikubembelezana hapa ati kuambiana ati bring the inflation down. I don't understand. This is the thing I don't understand with Azimio. How do they expect Ruto to bring the prices of goods down in the way he's managing the economy? You know, bringing the prices down, sio kitu ataenda announce kwa soko. It has to do with market forces and how the market is being managed. It is not a thing that he can just wake up one day and start announcing price ya ungangano ni, price ya mchele ni. He can't do that. And probably even now he would want to do it, but he has missed the point. So he can't just wake up and do it. He simply, probably he's not even able to do it. So the best thing, tuanyime pesa. Personally, if I were that shupavu politicians, I would even start telling people not to fly into Kenya and tell them avoid Kenya Airways, avoid Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. I would just really go on rampage on an economic sabotage.
All right.
So that serikali ya Ruto akose hata hiyo pesa anasafiri from one continent to another. And in that case, I think never again would a president play with people's lives. Now, why are Kenyans paying house levy? Why? Wanalipa house levy kwa sababu gani? Why can't people like Raila Odinga to stop paying? What do we come for it from my house? Atakuja kunishika ama ataenda kwa banki yangu kuvuja ndio achukue hiyo pesa. Those are the things that we can do. That's my take. Asante.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Simwe na huruma tu kidogo, mnikubalie niwapee 2 minutes each for closing remarks. We are nearing twangering 8 hours and Kenya with Love can tell you kukaa chini 8 hours ain't a joke bwana. So where do I begin? Makiadi, your 2 minutes start now. Let's finish this show. Please give us your closing remarks and sentiments as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Jakes. Interesting to be here always. I just want to close my session by saying this. I have just received news here that the UDA government has released, I don't know, about 4 point something billion Kenyan shillings. That I don't know if it's 420 something billion shillings that goes towards education. I hope this is not a hoax that William Ruto always plays with Kenyans. I hope this is serious. I hope they understand that Kenyans are going through a hard time, and I hope they don't play politics with the education of our students and our pupils. Having said that, like Julia mentioned earlier, we know that the NHIF Edu Afia, that was a program that was initiated by Uhuru Kenyatta, came to an end. So right now, a lot of Kenyans are not able to access, healthcare because of this government terminating this Edu Afia. Let me just say this. There are things that are very important in a nation, and one of them is good health facilities, education, and food. We know that Kenya Kwanza has failed in almost all of the three. We know that Kenya Kwanza has no plan, and we know Kenya Kwanza will probably be the worst government that ever was elected into office, if at all they were elected into office. Kenyans should wake up. If William Ruto does not go unchecked, he's probably going to be worse off than Museveni. And reading from the trajectory that he's taking right now, without fear of contradiction, if the courts do not stop this guy, and wananchi are comfortable with him saying and declaring whatever he wants and doing whatever he wants, then we are looking at a place where even your freedom of speech, these media stations that we have, live broadcasts where Mwananchi comes and airs out their speech, we are looking at a situation whereby these, we'll have the CCK closing all these channels that are, against the government of the day. So Kenyans should prepare themselves to fight and fight like never before, because if we don't fight for ourselves, nobody else is going to fight for us. So we are looking at probably what Raila Odinga calls the second liberation. I don't think we've gotten the second liberation. It is our opportunity now to get the second liberation, and we're going to liberate ourselves from the arms and chains of William Ruto. Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Makiadi. Always a pleasure. Domi, your 2 minutes of fame begin now.
Okay. Kabla niongee sana, I want to say thanks. I'm happy to see you. Yes, Ricky, Themba, a long time. And everybody. Hao wengine wote watu naonana. Okay, Penny Nyagaka, jambo mingi. Okay, there is something that has been running into my mind. Wakati unasikia, when you're hearing people crying, oh, president, like those people who are jailed, who are put in the cells and they were crying. Please, president, help us. I think that is where we are getting wrong. don't back the president because he's the cause of the whole thing, because he will not help. And Julia, I think there's what I think that is scary, the likes of the likes of Raila to go that economic direction is probably they also fear that in case they also come to power, people may do the same to them. Okay, that's what I think. I'm not sure, but that's what I think is scaring them, and I think that's why they are not taking it very serious. Of which I agree with you. That's the best way to suffocate the government of funds until they are unable to run. I believe we should just use whichever any available means to ensure that Ruto is out, because he's up to no good. And I will say this: there is no way he is going to turn things around again, because somebody was thinking that probably there was an opinion that probably they will turn around, try to do good things, probably in the 4th and the 5th year. It's very difficult because at this point, they will, where they were getting the money is strangled, and it will be very hard to bring the investors back so that it gets the money again. It will be very difficult. However, Kenyans use whichever means. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Mato, your 2 minutes begin now. One, thank you as well for being part of this. It's always a pleasure to have you. Take it home, my brother.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate. Sometimes this life is short, eh?
Very.
Life is short, my brother. We now might be on the same team, but we might be on the same team without knowing that we're on the same team. And that is what I always tell people. I think, my brother, the thing that I'm gonna say today, I think leo tumekuja kushambulia huku kijogo, we know we are all together. I want to tell you, my brother, that wajinga waliisha Kenya. We're not the one that came up with that saying. That saying was brought up by somebody, and we all know who actually came up with that saying. And Kenya is bigger than anybody, and Kenya has a constitution. We can play word games. We can even play Monopoly. But there was a time that the Africa went to World War, and that was World War I and World War II. I don't think we can handle any kind of thing called World War. At this time where we belong in Kenya, staying together. Just the way we're staying here together. It's so amazing that a lot of people do not know that we were one of the biggest people here. So I was looking at on the screen, and you can see there Kenyan with love, and then it shows me a participant, and you know where you find me when you get those that next one right there, yeah. Senior moderator. I'm not here anymore. Me hapa hivi niko under masses of you. But what does that tell you? It tells you that we were once together. And that's why you see the Julias, the Richie Makiadis, and everybody still here. Why? Because we are fighting for one country, which has no Kikuyu, has no Kamba, has no Masai, has nothing. It has the legitimacy of what we are doing. If you're not if you're legitimate, you're illegitimate. Let's call it what it is. If you're going to threaten the courts, then do not even shika the. The funny thing, Mr. Chair, The funny thing that I find is so funny and so ridiculous, and I want to throw this because this is my last one. When I'm in 2 minutes, how do you have a judicial system that someone is fighting that judicial system so much right now, yet wameka 250? I will say Kikuyu. I don't want to say Kikuyu, but I will say Kikuyu. Watu huko Murang'a na Nyeri. Yet says wameka watu huko 250. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, in the same place, wameweka huko na wezi watoa. And then you want to talk about judicial and judiciary haifai kuambiwa chochote. So what is really happening here? Can you see the decay in our society? My biggest thing is just that if we can be moderate and look at our country without looking at it from a tribal part and from anything, because like I gave you that example. You know, we are talking up hivi judicial inaambiwa ijafanya nini, inafanya nini, ingiliwa na ndio hao pia wameweka watu huko. So when you look at something like that, and even when you look at what is happening here, yes, we used to be moderators here, and we can see at a senior moderator. I'm not a senior moderator here, but it's just because I was here before we were here, and we are still a team. We still work together. So basically, can we is there a way to translate that kind of understanding each other to our country, to where we are not being brought into shenanigans like what we are having today in our country, where we can all help each other to make our country a better place? And because we really do have the potential to do it, but with the wanyama na shenanigans zenye ziko hapa hivi juju, and the people that want to be mafia OCs and everything, we are not going to go anywhere. But if we stand together, we can take anyone out, including Mr. Ruto.
All right. Beautiful. Kenya with love. Now, I don't know. Do I go to our lady Julia or Geoffrey? Geoffrey, are you there? You haven't said anything. Jeff Mboro, are you there? All right. Now that makes me go to Julia. Julia, your 2 minutes begins now.
Okay, Asante. I just want to tell Kenyans, wherever you are, do not pay any money to this government unless you need hospital to pay hospital bills or medication, or you need a passport. Now, those of you who are employers, now start employing cashiers. Do not employ permanent employees any longer. And so that you stop paying house levy, NHIF, and SSF, and the rest. Prevent yourself as much as possible from giving this government any money. And what you need to do, tuanyime pesa kabisa. And they're going to collapse and go home or go to Sugoi. Asante.
All right. Well, umenidonatia 1 minute. Asante sana. Penya Gaka, now I give you 2 minutes. If you can use one like Julie, I'll be a happy guy.
Waje niseme
Ambia
kwamba
Penya Gaka asiongee juu yangu, kwa akiongea juu yangu itapita mwaka.
bana, wewe ni mtoto yangu. I won't even talk about you. Kama umesema ati nimewatukana, that's very bad on my part, not on your part, on my part, because ukiwa mzee kutoka huko Kisii huwezi kutukana watoto yako, na kama mnasema mimi nimewatukana, I am very sorry na nimewacha kabisa. Na hiyo ndio ilifanya sikuja kwa hiyo show ingine, kwa sababu everything that I was talking was opposite of what you were talking about. Na mnasikiza kwamba ati mimi nawatukana. Siwezi kufanya hiyo. I cannot do that. Wacha niseme ya kwamba Julie, nice seeing you after a long time. na vile nimekuambia, hiyo kijana yake akimaliza hapo shule ya medical school lazima ukuje, na Julie unazungumza ile maneno ambayo yanatekekana Kenya. You know, the experience that you have expressed. What if we have the same ideas of education huko Kenya? You know, huko Kenya they believed, Jakes, you have to do a national exam and then you pass and then you go to this school. Lakini huyu Julie sasa ile shule wanayo, they can graduate somebody from high school to college, from say primary school to high school. Very clear. Hakuna problem. Na Julie, very nice to see you. Themba, you ndio my philosopher, ni mzuri sana. The point that I'm trying to make, and I will repeat this, let us do what Themba said. Let us not look at each other as if we are enemies. Even if we disagree with each other, it's like you are passionate with what you are disagreeing with me with, and I should look at it like I'm passionate with what you are disagreeing me with. Hiyo tu. So TDJ, Jakes, hiyo unafanya kazi mzuri. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, Julia umementioniwa, now I give you back your 1 minute.
We na Jakes,
What you give your
umesikia
skill.
Jakes ameitwa TD Jakes.
Oh
preacher.
God. Thanks, Penny.
Hapana, sio mshora yake bwana, wacha hiyo maneno.
Asanti Penny, naombea mtoto wako afanikiwe na graduate successfully.
All right, beautiful. Kumbe tunaweza maliza show na upendo hivyo. Thank you so much, wonderful guys.
Thank you, Julie.
Asante sana, asante sana. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, well, today has been a long one, and we have to bring it to an end. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Africa 24. Thank you so much for being part of this great conversation. You guys have been quite supportive. Asante sana to the many who watch our programs and above all subscribe to Africa 24. Asante, asante tu sana. Thank you so much. As I promised you, it will be an interesting year, and for sure it has been. But from here at Africa 24, we wish you, ladies and gentlemen, a happy new year. Enjoy it as much as siku zimesonga, siku zimekimbia, lakini bado mwaka tu ndo umeanza. It's only 4 days and it's already too hot. Happy New Year from us, Africa 24, and to all my able panelists who joined me today. There were so many. I've tried to count. Today, Kenya with Love, we have had 27 panelists. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. It has been successful because you guys chose to do it how you have done it. Thank you. All we can say is God bless you. Have a fantastic, fantastic year 2024. And as Mato has always told us, this is not any rivalry. This is just Kenyans talking in any channel. It is Kenyans talking. It's not war. It's not rivalry. It is just Kenyans talking because they love their country. I hope to see you in the evening. 10 p.m. is our time, and definitely we will definitely have another awesome hot topic. See you when you see us. Enjoy yourself, enjoy your ear, and have a fantastic Thursday morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time. God bless you. See you, Mato. See you, Julie. See you, Jeff. See you, Pen. See you, Makiadi, and many who joined us. Asanteni sana. Akina Ashley, akina Themba, akina Domi, akina DK. We mlikuwa wengi. Asante sana. Hata wale walitangulia akina Leo and akina Alex. Thank you for making time to be part of this great conversation. We do this again in the evening. See you. Goodbye. God bless you. And as usual, I always leave you with something to, after kuskiza all that, I give you a song just to cool you down, all right? Now, yesterday I played you Mini Mwana Kenya Daima. I think I should play this rendition. But thank you for being part of this show. See you when you see us. Goodbye, good night, good morning, good afternoon.
There can only be one champion, and it is Kenya.
chuki na ukabila, hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa machungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani, nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo.